All right, I think we're up on YouTube and Twitch. Give me just 1 second. Should be up on TikTok in a moment. All right, now we're good. Now we're good to go on TikTok. Bada bing, bada boom. Also, for those who have been watching on podcast, or rather listening on podcast, I'm almost up to date on getting all the episodes onto the podcast formats. So I'm pretty close. I'm now at the point where I'm uploading the January audios, and pretty soon I'll get the February up there. So real soon, we're going to have all of the episodes on podcast, and then after, like the day after every stream, I'll just upload the audio to the podcast, rather than having the a couple of weeks delayed in between the uploads. But hey, Ems, welcome in, buddy.
Hello.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I gotta switch my earbuds real quick. All right, now I can hear you.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm gonna be going to bed in a bit. If you do not mind, I hang out with you.
Absolutely, you're always welcome to hang out, buddy. You're a rock star in this space.
Yeah, thank you.
I think there are some people that watch my stream just hoping you was
nice
here.
Plushies.
What's that?
And nice plushies.
Yeah, right. I got
them.
Hot sauce and tacos.
Is this like for Valentine's?
Yeah, they're lovers. The hot sauce. Yeah, didn't you see that? And I've got the life-granting unicorn back here.
Are we adding those to the lore?
Well, the life-granting unicorn definitely is part of the lore. I'm not entirely sure if we're putting tacos and hot sauce in the lore, but so many people saw the hot sauce episode, it might be stuck. You saw the hot sauce episode, didn't you?
I haven't, though.
It was a fundraiser episode. Basically chugged hot sauce for a fundraiser until I had to throw up. It was pretty wild.
Do you know that like 10 years ago there was this like gummies company that had like you would have like different colors, and each color could be something good or something bad. What was it called?
Oh, I don't know.
But like, for example, it was like a green gummy in which it could be like a green apple tasting, or it could taste like boogers.
Oh yeah, that's really popular among the jelly beans.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those.
That could be an idea for a future one.
Not a bad idea. We could do the horrible flavored jelly beans as like an Easter special. Which reminds me, I got a fundraiser coming up. I have to set it up. Maybe this Monday I'll run it. I thought about doing it today. I had some stuff get in the way, but Monday, we've got a friend in the community that really needs help friends. So Monday I'm going to be putting together a fundraiser. More details to come. But nevertheless, hey, welcome in, friends. We should have a guest or multiple guests loaded up here very soon. I've got 4 super chats, and I think we've got 1 guest on the YouTube queue waiting to get in already. So we'll get these super chats knocked out. We'll get our guest in here. Jim, hey, thanks for the $10 super chat. It says, in the KJV, John 11:35 says that Jesus wept. Yeah, I think in some translations it says he began to weep, but I don't really think it matters. What exactly is his issue? He's Caucasian, apparently. Yeah, isn't that crazy? That we still picture Jesus as Caucasian. Has a full head of hair, seemingly unlimited amounts of wine, loaves and fishes. Seems like a snowflake. To be fair, it's actually a valid question, because if you look at the real reason why he wept theoretically because Lazarus kicked the bucket. But like, Jesus had to know he's okay. If Jesus is God and he knows he's going to raise his friends from the dead, why are you crying? Like, I don't understand. Like, if I had magic powers and I knew I could raise people from the dead, and one of my friends died, I'm not going to cry over it. I'm like, oh, well, just raise the fucker from the dead. Like, what a weird... This story is so full of plot holes. It's crazy that you don't see it when you're in the faith. You don't see it until afterward. Hey, and RW says, happy Friday the 13th. Rock hard for Doug. I appreciate the double 13s in there. And maybe just maybe our Friday the 13th will bring out some of the fun peeps. Helping make a deconstruct. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I'm ready for some end of the week barbecue. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for shared. And that is the case. It's Friday night, y'all. You had a long, hard week. Y'all's at work. And now you get to chill here. Let loose. Have a good time. Have some Kraken. And Abel Medina, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, yo, what's up, my boy? It's your friendly neighborhood Mexican atheist engineer. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Listen, if I know anything about my Latino friends is that they know how to make some stuff work. Sometimes it takes a hammer and some duct tape, but all of my Latino friends, if your car is broken or your heater is down or anything, they're find a way to get that shit working. Just saying, what's up? Discord guy left me on read. No worries though. Sorry, I don't know much about the Discord guy, but you're here now and we're happy to have you. And also, oh, sorry, I apologize. There's some alcoholics in the crowd. If you listen, if you have trouble controlling your imbibing, I highly recommend not imbibing. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I almost very rarely ever drink on camera anymore. And even if I do, I usually put it in a cup because I've been made aware some time ago that there's recovering people in the audience, and if I can prevent triggering them, I will. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. It says, greetings. Just thought early this morning you likely heard of Third Reich for Nazi Germany, 33 to 45. Second Reich was Empire, 1872 to 1918. First Reich was a Holy Roman. Interesting. 962 to 1806 might have been easier to mention that. Interesting. I wasn't actually I didn't know there was a connection between the Holy Roman Empire and the Reich. Now I've got more homework to do. Shit. Well, I do know this. The one thing that I did get right, that wasn't just in the Catholic sources, was both in the secular and the Catholic sources. Everybody agreed that they called it the Holy Roman Empire because they wanted to invoke the divine authority. Now, whether or not that was for real or just for show, I suspect it's probably just for show. But
and by the way, doesn't Reich just mean empire?
Oh, I don't know actually.
I'm pretty sure it does.
You know what's funny?
It would make sense for the Germans to have the first empire, the second empire, and the third empire.
I took 2 years of German in high school and I got pretty good at it, but we didn't learn any words that would help me with World War II, unfortunately. They were all modern stuff.
Complex.
Yeah. Oh well. Hey, Hector's in from our YouTube queue. How you doing, Hector? Hector? Hector, are you here? You're on the screen. I think your microphone's working. I hear some slight background noise. Okay. Well, maybe not. Come back if you, if you get your stuff figured out. Let's get our next guest from the TikTok queue. Welcome in, Tired.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright, man. How about you?
I can't complain. Tired, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, I do. Nice mug, by the way. What does it say?
Okay. It says, Jesus, he came, he lied, he died, end of story.
Never mind. I was going to give you a compliment, but never mind.
I can send you one, free of charge.
Definitely not.
It's a gift. Never look a gift horse in the mouth.
I refuse.
Oh, well. Anyways, it sounds like I don't know, maybe you're a Christian, huh?
Yes, I am.
Cool. Hey, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Sorry?
What do you think is the best evidence for the Christian God being real?
You want the best evidence?
Well, according to you. I don't know if there's definitive best evidence. I'm just saying, in your opinion, what do you think is the best evidence?
Yeah, I mean, the best evidence is going to be the writings, the teachings, how it's all, it all matches up. It's all in continuity with each other. It's going to be, reliable. and yeah, man. I mean, to be honest, we also have prophecies that came about that were fulfilled. We have the sightings that were in the Bible, on Earth that we can see and we can
Prophecies
go
are
there. We can,
interesting. I personally,
yeah.
one of my favorite topics is the prophecies, and not like the Nostradamus type, but like the religious type. Um, since you brought it up, what kind of prophecies do you think would warrant a belief in this God?
So, what did you say? What was the last part? Sorry.
Yeah, like what are these prophecies supposedly that came true?
Yeah. So we have, sorry, we have the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. His tomb is empty.
Right, but
That
the
was one of his prophecies.
prophecies.
Yeah, that was his prophecy to come to
Oh,
Earth
but
to
that was
die
written
and to.
after he already died. I mean, surely there are prophecies that were written before the events happened, right?
Okay, let's talk about the prophecies that were written back then that
Hmm.
happened in our time.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
prophecies from the New Testament that are coming true now?
Hmm.
Sure, let's have them.
Yeah, so we have, well, there's loads. Let me just start with one, just from the top of my head. We have children being disobedient to their parents. That's just number one.
That new? That never happened before.
I mean, it's definitely a lot worse than before.
By what metric? How are we measuring this? Because the crime rate's been down for, I would say centuries, maybe decades at least.
Sorry?
I don't know how you're measuring this. How are you measuring that children are now more unruly than ever?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if we go back, let's just say 2 generations. I mean, how old are you?
But, buddy, I'm nearly a boomer. I'm old.
Okay. No, I just want to know if you're my dad's age or my granddad's age.
Well, I'm definitely your dad's age, not your granddad's age.
Okay. Um, well, think about this. When your parents, did you grow up with your parents?
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you have a brother or sister?
got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah. So notice how when you grew up, you know, the family were more stable. They were more, all together. There was no breakups. There
I
was
don't think you know
no.
about my family. You haven't met my family then.
Oh, okay.
My generation
Well,
is fixing all the shit from the generation before me. It's been the opposite in my family.
do you see how the kids nowadays are much more disobedient to their parents?
No, in fact, I was in youth ministry for over a decade. I don't think the kids are any more disobedient today than they've ever been.
Really?
Yeah, and I'd love to see how you're measuring this because it sounds like you're just like going on vibes,
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I'd say technology ruined our generation, how everyone used to go outside, play with their friends. Now everyone's just at
Right?
home,
How is that
antisocial.
the benchmark? Why is going outside the benchmark of goodness? Or is being inside
Yeah,
bad?
sorry?
Is being inside the house bad?
No, I'm saying back then, before everyone used to go outside, right?
No,
Normal,
they
right?
didn't.
What?
Listen,
Where are
when I
you
was a
from?
kid, I had all kinds of friends that were basement dwellers. Fuck, one of my brothers was a basement dweller.
What?
I
Okay,
think
I'm
you're
in the UK,
confused,
but
man. I think
that's
you're saying because my childhood is different than some other people's childhoods. There's a word for this. It's called juvenoia. Do you know what juvenoia is?
nope.
It's this really interesting psychological phenomenon where every generation thinks that the generation that comes after them is somehow worse off and softer and weaker and less
That's
disciplined
fine,
than
yeah.
them. Yeah, so that's a condition you have. That's not something that's wrong with the kids. That's something you got to deal with.
Okay, fair enough. What about?
There is one prophecy Jesus made. You want to talk about this one in Matthew 16?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a really good one. In Matthew 16, 27, and 28, I'll put it up on the screen. Jesus says to his disciples that the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Now, I'm sure you've read the Bible enough times to know, what coming like on the clouds in the kingdom means, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the second coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Now, according to this passage, he says, some of you standing here will not taste death before this event happens. But, I mean, they are all dead, aren't they?
But who is he talking to in this passage here?
Well, actually, it could be literally everybody in the entire world, and it would still be a failure.
So you're saying it's for everyone who ever existed?
No, it's specifically for the people that were standing there. But what I'm saying is, even if you expanded it to everybody alive on the planet at that moment, this would still be a failure because there's nobody from the year, like 30 AD that's still alive.
Okay, I think you're misunderstood. Could you read the verse again, please? Slowly.
Yeah, it says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But they have all tasted death.
Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see. Oh, okay, cool. So that's okay. So that's not talking about like dying, like like on Earth.
What is it?
It's talking about do you know where people used to go before the death of Jesus?
Well, actually, in the Bible, they still just go to Sheol after they die. And Sheol is typically either a metaphor for the ground, like the grave, or it could be like a place where souls are resting. But that's basically the biblical consensus. Like in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, Paul says that they're asleep in the ground.
Okay, and now what about the Christians?
Paul's a Christian.
No, I'm saying. So this was before Jesus' death, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about afterwards. Where did they go, the Christians?
Paul wrote that after. He said, those who have already passed away are asleep in the ground.
Okay, and then where are their souls?
Asleep in the ground, that's what I just told you.
Okay, now there's another verse. Let me just grab the Bible. Sorry, 1 second. Let me just grab my Bible. Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
There's another verse where it says that the believers will. 1 second. I don't want to get this wrong. I mean, unless you already know what verse I'm going to pull up.
I mean, the one I would pull up is where Paul says to be absent from the body is present with the Lord. That's the one I would pull up if I was you.
I mean, yeah, that's one of them, but that's not the one I was thinking of. Do you mind if I just take 30 seconds away from the app?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I do really much enjoy this particular passage. This is one passage. It's always fun to also see people wrestle with it in real time. I remember I was 16. I was 16, maybe 15, the first time I saw this passage. And I first came across it literally in religion class in Catholic school. And I immediately was like, hey, wait a minute. This is a problem. And, my Catholic school teacher was nice. She gave me the pretty typical answer, and it was enough to kind of pacify me.
Hey, can you type in Luke 23:43?
Luke 23:43. He replied, truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. This is a classic, where's the comma supposed to be? This is another one of those passages where people will debate endlessly. I'm actually not suggesting that Jesus is going to be in paradise that day. In fact, according to doctrine, Jesus didn't go to paradise the day that he died. In fact, he descended into Sheol. So you could possibly, and I think more probably, read it, truly today I tell you, or truly I tell you today that you will be with me in paradise. It's all a matter of where you want to put the comma, because in classical Greek, they didn't have commas.
Okay. Obviously, heaven is
But
not in
to be
time,
sure, though,
right? So
to be sure, none of this actually fixes the problem, right? Because he's saying my second coming is going to be before all of you have tasted death. He's saying some of you will have tasted death, but not all of you, right? So what this means is that Jesus needed to come back within the lifetime of his disciples. Also, it can't be referring to the second death, which is probably where you want to go with this, which is what most people will say. It certainly isn't referring to the second death, because the second death happens after Jesus comes back in the book of Revelation. So after the judgment, the second death is handed out.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's correct. Can I give you another verse? Maybe
Sure.
you can refute it. 1 second.
Mhm. Benjamin, I'm reading your comments in the TikTok chat, buddy. You had a debate on adoptionism in Mark. Please email me a link if that's available somewhere. I would most like to see it. I'm curious to know how that went, because that particular guy seems to be on a like a warpath for some reason against adoptionism. I have no idea why. Yeah. Well, while he's doing that, let me grab. Look, we've got a bunch of friends in the house tonight. Space Lord, hey, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat, friend. It says, speaking of plot holes, I recently read a book by Paula Fredrickson. Oh, she's dope. Okay. And it mentioned that apparently only Jesus was punished as a rebel. The disciples were ignored. That's weird, right? Yeah. So fair point, right? It is this kind of interesting thing where Jesus was punished as a rebel, a dissident, a government nuisance, and you would think the disciples would get the same treatment, but they didn't get the same treatment. Maybe because they weren't persecuted the way that people think they were. Hey, welcome back, Tired.
Yeah, same book, but do 16:22 to 26.
Yeah. Oh, with Lazarus and the rich man. Yeah, this is a great one. Listen, I agree. In this parable, the rich man goes to hell, and he's burning in agony in the flames, and Lazarus is on the other side of the chasm in paradise. I think the question you have to ask yourself is whether or not this is like every detail of this parable is about the moment you die, or if in fact it's not. And I don't know if this is a clear enough indication. Now, listen, we could make the claim that like the body goes to the ground and sleeps in the dust of the earth, and the soul goes to Sheol. That is something that we can make an argument from based on the Hebrew Bible. I don't know if you could get it from the New Testament, but you could definitely get it from the Hebrew Bible. But I don't see how that fixes this passage.
Wait, let me read it. Let me read that again.
Yeah.
I tell you, not taste death before they see it. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. It's a good one.
Now, interestingly enough, and I don't know if everyone knows this, but there's some parallel passages to this that I think reinforce the idea. So Matthew 10:23 and 24:29 through 34, we find a similar thing. When he sends his disciples out to the villages to preach, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you that you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And then he doubles down in Matthew 24 about the signs of the end times and the coming of the Son of Man. Because immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all of these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you that this generation will not pass away till all of these things have taken place. So I'm reading this passage, saying to myself, it seems pretty clear on multiple occasions that Jesus said he was coming back within their lifetimes, which is why Paul, in 1 Corinthians 7, instructed his followers not to even get married or have kids, because he says the present form of this world is about to pass away.
So what you're saying is there's contradictions in the Bible.
Well, actually, I don't know if this is a contradiction as much as a failure. That being said, I have personally documented my own list of contradictions in the Bible, and I've got a bunch of them if you're interested.
Have you ever debated like Christian scholars before?
Only a few. Most of them actually agree with me. There's not too many that disagree with me. So, and I know this
names
because
I might know.
I'll probably not. I debated a bishop. I debated Dr. Derek McAllister. But I think the thing that you probably should know is, like, if you go to like a seminary or institution of higher learning, what I'm telling you isn't new. Like, they're gonna either agree with you. They might have an answer. They might have a better answer than what you were able to come up with, but they're going to point to the same passages and say, yeah, this clearly says what it says, right? There are some scholars that would say, well, listen, Matthew 16 seems to be hinting at the transfiguration. I don't think that's a good answer, because the transfiguration doesn't actually fit what happened. And you'll have some scholars that will just say, I don't know, God changed his mind, right? There are some scholars that will say, no, it meant exactly what it said, except it was a contingent prophecy, meaning something had to happen for it to come true, and that thing didn't happen, although they can't tell you what the thing is. So there's some excuses for why it didn't come true, but most of the New Testament scholars I studied with would just admit that it just didn't come true.
Okay, all right, I hear you.
I feel like people may not know this, yeah? But the biblical scholars are like, a lot of them that I've met are not biblical literalists.
Okay. Do you know a guy called Fearless Truth? Nick?
No, never heard of him.
I mean, I would pay to see you guys debate. I mean, because he's one of my like top apologists,
Well,
online right
I'll tell you what. I mean, I'll debate anyone that shows up on my stream, and I think my audience agrees that when we have good opposition, it's even more interesting. When there's really poor opposition, sometimes it can get pretty rough. But one thing you'll notice, Tired, is when you're looking at the apologist and the atheist debate space, I think the thing you'll most likely notice is that there are more academics on the atheist side than the Christian side. Almost none of the popular apologists right now have biblical education at all.
Okay, and sorry, what was that verse that you brought up?
Matthew 24, 29 through 34?
Yeah.
Are you relieving yourself, my man?
Sorry. No, I know that sounds bad. I'm not. I'm just pouring a drink.
Yeah, pour one for me if you want to add it.
Sorry, I know that sounded a bit sus.
Well, I think
sorry,
you probably are a little bit like me when I was a young Christian, in that I thought the prophecies were like really cool. I thought the prophecies were like the best evidence for Christianity being true. But the more I studied the Bible, the more it kind of seems like the prophecies were nonsense. So, for example, I'm sure you're familiar Have you read anything in Jeremiah before?
Some, yeah.
Okay. There's a couple really interesting passages in Jeremiah, but one that's really popular for Christians is Jeremiah 31. A lot of people think that Jeremiah 31 is about like this new covenant timeline and whatnot, and that's fine. But there's something earlier in the chapter that I would call to attention that I think you might find interesting.
Okay.
So in Jeremiah 31, we've already saw in chapter 25 and 29 where God said through Jeremiah that after the Babylonian captivity, he's going to bring them back to the land and he's going to restore them, which is why we find more of that in chapter 31. He says, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. So, based on what we know about Jeremiah, I mean, would I be wrong in concluding that this prophecy is clearly about the children of Israel coming back from captivity?
No?
It seems about right, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I bring it up because if you go to Matthew, Matthew says something about this passage that to me is just kind of preposterous, but it's common for Matthew. Matthew says, when the children were killed in Bethlehem, he says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because there are no more. But like, I think anyone who's like being honest with the passage would conclude that that's not what Jeremiah was talking about at all.
Do you, you know, for you to understand the Bible, because obviously there isn't much. Have you ever studied the Church Fathers before?
Yep.
And have you read what they have said about, you know, the verses that you're pulling up now?
So the Church
Matthew
Fathers
and
are going to tell you the same thing, maybe like modern apologists are going to tell you, which is that most people know that Jesus didn't literally fulfill any prophecies. They'll say this nonsense like, well, it was a foreshadowing or it was a typology. But in order to believe that, you also just have to say that the context of the original prophecy is now meaningless. But that seems like a cope that I'm not willing to make.
okay. Okay, that's so. Okay, so what you're saying is the Bible is not true overall. What you're trying to say.
I mean, there's some stuff in the Bible that is true for sure. Like there are historical artifacts that validate certain stories of the Bible. But like Jesus being the Messiah and Yahweh being God, like that stuff's not true.
So you don't believe in heaven and hell?
Nah. I mean, it'd be dope.
Oh.
Listen, I'd love for there to be an afterlife, but I don't see any evidence of it.
How long have you been an atheist for?
It's 2025. Maybe 7 years, 8 years.
7, 8 years. Okay. All right. And you was a Christian before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what made you like question it? And
The
like,
Bible.
how did you? Okay, so you just thought, you know what? Hold on a minute. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe he's God. Da, da, da.
Well,
So
I
let me
didn't
just
think any
study
of
this.
that. No. So I specifically went to Bible college and seminary because I was a pastor and I was going to plant a church. I spent a long time in the ministry, actually. It just turns out that if you apply any critical thinking to the Bible, it falls apart pretty immediately. Like all the same critical thinking that you would apply to the Quran or to the other holy books, if you just apply it to the Bible falls apart exactly the same way. So at one point, I just kind of had to get honest with myself. The Bible gets history wrong. It gets unfulfilled prophecies. And it contradicts itself over and over again. What in the world would cause such a thing? Is it that God has like problems? No, I don't think it's that God is problematic. I think it's because the God of this book doesn't exist. For the same reasons I don't think the God of the Quran or the God of the Vedas exists.
So why did you think they wrote it then? Like, what was the point of it?
Well, a lot of them probably believed it. Some of them probably did. Some of them maybe not. But most people who write these holy books, some of them definitely do believe it.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna research the verse that you brought up, the Matthew one.
Yeah, sure
Just
thing.
gonna see.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
listen,
thanks for your time, man.
see what answers you come up with. I can guarantee you, if you go to apologeticspress.org or some of the other websites, you'll definitely get an answer. I would also preface that with when you do come back with that answer, I already know what it is. So be prepared. Be prepared to get more homework.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, man.
Hey,
Cool.
hey,
Thank
thanks
you.
for coming by and being polite, man.
No worries, man. Bye.
Cheers. I wrote in the notes. He was a nice guy. I think he was nice. I'm curious though if his screen name Tired was on purpose, if that was like an inside joke because he sounded tired or not. I could be wrong, but he was nice. National, hey, thank you so much for the 25 PLN. It says greetings from Poland. Well, hello all the way to Poland, a country where 98% are baptized Catholics, but the Bible is read by only 2% of atheists and Protestants. Listen, Catholicism has a pretty good grip or pretty hard grip, diamond hands on Poland. I haven't met too many Polish people here in the States that weren't Catholic. In fact, I grew up in an area where we had a high rate of German and a high rate of Polish immigrants, and by and large, the German and the Polish were super, super Catholic. But yeah, I mean, greetings from across the pond, friend. And Dylan, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says rock hard for Doug. Happy Friday. Someone saw my hoodie today and asked where Doug's pretzel factory is located, and I could only think it's online. I've got to ask, where does Doug's pretzel factory truly reside? In your hearts. Doug's pretzel factory is in the hearts of all atheists. It is in your midst, my friend. And Andy Pate, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, in these current times, I find this one of few channels I can go to and find others who value critical thinking and push back on cognitive dissonance. Love the way you run this channel. Thank you, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Andy. I really appreciate that. And I do try to do the best that I can. And when I fuck up, I try to do better. And I do fuck up. This is the course of things. We're all going to fuck up. But you know what? Hopefully we can learn from our fuck ups. And Jordim, thank you for the €10 chat, says, does Mark 7:18 through 19 contradict Matthew 5? 17 through 20. No, it doesn't. I'll explain it. Or could the meaning be that it's not good to eat pork, but you don't sin by accidentally eating it, but deliberately with it? Okay, no, don't, none of that. You're doing too much. Okay. So Mark 7, this also shows up in Matthew, is not something Jesus said. If you read that passage very carefully, when it says, and thus he declared all foods clean, Jesus didn't say that. That's a comment from Mark, or, whoever wrote Mark, right? So the person writing the gospel is now doing an interpretation of Jesus's own words, and I just think he's wrong. I think I would read Jesus's words as meaning something completely different. It's funny that so often they took Jesus's words as like allegorical or a parable, but the one time Jesus does something that could be a little bit loose with the meaning, they're like, nope, it literally means exactly this. It's a pick and choose type of theology, When Jesus' words.
Is it a sin to drink alcohol?
Not typically, not in Christianity. They would say it's a sin to overindulge in alcohol, but not to drink it.
The reason I'm asking is because, like, for example, you said your ex-wife is a Christian from Egypt. What I got from Coptic Orthodox Christians around me is that it is a sin to drink.
So they actually weren't Coptic. They were Brethren. They were Plymouth Brethren, to be precise. And it's really funny. It's a European, really conservative, rigid European branch that started. Well, their version of it started with the Darbyites, and they're like really into not having an education and really into like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like rigid control structures and Puritanism. So they don't do a whole lot of drinking either. In fact, my ex's father-in-law, when I started coming around, learned that I was a Christian or a believer that did drink alcohol. He seemed kind of happy about it. He would bring out wine at dinner and drink wine with us. It was like they just felt nice being around a normal person that didn't judge them for drinking wine. But yeah, the Coptics, I think the Coptics have a problem with it. But they all do. All the Coptics I know, a lot, they might pretend like they don't drink. They're drinking. I guarantee. I've seen them do it. But you're right. My understanding is the Coptic Christians don't. They're supposed to forgo the drinking. Anyways, Brett, hey, thanks for the super chat. It says Matthew 16:27-28 was the straw that broke the camel's back for my deconstruction. When I read that, I knew Jesus was an apocalyptic cult leader and Christianity was bullshit. I mean, listen, I should have when I first encountered the passage, but I was stubborn. It took me a while, but you're right. Once you read this and you read the rest of the New Testament, it's very clear that everybody thought Jesus was coming back soon, and there's not a good reason for it. All right, last super chat for now from Gorilla Atheist. Hey, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. It says, the Eucharist of Doug, the taco represents his body, and the hot sauce represents his blood. We finally found it. We talked about what we're going to do for a Doug Eucharist, and we tossed around a couple options. I feel like the right option is going to be tacos and hot sauce. We haven't taken a vote on it yet, but I feel like that needs to be a thing. We'll have to see about that. All right, next in line was Angel of Light, and then Luke. Luke is in the YouTube queue, and we had somebody that was in here next after Luke, but they dropped. I guess they couldn't stick around. So, welcome in, Angel.
By the way, a warning before we continue. Flat Earther. So.
Oh, no, that should be fun. You know the Angel of Light already. Okay. So, Angel, are you at least 18? And which God do you believe in?
I would say the Bible. But my evidence for God is...
you sounded unsure about that. You are a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, what's your evidence for God?
Well, I think a really... powerful piece of evidence is that the earth is the center of creation.
Oh boy. It's the center of creation.
Know that,
it's the center of creation in a lot of ancient religions, so you're going to need to be more specific about
actually all the evidence scientifically
to be a little bit more specific about which religion is the one that got it right.
Now, well, I'm saying if the earth is the center of creation, something would have had to place us in the center. Otherwise, that's a pretty big coincidence.
Could you read the prompt?
Just one second. I'm telling the host. So
I don't think he knows how to do
it. So, do you agree that heliocentrism and geocentrism...
Just allow me to evade the question.
You're going off like a tangent. Could you read the prompt?
What?
Could you read the prompt?
I'm proving God right now.
Right,
not God.
You're not, though. Read the first
Could you read
word.
it?
So wait, hang on. So
what is
read
the first word?
Your God is imaginary.
Yeah. So we're talking about your God. We do not care about the existence of a random, unknown God. We're talking about the question, God, why does the earth being the center of the universe prove Jesus?
Wait, hang on a second. So you think if I could prove to you that the earth is the center of creation, which all the evidence actually scientifically points to that, if you're aware of the axes of evil and the Marcus and Morley experiment and Albert Michelson's experiments with interferometry that he did to prove no earth motion, if you're aware of these things, then...
Did you prove did you do an experiment that proved the ether true?
No, he was doing... I can pull up the paper right now in front. I've got it up.
I'm aware of the Michelson-Morley experiment. It was supposed to prove whether or not the ether was real, and they determined that it wasn't.
No.
Did you do a better experiment?
True. No, that's not true. This is the one from 1881. This is the Albert Michelson one. This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation of the phenomenon of aberration, which has been hitherto generally accepted, which presupposes that the earth moves through the ether, the latter remaining at rest.
Yeah, that whole thing was supposed to be for the ether, not for what was the nature of the earth, like whether or not the earth is flat or the center of anything. That was literally the point of the experiment.
The title of the paper is On Relative Motion of the Earth.
Through what?
And luminiferous ether.
Yeah, and the luminiferous ether. And it turned out there was no ether. So
can you show me in the paper where Albert Michelson said
so the conclusion of the conclusion of that experiment was that there simply was no ether, and they did follow-up experiments.
Can you show me that in the paper? It doesn't say that in the paper.
Also, it sounds to me like you don't even accept the conclusion.
Can you show me in the paper where it says they disproved the ether? Because that's not what
I'm
the
asking
paper
you,
said.
do you agree or disagree with the conclusion?
I just read you the conclusion. Where did it say that they disproved the ether?
I don't think you did. So what I'm asking you is, do you
Literally,
believe
I've
in
got
the
it on
ether?
screen.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to
It's on
answer the
screen. So
question.
this conclusion directly contradicts the
Nobody can read
explanation.
your microscopic text. I'm asking you
Maybe
your
you should put me in the big
opinion,
box.
which is whether or not you believe in the ether. Yes or no?
Well, it was never disproven, actually.
I'm asking you what you believe in. Do you believe in the ether?
Well, I'd say there's a background medium, yes. Called the ether,
Okay.
yes.
Crazy you couldn't just say yeah. Okay. So you're a flat earther. You believe that the earth is the center of the universe, and you do believe in the ether.
Yeah, but you said that
Okay.
they disproved the ether. Can you show me in the paper where they disproved
We're not
the ether?
even that far yet. We're not even that far yet. Do you believe there are other planets?
Yes, there are other luminaries in the sky. We're not a planet. We're not in space.
Okay,
Space
and-
violates natural law.
It certainly doesn't. So to be clear, then you don't
Yes, it
believe in
does.
you don't believe in outer space.
No, the space vacuum violates natural laws. I can prove that to you in 2 seconds.
What do you think a vacuum is?
The absence of matter.
Oh, okay.
A low pressure system.
And what law is it violating?
The second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and all the gas laws.
Well, how does the absence of particles contradict entropy?
High pressure seeks low pressure.
Well, I don't think you understand what pressure is. So, for example,
Pressure is the amount of force exerted by the
pressure-
molecules in the water.
high pressure is being caused by gravity. Am I to believe you don't believe in gravity either?
Hang on. The
Wait,
definition of gas
do you-
pressure.
Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't believe in things that haven't been proven yet.
Holy shit. Okay, so just be clear then, you don't believe in gravity.
And you believe in God.
But you do believe
No,
in God.
why would I believe? Why would I believe
Imagine-
in something that hasn't been proven
Imagine
yet?
saying, I don't believe in things that haven't been proven yet, and then claiming you believe in God. That's crazy.
Hey, look, instead of ad homing me on screen, right? This is gas
I
valve
didn't,
vacuum. Every
I
time.
didn't ad hom you. I said what you
Well,
believe
look,
in is crazy.
Let me present my evidence, because you said the space vacuum doesn't violate natural laws. Does high pressure seek low pressure vacuums? Yes or no?
It does in certain states, but what you've got there is
It
a
does.
closed container.
Always,
Do you
actually.
think that we're in a closed container?
Yes.
We're not. That's the problem. So the
What
reason
is the-
why there's atmospheric pressure is because of gravity, which is why when you go higher up on the Earth,
Can you prove
there's
that?
less gravitational pull, there's less pressure. And if you go closer to the Earth, even if you go undersea, the pressure gets greater and greater and greater. So the reason why
yeah,
you have
that's called
atmospheric
pressure
pressure on the Earth is because of gravity. Gravity's acting
Can you
on
prove that?
particles inside of our atmosphere. Once you get further out of our atmosphere, the gravitational pull from the Earth isn't enough that it actually causes any atmospheric pressure. So it's a slow gradient. The pressure gets lighter and lighter and
I
lighter and
understand that.
lighter
It's called a
until, in
pressure
fact,
gradient.
there actually is no pressure.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Can you have a pressure gradient without pressure?
Pressure gradient entails pressure.
Pressure. All right. So any amount of gas pressure requires a container according to the gas laws.
No, it doesn't.
And the gas pressure. Okay,
Nope,
what is the
you'd be
gas pressure
wrong.
definition?
So you
yeah.
you actually don't need a container for there to be pressure because of gravity.
Oh, really?
The thing we really just
Hang
talked
on,
about. So
So is gravity a
pressure,
container for gas?
atmospheric pressure is caused by the pulling of atmospheric particles to a center point.
What does he think pressure is?
I don't think he knows.
All right, so we need to get the definition of gas pressure. So the definition of gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure is the amount of force exerted by the molecules on the walls of the container.
Oh, really?
That's
agree with
not
that?
true.
No, that is not the definition
well,
of
I'm
pressure.
going to Google it for you. It's a quick Google
That
search.
is not the definition of pressure.
Great. Definition of gas pressure. Watch this. Gas pressure definition. All right. Gas pressure is defined by the force exerted per unit area by gas particles colliding with the walls of their container.
If it has a container.
No, can you show me where it says if it has a container here, please?
What I'm saying is you can have pressure of gases outside of a container.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, the same definition you just pulled up from the University of Arizona says gas pressure outside of a container such as atmospheric pressure, is defined as the force per unit area, force over area exerted by gas molecules.
Exactly. Force over area, which requires a container.
Outside of a container, it says.
So hang on a second. That's a begging the question fallacy.
It's not begging the question. It's literally in the definition. Gas pressure outside of a container, such as atmospheric pressure, is defined as the force per unit. And if I had to guess, you never actually Googled this, which is what is the difference between gas pressure and
please tell me.
Atmospheric pressure? I bet you never Googled this.
Is the
gas pressure is the force exerted by molecules colliding with the walls of a container, while atmospheric pressure is the weight of the air column above a specific surface area. So
how do you have gas an air column without a container?
So what you're trying to do is a shell game, right? You've looked up the word gas pressure, and you're trying to do a shell game by saying all pressure that is exerted by using gases is part of this gas pressure definition, but that's just not how definitions work. Also,
the majority of the other definitions given when you search up gas pressure definition do not even mention the word container. He picked the second or third result.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's on screen. I've got it right here.
It's on my screen.
I've got it right here.
You literally picked the second or the third result that came up on the screen.
Look, gas pressure definition, it's the first result.
It's on my screen too.
Well, it's the first result I got.
Again,
the AI overview.
The
AI overview.
Let me ask you a question.
Again.
How do you have a column of air without a container?
Again.
In fact,
why am I
You need to understand what pressure is in the first place. To understand what gas pressure is. What is pressure? And no, you didn't. What is pressure?
Gas pressure is...
what is pressure?
The website...
Why did I
because I'm trying to read you a definition. The NASA website, which I'm sure you think is propaganda, but this is definitions for K through 12, so I think this is about your level. It says, an important property of any gas is its pressure. We have some experience with gas pressure that we don't have with properties like viscosity and compressibility. Every day we hear TV meteorologists give value of the barometric pressure of the atmosphere. And most of us have blown up a balloon or used a pump to inflate a bicycle or a basketball. And then they go on. Then it goes on to give you the difference between barometric pressure and the pressure that is inside of a balloon. Because as it turns out, there are pressures outside of a container. And since you didn't pass the 5th grade, you didn't learn about it.
How do you prove that? Can you prove that to me with an experiment, please? Can you show me an experiment that proved gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, we're inside of it right. We're inside of it right now.
Oh, that's a begging the question fallacy.
In fact, that's not what begging the question means. But also, we got a guy here. We got a guy here that probably could give you an. We got a guy here actually could give you the experiment. Go ahead,
yeah, Blitz. What's up, man? Are you gonna not run away from me this time because you're on someone else's live?
Oh, I mean, like, I try to not give you my platform because I know you're a known bad actor, but Justin has already given you a platform, so I'm happy to come up.
So am I debating 3 people now, host?
No, actually, you're just debating Dr. Blitz right now.
Am I too hard for you?
But you can cry.
Who am I debating?
You can cry.
So what's going on here?
Who am I debating, sorry?
So right now, what's happened is the crybaby here thinks that you can't have pressure without a vessel. So what he's trying to say is that there's no such thing as atmospheric pressure, and also that gravity doesn't exist.
A straw man. I'd never said that. That's a straw man. So again, you have to prove to me without a begging the question.
I don't. So the question that we're trying to answer right now, Dr. Blitz, is there an experiment that would demonstrate that you can have pressure, like atmospheric pressure, without a vessel?
So it depends on what you mean by a vessel. I mean, you can do like magnetic containment of gases, in which case like the gas isn't being held in by some vessel, and then you can just have pressurized fluids using magnetic containment. So like,
I take it back as a container. Why am I being muted?
Because I'm trying to hear what Dr. Bliss has to say, and you're making it so no one can actually hear him. That's why you're being muted.
Wait, Blitz,
I didn't hear most of what Blitz just said.
He said you can have he just gave you a.
So you can do something called magnetic containment. This is most commonly used in a tokamak. But you can just kind of do it in general with like magnets. You can produce pressurized fluids using the magnetism. The pressurized fluid doesn't have to touch a wall at all.
Blitz. A tokamak has walls. It's a container, but you just proved the firmament.
I'm sorry, is the fluid touching the walls of the tokamak?
Wait, hang on a second. Is the tokamak a container, Blitz?
You mean like the magnets? Is the magnets a container?
It's using plasma, first of all. It's not using gas.
Yeah, plasma is an ionized gas.
Right. So is that plasma in a container, Blitz?
Yeah, it's inside the magnets.
Oh, so you just proved the firm. You just proved me correct. So host,
I'm sorry, is the plasma touching the walls?
He just gave me a contained example.
He's just equivocating on the word container, which is fine.
He's just used about words.
Hey, Blitz, try again without a container this time.
Yeah, so a tokamak
is a container.
A tokamak is a magnetic field arrangement. Now, that magnetic field arrangement is made by magnets, and the way that we build these things is, to prevent heat from basically blowing you up. We build them in a container, in a way that there's like metal all around it. But
in a container,
the plasma isn't interacting with the metal at all. It's not touching it at all.
So it has a vacuum in there, correct?
So just I mean, there's the plasma in it. The plasma is not a vacuum.
Is there a vacuum in the tokamak, Blitz?
Well, there's a plasma in the tokamak.
No.
And then there's vacuum surrounding.
You don't even know how it works. So you just gave me a contained example.
So there's plasma in like roughly like a donut shape, and then there's vacuum around the plasma.
So hang on a second. So is that vacuum contained, Blitz, in the tokamak?
Is the vacuum? Vacuum is not a thing.
The vacuum is contained in the tokamak.
I don't know what it means to contain a vacuum. Vacuum's not a stuff. You seem confused.
You just use the tokamak.
And we're not talking about the vacuum. We're talking about the plasma.
Definitely
the plasma here
angel of light.
is definitely
the plasma is in a container, Blitz.
I'm sorry. Is the plasma exerting a force on something?
You just proved the firmament. You just used.
Is the plasma exerting a force on something?
Actually, not to interrupt here, but I got a very important question because I've actually worked with pressurized systems before, like even
I've cooked you on this before, host.
I knew you have.
I did a video on you already.
Well, yes, I have. No one watched it because no one knows who you are.
So, yeah, because it got censored. Funny that.
Yeah, that's what happened. No one follows you. That's why no one saw it. So my question is:
I've got 60,000 followers.
Inside of a container, is the pressure roughly equal inside of a container? So if I put a cap on this can and I put pressure in it, are we going to find that the pressure here and here are vastly different, or is the pressure going to be about the same?
Oh, yeah. So if you make the container a dynamic system, you absolutely have a pressure gradient like I have on screen here. Because when you have a dynamic system...
What I'm asking is in this can...
Justin, by the way, you shouldn't
let him run away from the tokamak. If you shake that up, we'll have a pressure gradient, correct?
Continue.
I won't. I'm just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So in this can, if I close it up with the same atmospheric gases as I've got right now, right? If I close this can up, am I going to find that the pressure at the top of the can and the bottom of the can are drastically different?
It's a static system, so of course it will be the same.
Okay.
The Earth is a dynamic system. Do you agree that the Earth is a dynamic system?
I don't think you know what you mean by dynamic.
Like moving, changing, temperature variations.
Sure, but that has nothing to do with whether or not pressure inside of it. Has nothing to do with whether or not pressure inside of a vessel is going to reach equilibrium at some point, unless the densities of the particles are drastically different. So, for example, we know that nitrogen is like way heavier than oxygen, which is why if you fill a vessel with nitrogen, you'll find nitrogen at the bottom. But that doesn't actually change the pressure all that much.
Dude, a propane tank has a pressure gradient, and I'm showing you a pressure gradient inside of a container. So can you have a
no one can
see a pressure gradient inside of a container?
No one can see your tiny picture.
Because I'm not in the big box debunking you, because you're not going to put me in the big box, because I will debunk you, because it's on screen.
Maybe if you want to have the big box all the time, you can host your own live stream. This is the funniest thing about these flat earthers is like, I've never seen one actually host a live stream and ever get any views, but I do also want to hear Blitz.
I get 100 people, 200 people in my life.
I'm sure
you know what's extra funny about angels, Justin? So I don't bring up angels. I don't bring up angels in my live stream because he's a known bad faith actor, and he's a known bad faith actor. So I just don't bring him up anymore because I've already destroyed him once in like a in like a range debate on modern day debates, like it's not necessary. But what he does sometimes is he hops onto an alternative account and then puts on a fake accent until I realize it's him because he's really bad at doing accents, which is really funny. He tries to like sneak onto my live streams. Anyway, so given the definition that Angels offered earlier for pressure, namely that it is the force exerted on the walls of a container, I would love him to explain what container the plasma in a tokamak is pushing on.
Yeah, exactly. So you're correct. It's using the magnetic field to hold the plasma, which is electric.
Is that a container? Is the magnetic field a container?
The plasma is in a container, Blitz. Yes.
Wait, so you're telling me that the plasma is? You're telling me that the plasma is pushing on the magnetic field?
No. The plasma is in a container. You said you were going to give me an uncontained
what's
example.
The force being applied to?
Why are you
What's
deflecting?
the force being applied to? Because
hang
under your
on, why
definition,
did you give me a
pressure is
contained
force
example?
applied to the wall of a container.
Hang on, Blitz. We asked for an uncontained example. What did you use a tokamak container for?
Oh, I wasn't giving you some example of something that's not like inside of something. I was giving you an example of something that isn't applying a force to a container.
That's what the host
So
asked
Angel,
for.
what force? What container is the plasma applying a force to?
You're deflecting, Blitz.
No, I'm not deflecting. I'm asking you a question.
Can you answer the
dodging.
question?
Quit dodging.
dodging.
Why are you
gave the contained example.
Very easy question?
He's running.
You gave the contained example, bud.
So what container is the plasma pushing on?
The tokamak.
Oh, is the plasma in contact with the tokamak walls?
Not on the outside wall. But
is the plasma in contact with the inside wall?
It has a vacuum there.
Is the plasma in contact with the inside wall?
It has a vacuum there. I've just answered your question.
Oh, is that
can you have a vacuum without a container, Blitz? Can you try again?
Is that a yes or a no? Is that a yes or a no, Angel? Okay, so the plasma is not pushing on the inside wall.
Plasma is not gas. Plasma.
Plasma is charged gas. So the
Yeah.
plasma is not pushing on the inside wall?
Right, so you're using a vacuum that's contained. You're proving the thermodynamic.
Right, so the plasma is not pushing on the inside wall. So what exactly is the plasma pushing on? Because I thought that in order to have pressure, you needed the fluid to be pushing on something.
Blitz, the question was, okay, just to reiterate, can you have gas pressure without a container? And you gave the contained example. So you're the one who's actually
I was giving an example of a pressure that doesn't rely on something pushing on something.
Yeah, of a container. So how come it doesn't use gravity, Blitz?
I
thought the host said it was because of gravity. Why use the electromagnetism?
The problem that you're having here, Angel of Light, is his experiment doesn't actually bounce off of this idea that you need a container because the pressure is pushing on the wall.
You do need a container.
The reason why you think you need a container is because there's some sort of pressure that's pushing on the wall. But in Blitz's example, there's no pressure against the wall.
Right, but he's using a container. Without that container there, you wouldn't have the plasma in there.
It's irrelevant.
He proved my point.
The container isn't the thing that's causing the pressure.
Wait, is the Earth contained?
No.
Okay, so can you give me an example of a vacuum that's uncontained in an experiment, please?
Deflection. Can you engage with what Justin just said?
That's a category.
Yeah, I am.
Also doesn't address what I just said. So the difference between what you're talking about, what Blitz is talking about, is what you're talking about. You specifically need something forcing on the container to create the pressure, whereas in Blitz's examples, there's actually no force on the container. So whether or not it's in a container is irrelevant.
No, but he's using a container. Without that container, you wouldn't have that vacuum.
So is the vacuum of space contained? In fact, if there's
the vacuum's irrelevant too.
Yeah, if there's a vacuum and there's still pressure inside of that vacuum, that actually proves his point even further. Because if there's a vacuum, then there's actually not pressure on the walls by definition.
Buddy, is the vacuum of space contained? Like the tokamak?
Nope, also a deflection.
No,
don't run from it.
So then, okay, great. So then prove to me that you can have an uncontained system. You gave me a contained example.
I'm actually still waiting for you to address what I just said.
I did. You gave me a contained example. You proved my point.
No, actually, not at all.
The whole point is,
okay, so maybe we'll have to dumb it down for you. So what about a container enables you to have a pressurized system? What about it?
You have to have the container there to have the gas molecules.
I'm asking, what about the container allows you to have a pressurized system?
The walls.
What about
you have
the
to
walls?
have the walls to
what
have the
what
gas.
are the walls doing that allows you to have
Holding
a
the
pressurized
gas.
system?
Holding the gas.
Oh, but that's not
And-
true in the tokamak example.
Mhm.
It's not the walls
is the
doing that.
tokamak a container blitz? We've established
The
it's a container.
tokamak is not holding the gas.
Oh, it's not. Why do they use walls?
No,
then?
it's the magnets that are holding the
Why
gas.
do they use walls then, Blitz? Why do they have walls?
The walls are to isolate the thermal radiation produced by the plasma. It's to prevent things from blowing up, basically.
If they can contain that, so you're using a container again. So can you not use a container? Give me an uncontained example.
I mean, you could, but the thing would
point.
blow up because it would get really, really hot outside.
That's great. Give me an uncontained example. You proved my point.
That's a cool deflection, but your
no, it's not a
suggestion
deflection.
is that the walls
not
were
a
there to hold
deflection.
the gas. But in the tokamak example, they don't
This guy's
hold the gas.
clearly not bright enough to even understand what's happening right now.
Nice ad hom.
Let me,
nice ad hom. You can't even.
It's not an ad hom. It's just a direct insult.
Yeah,
You're
is.
literally the dumbest person that's going to come on this live stream all night.
Everybody go on my channel and watch me
flat
cook this
earther.
guy.
Every flat earther I've ever met
zone.
is in the category of the dumbest people on TikTok. Let me ask you one final question.
Let me
before
ask
we're
you a
done.
question. Does entropy affect gas behavior?
I'm actually really interested in what you think GPS satellite positioning is.
GPS satellite positioning. What does that got to do with anything that we're talking about?
What do you think it is?
Let me answer for you, Governor. GPS satellite positioning is when the cell towers tell you where you are.
So why are we deflecting? Can you give me an uncontained example?
I'm actually not deflecting. I'm actually just because we already gave you an example that went way over your head. So rather than beating you over the head with it, I'm bringing up an alternative example, which is, what do you think is a GPS satellite?
They're satellites in the atmos that, but most of our communications come from underwater sea cables and towers.
And what are they doing up there?
Big deal. So what?
What are they doing up there?
Well, I don't know. I don't care.
How are they staying in orbit?
Just
well, so
what's that, Blitz?
I don't know why you mean that.
He thinks that they're balloons.
No, I don't think they're balloons.
I'm sure he's going to say something of that nature. What's keeping the satellites up there?
Wait, are you serious? Like, it's on screen. Yeah. So
these
are on balloons, right?
With your mouth, make words.
Wait,
what's keeping satellites in air?
It's on screen.
They're not balloons. In fact, I personally have watched satellites.
Wait, is this the balloon? Wait, host,
I personally, no, I can't see what's on your screen. What I'm saying is GPS satellites are not balloons. I personally, with my own two eyes, have watched satellites get launched into space and then have written code to interact with them. Code that really only works if you use the trilateralization on a globe Earth. So what I want to know is, why is it that we have actual satellites? I don't care what your picture is. I'm saying, why is it that I personally am able to observe satellites being launched into orbit?
You've seen, wait. So you've seen satellites being launched into orbit.
Yeah, and then I got on a computer and I programmed hardware to communicate with them so I can do GPS satellite positioning. And it turns out my software only works.
You saw the rocket going up, correct?
My software only works if you calculate the Earth being a sphere. Correct? So what I'm asking you is, why is it that long-range GPS trilateralization formulas only work on a globe Earth?
Well, that's a cool claim, but the Earth has no curvature for that claim, bud.
It does.
And also, I'm showing you balloons, satellites on balloons.
Big math is the problem. It's not just NASA. Now we have to impute big math. I didn't realize when I became an engineer that I would have to worry about big math poisoning my brain. What a wild time.
What were the curvature calculations?
It was a crazy time to be alive. If you don't know how basic trig works, then you're out of luck here, guy.
I think you would struggle to find a single flat earther who could tell you what SOHCAHTOA means.
No way. There's no way they know what that means. Nope. And to be fair,
that's probably not.
You don't even have to take trig for SOHCAHTOA. Like basic geometry high school, you're gonna have to learn about that. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
I hear that he was referencing papers.
Oh, he pulled up the Michelson-Morley paper and said that it didn't prove that the ether didn't exist.
He also brought up a paper from 1881.
Yeah, so flat earthers generally have a hard time reading anything from after 1960. Probably because they're stuck on the KJV anyway, and so they can't use modern language.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? We actually never got around to pressing him on his religion. Obviously, he was a Christian. He he refused to talk about Christianity. He refused to talk about Christianity. Well, he said, if I can prove that the earth is the center of creation, then I'll prove that my God is real. And we explained to him that we actually haven't. Like, a bunch of ancient religions claim the same thing, but he wouldn't get off of it. To be fair, he was on a flat earth mission.
If he refuses to talk about Christianity, and yet talks about the flat earth, doesn't that imply that Christianity is more embarrassing than the flat earth?
Yeah, actually,
it is a good point that he should have just defended Christianity because A, that's easier to defend, and B, it's less embarrassing.
Yeah, actually, it is less. You can be wrong about Christianity, and people don't think you're an idiot. But if you're wrong about flat Earth, like, they just pretty much assume you're an idiot.
But that is only because more people believe in Christianity, not because it's less of a stupid idea.
True.
Well, I mean,
did you ask him about the final experiment?
I would say that Christianity is less absurd. Oh, I actually don't know if I have.
I'm curious. I assume he's going to say, like, it's an inside job and it was pre-recorded and all that stuff, huh?
Oh, and just to further embarrass Angels of Light, everybody should look up Modern Day Debates, Blitz PhD, and Angels of Light, and just watch him, like, cry and get demolished for an hour and a half.
You debated him on
it's
MDD?
Very funny. Yeah, this is like 2 years ago.
I didn't know that. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
definitely
it was
putting
him
that in my browser.
So there's a fellow named Nathan Thompson, who was also in the. It was 2v2. So Nathan Thompson is known child harasser, and Angels of Light partnered up with a known child harasser. Nothing sexual, just like he just harassed children and got arrested for it. I think he got arrested for it. There was a news article about it, if I'm remembering correctly.
I see the debate now. I'm saving it for later so I can watch. Hey, thanks, Blitz. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab a couple super chats, friends, and we're going to get Luke in here next from the YouTube queue. Hey, Beard, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I hope you don't mind if I plug my new channel, The Beard of Empathy. Absolutely not. Listen, you guys know I promote everybody in the community. We're all in this fight together. Y'all go over to YouTube and follow The Beard of Empathy and my new Ask a Therapist live stream. Actually, this is a good point. Dr. Joe and I are going to be putting it, hopefully I have to check back in, hopefully going to be able to put together a series where we go over some like deconstruction, like self-care. I think it'd be really cool. But yeah, we definitely do need to highlight therapeutic help within the community for those deconstructing. And Percy says, Ems sounds like a member of Jurassic 5. Friends, I don't know what that means. Like the movie? How many movies are there? I don't know.
I do not know.
There's a bunch. Hey, Atlas,
Jurassic 5. Why 5?
That's what I don't know. Is there something happening in Jurassic 5 that I don't know about? I've only seen, I saw the original, and then I saw 2 follow-ups, like Jurassic World or something. I forget what it was called. But hey, good to see you tonight, Atlas. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And Boots and Cats, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, yo, Justin, I wanted to thank you for mentioning John Cohen in one of your recent live streams. I went and checked him out, and I like his style. John Cohen's great. I ran into John Cohen a couple months ago through Sarah, and I was like, oh, this guy's phenomenal. So yeah, if you're not following John Cohen, he is now on YouTube, not just on TikTok. I think he's on YouTube now as well.
He's the British guy, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's delightful. He did a clip recently of Darth Dawkins running from him. It was really fun. It just Darth Dawkins crying for 2 minutes.
It's always him.
William says lunar eclipses are one of the most obvious things that disprove flat Earth. True. You know, the problem is when you get people like Angel, you can never actually bring up all these topics because the only way their position ever gets advanced is if they force you into their script. Like, they'll never let you get the time to bring up the stuff you want to talk about. They have to force you into their talking points, and then you never actually get anywhere.
Somebody said in the comments, Jurassic 5 is a rap band.
It's a what?
Oh,
a rap band.
It's a rap band?
Yeah.
I would never have guessed that, y'all. Not in a million years. The last rap band I listened to was Run DMC, and they're not really even, I don't even know, what's it, rap rock? Hydrocool, hey, thanks for the 799, says, I need a flurf timer. Oh, we should do a flurf timer. Actually, I get you. Forgetting from nonsense science to God, they have an infinite time to spin out and lie about science, but they'll never get to God. This is a good point. When we get flurfs up here, I should force them, say, listen, you can talk about flat earth, but if your argument doesn't end in your specific God, you're going to run out of time and we're never going to get around to it. And Brian, hey, thanks for the $10. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, the alternative that you could do is you could and I've done this in similar conversations, is just be like, okay, just grant that the earth is flat and then ask them to prove that it's Jesus that makes it true.
True. Yeah, I could just grant a flat earth and move on.
We tried that in the beginning.
So they've never had that happen to them before, so they won't know how to argue it, right? Nobody's ever done that.
I'm going to try that sometime. I just want to see what happens. This is fair. Brian Peck says, just so you know, he conflates gas pressure with atmospheric pressure. Yeah, that's what we realized. He was conflating the two. Essentially, he's accidentally arguing that you require containment to prevent things held at different pressures from equalizing. Yeah, we did get to that conclusion. Thank you for the super chat, though. And Design, hey, good to see you. Site. Clearly, flat Earth logic can exist without a container. That is the case. A very smooth one. And Daddy Todd, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend, says, I wish I could still buy a Zeus to get the flurf to shut the fuck up. And I don't blame you. It wouldn't be so bad if they didn't incessantly try to talk over you and prevent themselves from getting muted. It makes for a difficult conversation. We have talked to some flurfs that weren't terrible to talk to, but most of them are a nightmare. And last super chat before we get Luke in here from Scribble Scrabble. Thank you for the $10 Canadian chat. Says, I'd love to see you team up with Professor Dave, Simon Dan, or Dave McKeegan to cook these flurfs. Listen, those are some brilliant thinkers, as well as Dr. Blitz. But yeah, maybe one day I'll be able to get on with Simon Dan or Professor Dave. They're both like amazing people in this field. Sometimes as the guy who does mostly just religious stuff, sometimes I'm not really the first target for them to pair up with because I don't, it's not in my wheelhouse, but I bet Blitz will eventually get around to teaming up with some of these science creators. Hey, Luke, welcome in from the YouTube queue. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Luke? Hi. Hello?
There it is. How you doing, Luke?
Sorry, my audio is kind of weird, but I don't mean to piss you off, Justin. I could remember you saying like if one of the fans joined early enough, we could get a question in, and I don't know, it's kind of late now. I don't know.
Well, friends, I'll reiterate it's opposition only, but since you're already here, what's the question?
I apologize. I could remember seeing in your cheat sheet, you was talking about how we know, not how to know. Sorry, I'm not that articulate. The Trinity, on how Jesus didn't know when the hour is.
Mm-hmm.
When I was speaking to some Christians, I was talking to Elijah Apologetics, one Christian TikToker or whatever. He said that no meant declared in that passage. Well, what's your 2 cents on that?
The word no?
Yeah, he says when you look at the Greek or whatever the case may be, he says it translates to declare. But out of the translations, oh my God, I can't talk. Sorry, bro. Out of the translations of the word, he chose one that meant to tell, or something like that. And I keep running into that. Like I hear this a lot from Christians. I'm quite sure there are some people in this chat right now who could tell you like they've heard this argument from a Christian before. And I just wanted to know like what you thought about it.
So I've never heard this. So like typically in Greek there's a word like ude or udes, depending on how you're going to do your ending on it. It's just a negative. It's like saying un before a word. It's just a negative particle. In fact, let me pull open the passage. I guarantee it's gonna say the same thing. And all right, 1 second.
Okay.
All right, Matthew 24:36 is the passage. And if you go into like the actual dictionary, it's going to say exactly what I just said. Udes or utheus. There's all kinds of different ways to conjugate it and put endings on it. And it's just, it's a negative.
I don't know what negative means.
It just means not, nothing, an absence of something. So, like, it'd be like when you say no one, it would be the word no in no one. If you said unfulfilled, it would be the un in unfulfilled.
Ah, okay.
Like it's the word in the sentence that acts as a negative.
Right. And, you know, I also made the point that it continues in that verse and it speaks on how, like, it expands on what it meant by no. It was, if I'm not mistaken, it speaks on how, like, just like how the people didn't know the flood was coming, or how you wouldn't leave your house unlocked. If you knew the thief was coming at night, you wouldn't have left your house unlocked. I'm like, it expands on the word no. So how could this...
The whole context of the passage is Jesus is telling you when he's coming back. He's saying, listen, I'm coming back when all these signs happen. It's going to catch people unaware. He goes, so he's like, I know when I'm coming back. I just don't know the day or the hour. Nobody knows the day or the hour. I just know it's in this. These are the signs to look for when it happens. So, like, if you get a Christian that if you spell this stuff, first of all, I would recommend just pulling up the dictionary definition. 9 times out of 10, when somebody wants to tell you that a word means something in the Bible based on my favorite translation, just go to the lexicon and see how the lexicon is telling you it should be used. That doesn't always mean that you're going to get a great idea of how it's supposed to be used in context, but it's certainly better than somebody saying, well, look, I found this one translation and it says this, you know?
Yeah, the argument that I heard was, well, geez, I can't like regurgitate it too well. But he said that, well, since we know that the Son is all-knowing, this only could mean declare, because it's like to harmonize the verse. So I just wanted your 2 cents, because I know I don't really know much about it. So I just want to know, like, what would be your response to somebody who says that? Because, you know, this isn't...
I would say,
me and my friends hear this a lot.
Show me one verse where that word gets translated as declare.
They gave me the verse. Jesus Christ, Justin. I can't. Well, I said Jesus Christ.
I actually don't think that. I don't think that verse exists. Whatever verse they gave you didn't have that word in it.
Oh, okay then. Well, that's all they wanted to say. Thanks, bro.
All right. Hey, best of luck, man. Good question though. I can't believe someone said that bullshit to you. These people are wild. Oh well. Yeah, there's never an end to what people will say, but here's a good question too from Slags. Have you read Dan McClellan's Yahweh's Divine Images? I actually have it, but I haven't read it. I'm going to tell you why I haven't read it. It's because I already skimmed through it, and most of the contents of that is stuff that's pretty well established already in the academic community and stuff that I've already kind of been made aware of for a long time. So to be sure, everything Dan tells you in Yahweh's Divine Images, I can already tell you I agree with it. The scholarly community tends to agree with it. I came upon it a long time ago when I was in seminary, because I wasn't actually studying the angel of the Lord. I was studying divine emissaries. And the reason why I was doing that was because I found this really weird trend in the ancient Akkadian literature where people being sent on behalf of the king were acting as though they were the king. I was like, what a weird fucking thing. And then I was digging into like this idea of a messenger. A messenger's Hebrew is a malach, and a king is a melech. And so, like, that's really interesting that the malach and the melech are so similar. And typically in the ancient times, you know, the messenger was of the king. And there seems to be a really like tight link between messengers and kings, that one can act on behalf of the other if they have like the stamp and the seal from the king. And I was like, I don't see why they would picture their God any different. So that's how I kind of ended up in that rabbit hole. And then eventually, shortly after that, I found Dan McClellan's work and I skimmed through it and said, yeah, it all checks out. So if you haven't read it, I highly recommend it. I don't think you're going to find anything in there that most scholars would disagree with. Matthew says, Reich translates to realm or empire. I didn't know that. And thanks. Nazis did not coin the term Third Reich, but adopted it for legitimacy purposes to trace alleged heritage. I didn't know that, guys. To be fair, you know I love history, but I actually don't know that much World War II history like some people do. That wasn't my area. And SF says, when theists say you're taking things out of context, they're correct because you read it wrong. They're not saying context, they're saying context. That's good. Okay. For about a half a second, I was like, where are they going with this? But that definitely deserves a rim shot for sure.
For the previous super chat, there's this channel on YouTube that covered World War II week by week in real time for 5 years.
No way.
So they just started randomly on one day on September, I do not remember the date, like September 5th or something. And then just like every single week they would upload the events of this week 8 years ago for 5 years.
I'll have to check it out. That sounds cool. That sounds really cool, actually. I'm going to grab 3 more supers. Amateur says, praise be to Doug, he who was raised from the earth, from the clay, and stone he comes to harden us all. Keep on keeping on, Jay. Well, thank you, Amateur. Appreciate that. And yes, guys, be rock hard for Doug. Never be flaccid for Doug and wet for Sharon. Atheist Dude says, love the show, Justin. Been binging your old content. Well, thank you. I actually I'm starting to get a pretty good backlog of old content. You know when it's really old if you're on my main channel because it's in like the clips are in the vertical format. And mostly Gizzard's with us tonight. Says canonically correct tacos will be stone ground, whether flour or corn. Rock hard for Doug and tacos. I agree. And this is just me. It's not for everybody. I prefer stone ground, obviously the preference. But I do love a good corn tortilla. I know here in the West, in America, we we got rid of the corn tortillas because white people couldn't handle corn for some reason, and we only like corn syrup. But I do love the original, corn tortilla. And Dr. Fudge says, God, I wish I could drink. Listen, some of these guests will drive to drink. And Love Cats, good to see, it says Cam Han isn't sending his best. No. Actually, I am surprised that people like Ken Ham aren't flirts, though. You know what I mean? He strikes me as the type of guy, would be enough of a biblical literalist that he would believe that. But how you doing, Chef?
Funnily enough.
Hey, so this might be a very short argument because I am an atheist, but I think there is one argument for God, and that is the simulation universe. The idea that we're in
and we don't do devil's advocate. What are you going to say, Dr. Blitz?
Funnily enough, Kent Hovind, of all people, I've seen an interview with him where he's like making fun of flat earthers because he thinks they're the most ludicrous, ridiculous people, so unscientific. Like, it's so funny.
No.
Like, I've never seen something so, what's the word? It's like, not cosmic irony.
That's some
There's another name for it. Well, it's something like that, yeah. It's like when the reader knows that it's ironic, but the person doesn't know that it's ironic.
Yeah.
Literary irony, is that what
it could be? It could be literal. Yeah. That's funny. You know what? I stopped when I became an atheist and I came over some Kent Hovind nonsense. It used to be entertaining for me to watch him say dumb stuff, but I guess I got bored with it. I do like it though when he gets into like actual debates with people of knowledge. That's fun. Like, I think the last one I watched was it Hillman Gutsick? Now I gotta go back. I think it was between him and Gutsick Gibbon, but it's amazing how one man can clown himself so much. Pretty wild,
right?
Let's get Musil in here. How you doing, Musil?
Yeah, I'm doing good. What about you guys?
I'm doing well. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 23, and yes, I believe in God.
Cool. Which one?
I believe I am a Muslim myself, so I believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, one God. And I would love to make some argument for why I believe that and how it could be undeniable for you guys too.
I would love to hear an argument for the Muslim God. What you got?
Spoiler, I've heard 2 hours of him debating and none of them are good.
Oh, I talked to him the other day.
Yeah, so
okay.
As one of the things, I would love to give you guys a verse. So, 1 second, it's right there.
At least he's polite, though.
It's
So,
chapter 21, verse 32. If you could look it up.
yeah. Could you put it on the screen, Justin?
Oh, for sure.
Uh,
Yeah, so, and we have made the sky a well-protected canopy, still they turn away from its signs. Oh boy.
Right. So
this
is about the Earth. This is about the Earth atmosphere,
I
which
know this is about the
protects
firmament.
meteors.
I know this is about the firmament because we have another verse
Can I
that
speak?
specifically just sure go for it. I'm gonna say the same thing after.
No problem. So if you read this, this is about the sky, about the Earth atmosphere. This is 1400 years ago where it has been mentioned, and this is just a recent discovery in new times.
A
And
recent
if you
discovery.
disagree, then you. Sorry.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So that's it. That's one of the things. What do you have to say about
Sure.
that?
Could you open up 5533? It talks about
Yeah.
the same sky being the barrier that prevents demons and humans from leaving the
Wait, why
edges
didn't you
of it.
guys address my verse, but go to
Because
another
this
one?
is a connected verse.
We actually are.
All right.
So it says, O assembly of jinn and humans, if you can penetrate beyond the realms of the heavens and the earth, then do so, but you cannot do without our authority. So
Both verses are talking about the same thing, and this thing has been proposed by the scholars to be the firmament that is protecting the earth.
No, actually, this is not about this. Which this is actually about the verse I showed you. It's not about this. Absolutely not. This.
Could you bring back the verse?
Yeah.
Justin?
5533?
The other one. That you wanted up.
The first one I brought up.
Yeah.
30,
Says, and we have made the sky
could
a well
you highlight the second word?
We have made?
No, in the Arabic.
Oh, yeah. The sky?
So, the sama that is mentioned here, it is translated as the sky here, but it is the same word that is mentioned in the other verse I gave you, which is described as the heavens.
Yes, so?
One is talking about the heavens being a thing you cannot penetrate, you cannot leave. And here it is also telling you that we have made it a canopy.
So
it is describing the same thing.
No. This is so. You're telling me the first verse I showed you is and then this verse is about people, jinns and humans not being able to leave out of the to leave the
And why
atmosphere.
can't they do that? And why can't they do that? Because it's a canopy.
This is false, sir.
They cannot penetrate it because it's a canopy.
All right,
That
you
is
know
the
what?
point.
Okay, look, guys. Since you want to deny that it means what I think it means, I will bring you another
Deny
one.
what? Could you show me a scholar that says so? A
It's the
single
same
scholar that
word.
says so. And additionally, it is telling you cannot penetrate these heavens. Why? Because in the verse he brought up, it is described as a protected canopy.
All right,
So you cannot penetrate it because of so.
Can you go to 57:25? This one is undeniable.
Yeah, 57:25. Yeah.
And Ems, if you don't mind, could you just let me? Could you just
Go
allow him
ahead.
to finish?
Indeed, we sent our messengers with clear proofs, and with them we sent down the scripture and the balance so that people may administer justice. And we sent down iron, oh, not this one again, with its great might, benefits for humanity, and means for Allah to prove who stands up for him and his
How did
messengers
iron-
without seeing him. Surely Allah is all-powerful and almighty, and I'm sure you're going to point towards iron meteors.
How did iron end up on the earth, sir?
There's lots of different
Do you
ways
know
it
that?
got here, but we knew that iron was coming down via meteors since the early Egyptians. In fact, they would take the iron
I wouldn't.
they would take the
Actually,
iron.
go there,
it
Justin.
wasn't known
There's
before
an
this
easier
time.
there's an easier
It
there's an
was
easier
known.
like rebuttal.
No, by who was it known, sir?
When
By
it
who
says
was
we have
it
sent
known,
down when it says we have sent down iron, what does it mean?
We sent down iron, literally.
Oh really? So
Yeah.
when it says we have sent down, it means we have sent it down from space.
It says we sent down iron.
Jamil, when it says we have sent down, Does this
make your point? Make your point,
Jamil,
sir.
does what I said mean that we have sent it down from space?
It says we have sent down.
Sure.
From where?
Yeah, okay.
Is the phrase "we have sent down"? Does it mean that we have sent it down from space?
It means that iron came down and it
remove
landed on
the iron
Earth.
from the context. Remove the iron from the context. The phrase "we have sent down" does
Can
it
you
mean we have
make your
sent it down from
point
space?
He
instead of
made
asking me a
it.
question?
Lock in and listen. He's
Can you respond to the
asking.
yes or
But
no?
he's asking me something without
I
making
know,
his point.
and stop talking. Maybe you'd hear it. It was a question, not a point. His question is, what does sent down mean? Does it mean from heaven?
No, does it mean from heaven? Like I know iron was sent before the
He's
solar
not asking
or
you
the
about
Earth
iron.
existed.
He's asking you about the phrase sent down. Does
Well,
the phrase sent down mean that it was sent from heaven, or could it mean something else?
However, the iron was sent down on Earth. That's what it means.
Again, he's not asking you about the iron. He's asking you about the phrase sent down.
You guys don't address anything.
He's addressing it right now? Maybe you'd
well, then
figure out
address
what's
it
happening
and then ask me a question.
If you'd put your thinking cap on for 5 seconds.
Just to avoid going in circles, Muscle. The Quran says we have sent down cows from space.
Yeah.
What?
By the way,
the Quran says we have sent down cows from space.
Cows? Bro, like your voice is kind of weird. Like I don't know what you're saying.
You literally
What?
heard me correctly. What
Cows?
Yes, cows.
So you still haven't addressed this 2 times. You guys haven't addressed
I'm
my
addressing
point.
it, Habibi.
Thank you for not being able to dispute the Quran. Thank you for not being able to dispute it.
Again. I have addressed your claim. The problem is you think that we have sent down means that we have sent it down from space. The problem is the Quran uses we have sent down to mean we have blessed you with. So the Quran says we have sent down cattle upon you. It says we have sent down clothes upon you. It says we have sent down the Quran, we have sent down the Bible, we have sent down rain, we have sent down so and so. All of those in the context of we have blessed you with.
There's
so
this
why would it
secondary
randomly
feature,
say
by the way.
iron?
There's a secondary feature, by the way, that most of the iron on Earth doesn't come from space. Most of it formed with the Earth.
Yeah.
Actually, sir, if you look at it, iron was actually
hold on a second.
Like more than 99% of the Earth's iron.
Where was the passage about the cows being sent?
Yeah, Ems, bring it.
729. Yeah, 726, my bad. This is the clothes one.
It says, "O children of Adam, we have provided for you clothing to cover your nakedness."
The Arabic says the same exact thing in the
we have sent down,
as the other. If you
Why does it say cows?
I'm going to show you just a second. The next verse is going to be cows. Scroll up.
Next verse, or go ahead to the next verse.
Scroll up. Jamil, could you go back to the verse? I'm just going to show you.
Yeah,
not this, not the next verse in the same passage.
I mean the previous
verse. Stay there, just stay there.
I can't. It doesn't show the whole chapter yet. It's only one verse.
I don't want the whole chapter. I just want the verse that I
know, but it wasn't on the screen. I had to type it in.
It's fine.
Okay.
23. What was it? 26. 26. Yeah.
Now it's on 3. Just go down. Now it's 2.
Hold on. I'm just gonna get the whole chapter. Hold on. I'm just gonna get this silly. Okay, which verse in this chapter are we getting? 23?
26.
Okay.
Now go to the Arabic.
We just read that.
The Arabic. The Arabic, yeah. Highlight the 4th word.
This one, we have sent down.
And this is in the context of clothing. So does clothes come from space? That is number 1. Does the next verse about cows?
What? Bro, are you serious? That's the most low-tier argument I've heard in my life.
It is not an argument, Habibi. It's an example of the same wording being used to describe different things that do not come from space.
What's the word in Arabic used here?
Anzilna.
Huh?
Anzilna and 1059. Justin.
All right, 1 second. 1059.
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
Ask, O pagans, ask the pagans, O prophet, have you seen that which Allah has sent down for you as a provision of which you have
you're in the wrong chapter.
What do you want?
1059.
That's what I did.
That's 1059, bro.
Really? It says Al-Mulk at the top. It's not Al-Mulk, it's Yunus. You're on page 562.
Yeah, that's kind of weird because chapter 10 is Yunus, you know.
Could you click on the chapters on the top?
Yeah.
You see the Al-Mulk, it says 67 Al-Mulk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What am I looking
Oh, you're good. You're good. He's good.
Which one do we need?
10.
That's what we're at.
Yeah, Yunus, yeah.
Which verse?
58, he said, no? You guys aren't doing the best job at making your point, to be honest.
No, it's clearly over your head.
No, brother. You know, trust me, I've
actually this verse doesn't actually
58
matter. We've already demonstrated it with 727. It says, "Say, O prophet, in Allah's grace and mercy, let them rejoice. That is far better than whatever wealth they amass."
This doesn't say anything.
Ask the pagans, O prophet, you have seen that which Allah has sent down for you as a provision, of which you have made some lawful and some unlawful. Say, has Allah given
this
you
is about you, read it.
Or are fabricating lies against Allah?
Has Allah given you authorization or fabrication to lies against Allah? This is about you guys.
I fumbled the reference. It's 39:6. I had to look up the actual text instead of like relying on memory.
It happens sometimes. You can't be perfect. So in 39:6 it says, He created you from a single soul, and then from it He made its mate. He produced for you 4 pairs of cattle. He creates you.
Now scroll up to the Arabic.
Okay.
Because the translation is obviously off. So do you see the first word at the top right?
Oh, He sent down.
And He sent down. Then continue.
So it should say
continue
He
in the
sent
Arabic, the transliteration.
None of us can read Arabic. Okay.
Just
He
the
created
transliteration
you.
you highlighted.
Now it says He created you. There we go. Here's He sent down. He sent down for you of the cattle.
Yeah. So it says the first 4 cattle, it was sent down by Allah. It's just like He made it from a single soul.
So kettles
yes,
are sent down from space. Jamil.
No.
Why not?
So wait, bro. Let me speak. So just so obviously, if you have cows, it must be created by the first one. You know, it doesn't appear out of no one. With that, it says like He made them. You know, just like He made Adam out of dust. He made.
So He sent them. He sent down.
Yeah, but
the cattle from space. That is the thing.
Depends on the context. When it was about iron and sent down, it was different than sent down.
How do you know? How do you know? Because the scholars do not even mention that this means that it came down from space. They mention it in the same context that Ketu was mentioned here. That He said that He blessed you with iron, or blessed you with clothes, or blessed you with Ketu.
When you go to the verse of iron, right? If you can go back to, bro, please. It was 20. It was 57:25, please, bro.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Go there, then I. Is it about iron here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it also says
look.
Scripture.
And we sent down iron with its great might, benefits for humanity, and means for Allah to prove who is willing to stand up for Him. So here it says, it talks about iron being sent down, and we know iron is not like a human or a cattle, which He creates. Iron, He said, it was literally sent down, and that's how iron exists in the earth.
So was the Quran and the Bible sent down
it doesn't
from space?
mean, because it doesn't mean that He created iron and He just sent it and He just made it appear on the earth. No, He's telling us how iron came on the earth.
That's not how iron got here. The earth is iron because of meteorites.
The previous line
yes, it is.
actually says we sent down the scripture. How do you know that when it says we have sent down the scripture, it is talking about?
If you can,
Habibi,
guys, go to the tafsir.
Sure, the tafsir is not going to mention space. Go ahead.
Go to tafsir Ibn Kathir.
Well, before we even get to the tafsir, we need you to understand that the iron of the earth wasn't through meteorites.
Well, scientists disagree with you, and I would rather prefer
They
agree with them than
don't.
you.
They don't
So
agree.
you
Scientist
explain
here.
how they come. So explain.
Scientist here. I disagree with you.
Well, I don't see. Well, I don't think you're one of the scientists that you just go on TikTok live and you talk about mathematics, right?
He has a PhD.
Well, him having a PhD doesn't mean that he has researched how iron came here, right?
It
So
didn't
this
I
is
have,
something, huh?
Look, over 99% of the iron that is on and within the Earth formed or was part of the planet when the Earth formed. Now,
That's
I think
exactly
if you
what
look
I'm
at
saying.
surface iron,
That's exactly what I'm saying, bro.
If you look at surface iron, it's about 1% of the surface iron was the result of meteorites. If I remember
I'm not talking about meteorites.
Well, no one knows what you're
that's
talking
the iron
about.
that's coming down from space.
Most
What
of the
iron are you talking about
iron,
otherwise?
so most of the iron came before the solar system even existed. Do you agree?
Buddy, 100% of everything in our solar system came before
I'm
the
talking
solar
to a
system
scientist right now.
existed.
Except some of the helium in the sun, but
Right.
setting that aside, yeah, literally
Right.
everything existed.
So
wait a minute, is your claim merely that like when it says that Allah sent down iron, all you mean is that like from the sky, all you mean is that the iron existed before the earth did?
No. It here Allah says that how iron became on the earth, right? And
actually, this has an even deeper problem, right? Because most of the iron on the earth existed and was part of the earth before down existed.
Yeah, but how did it exist? It came down, right?
No, there was no down.
Yes, bro. If you're a scientist,
the earth didn't exist yet.
Right, let me show you guys the proof.
Where's the down?
Is a relative term.
Wait. Yeah,
relative to the earth.
Down compared to what? Where's up?
Let me show.
Before the earth existed, where's up?
Let me show you the studies. I will take a picture of the question.
Before the earth existed, where is up and down?
Well, I will show you what the best scientists of the world say.
The earth
don't ask me.
The best scientists of the world.
Don't ask me. Ask you. You should ask the scientists who say how it became.
Up and down. I'll ask you 100 times till you answer it.
Well, if you look at it from the perspective of where we are on Earth, up would be the sky, right? Or are you stupid?
No, I'm not stupid. On a flat Earth, you can say that, not on a globe.
So, but our God is talking about the Earth we're living in. He's not giving the Quran to the people in Mars.
That's what I'm saying. Before the Earth exists, there's no up or down. Up or down is always going to be the reference of the observer or whatever coordinate system you're in. And prior to humans, there's no observer or coordinate system. So you can't say that God sent down iron, because down is a meaningless term, especially if you think that your God is pervading all space-time.
Yeah. Would you mind me if I give you what the scientist says? Let me show you what scientists say.
I just said that there's not even an Earth to provide the gravitational direction of down.
Right, yeah.
You need the Earth in order to have down.
And let's not forget that you guys...
Let's not let basic words and definitions get in the way of my bad argument.
But you guys didn't address the one about the atmosphere. The first verse I gave. Don't forget that, guys. So now I let you slide.
It was right over your head.
Again, we have addressed it by telling you that this is connected to a different verse, and this is what the scholars do in the tafsir. You haven't read any tafsir, and proving that is that you told us to go to the tafsir of the iron verse, which goes against you by saying that the meaning of the verse was that God is telling us He blessed us with iron. In the same way that He has blessed us with cattle, and He has blessed us with the Quran. In the same verse it says that we have sent down the scripture. Do you think scripture came from space?
So obviously when it says send down, when it says I sent down the scripture, what does it mean? The scripture, do you know how we came about the Quran? The Quran is an oral revelation. The Quran is not a scriptural revelation. So obviously, since it has been revealed orally throughout 22 years with an angel, and since Allah neither the Prophet has compiled the Quran. It's not scripture that has been sent, since the companions of the Prophet have compiled it. It's not scripture, it's oral, it's revelation. So before you talk about scripture, you have to know that
Are you sure about what you're saying?
we believe in oral revelations. Okay?
Jamil, are you sure? Are you sure about what you said?
Yes.
Really? So you think that the Quran author does not refer to the Quran as the scripture?
So when it says kitab, do you know what kitab can mean or no?
Jamil, it could refer to literally a book, it could refer to the Bible, it could refer to the Torah, it could refer to the Quran.
Kitab doesn't necessarily mean a book. Kitab.
Did you hear what I just said?
It can, huh?
Did you hear what I just said?
He did not hear what you said at all.
Yeah, you said, I said, what does kitab refer to? You said either the Quran or the Injil or the other scriptures, right?
And then I said, or a book.
Or a book, right?
Uh-huh.
So what don't you understand when I tell you that the Quran, the way it was revealed, isn't through a book?
Jamil, do you think that the Quran itself does not refer to itself as the book?
The Quran itself, how did it come about? I'm asking you.
Could you refer to my question, Habibi?
No.
Could you answer my question?
When we talk about the Quran...
Could you answer my question before you go on?
Yes.
He's too terrified.
Does the Quran refer to itself?
The Quran is the final product of 23 years of oral revelation.
Could you read the second page of the Quran? You should have it memorized. Could you just read the first two sentences?
Read it.
You read it, go ahead.
I'm at work right now, read it. I don't know.
You can't read the Quran at work.
No, I am not a hafiz. Read it.
You're not a hafiz of the second page of the Quran, really?
No, I'm not hafiz.
Surah Al-Baqarah. Read the first line of Surah Al-Baqarah.
Listen. Do you speak fluently Arabic?
Yes, I do. Read the first page, the first line. Alif Lam Mim Dhalika al-Kitabu la rayba fihi. What is the kitab?
All right. A kitab doesn't necessarily mean book.
What is the kitab in Habibi? The kitab in this verse, what does it mean?
The kitab in this verse, what does it mean? It's talking
what is it
about.
referring to?
It's talking about scripture.
Really? What scripture?
Scripture of the Quran. The revelation.
Really? So it does refer to the Quran?
No, it talks about the scripture, right? It doesn't talk about it as a book. When it says we have sent down the book, it doesn't mean a book was flying down to the earth, right? Do you agree?
I didn't say that. Yeah, Habibi, I didn't say that.
Okay, so what's your point?
That is not the point.
What's the point?
The point is that when we say we have sent down, it doesn't mean we have sent it down from space. In the same way that it uses the same verbiage to refer to clothing, to refer to cattle, to refer to different things like provisions, to refer to blessings, to refer to angels, to refer to anything. So why are you singling out with the reference in which it talks about iron and say that this means it came down from space?
Yeah, it's really weird too, because I've got a couple different translations of the Quran and it just says book. So it says, this is a perfect book. So I guess the translator of this just got it wrong.
So deconstruction. So let me ask you something, right?
I'm waiting for you to answer my question. Did the translator get this wrong?
Did the translator get this wrong? Well, if you look at the original Arabic, kitab doesn't necessarily
asking for yes or no. Did the translator get it wrong? Yes or no?
English isn't 100%.
Still just waiting for you to answer yes or no. Did the translator get this wrong?
There is that it says this is a perfect book. No, specifically this verse. No.
Okay,
because
so the translator
this is a perfect book.
The translator did get this
aligns.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
yes. You got it right.
So then the word can be translated to book then.
But this is a perfect book. Yes,
I'm just asking you. The word can be translated to book. Yes or no?
Kitab can be translated to book. It can be translated to revelation, depending on the context. It depends on the context. Yeah. So now, when we look at how the Quran existed, right? It didn't come down as a book. It came down as oral revelation for 23 years until thousands and now millions of people, they know it from their mouth, right? Before the Quran became, thousands of people could memorize it with their mouth, and then it got compiled. So obviously,
you're missing the point entirely.
That's a different thing.
You're missing the point entirely.
Now,
how would you infer this from when it says we have sent down the scripture, we have sent down the cattle, we have sent down clothing. How do you infer that from those?
Yes, so now but now I'm talking about the iron part. When it talks about the iron, bro, like
what's different about what it says about iron?
You're assuming that it says that Allah has created iron, and not that it came down from.
Habibi, this is not an assumption. This is the agreement of the entire Salaf.
Okay, but you could be right, brother. No problem. But you have to show me.
I am right. This is literally the agreement of one of the tafsir.
Alright, show me scholars who agree with you.
Jamil, Justin, can you bring up Ibn Kathir on the tafsir of the iron verse 25?
Please.
Yeah, we were in. What was the verse again? 7? Oh, fuck, I forgot the verse.
57:25.
57:25. Right. Let me grab.
Hey, MS, what? You're Arabic or what are you, bro?
He speaks Arabic. It's his native language. Is that your native language?
And he's atheist?
Is that your native language? Moose, is that your native language?
Oh, you're asking mine? Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not.
Okay.
I can tell.
So, Ibn Kathir, I've got the tafsir up. That's the one you wanted?
Can you put it on the screen, please? So, yeah, thank you.
Indeed, we have sent our messengers.
No. Go up, please.
Yeah, sure. Go up.
I thought it adjusted at the first sentence. Go up more, please. The one, yeah.
There is no more.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Scroll down to when it says the benefits of iron.
Plain proofs.
There we go. And we brought forth iron, wherein is mighty power, meaning we made iron a deterrent for those who refuse the truth and oppose it. After the proof has been established against them, Allah's messenger remained in Makkah for 13 years. During the time, the revelation continued being sent to him, containing arguments against the idolaters and explaining Tawhid with detail and proofs. When the evidence was established against those who defied the messenger, Allah decreed the Hijra. Then he ordered the believers to fight the disbelievers using swords, using them to strike the neck and foreheads of those who opposed, rejected, and denied the Quran. Imam Ahmad and Abu Dawood recorded that Abdullah bin Umar said that the Messenger of Allah said so on and so forth. So, I mean, it sounds like they're making iron weapons.
And could you go to the Qur'anic's commentaries, 57:25? It should show you other commentaries by scholars. None of them mention that this is talking about iron being sent down from the heavens. They say that this is talking about the benefits and the blessings of iron. Like this is God blessing us with iron.
Yeah. So here says, our messengers with clear proof came up with signs and
see, and he revealed iron. We created iron. The meaning of the scripture where it says, and we have sent down iron, which is a better translation than what is
such that only fire makes it pliable. You see, such that only fire makes it pliable.
What does that have to do with anything?
What does this mean? I'm asking you.
What does fire making?
I'm asking you.
That you have to use fire to mend it. That is all.
Bro, I'm asking you, what does it mean when it's such that only fire makes it pliable? What does it mean?
I think everybody knows that you have to use fire to smelt and mold iron.
You might be right.
This is literally the story of one of the prophets in which he was able to mend iron without using fire.
So okay. So
this is literally
I could like grant you this point that maybe
it's not granting me, Habibi. This is literally the consensus of the scholars.
Yeah. Okay.
It just says they use it to make things like knives, axes, files, and other things. Like we know what iron is used for.
When it says, you see where it says we created iron. This is the meaning of the verse. So when God says we have sent it down, it means we have created iron.
Yeah, we have created iron, wherein is mighty power.
That is the meaning. None of the scholars say that this means we have sent it down literally. It just means we have blessed you with it.
Also, like nothing actually addresses the problem that Blitz and I were talking about earlier, namely that iron was just part of the makeup of the earth when it was formed, that it was sent here by Allah is nonsense.
So yeah, so you know,
And also, it says,
I
like, just
actually
remembered, it says that we have
yeah,
sent
so
down messengers and prophets. So, did the prophets come down from space?
yeah, so I could give you that point. I think you're right on the iron point.
Well,
When I read it,
I want to talk
Uh-huh.
about one of my favorite topics, because we started a conversation by like briefly touching on it, and then we moved too quickly onto another topic, but
about the atmosphere,
about the sky. In
sky,
fact,
yeah.
I could be wrong, Ems. Ems, would I be wrong in saying that the word atmosphere doesn't show up in the Quran?
No, it says sky, yeah.
Yeah, it says sky. Okay. Now, what's interesting to me when I read these ancient texts, the Quran's not alone. It seems obviously like the sky is just the sky above your head, and they have no concept of outer space, which is what the Quran seems to depict. But let me ask you a
Not
question.
true at all.
What is the lowest heaven?
Who are you asking, me or Ems?
You, Moose.
You tell me what's the lowest. Like,
I'm asking you.
according to
what is the lowest
Quran.
heaven?
I'm not sure.
What do you agree that the lowest heaven would be the one closest to the earth?
Whatever the Quran says, I agree. If you can show
The
me
Quran
what it
doesn't
says,
tell
I'll
you.
do it.
I'm asking
So
you basic words.
why you-
Do you think that the lowest heaven is the one that's closest to the earth?
If the Quran doesn't say, then I would be
But
scared.
it does say
too.
it. It does say it.
So it does say it. So what does it say? Then I agree with it.
زيدنا السماء الدنيا ومصابيح وجعلناها رجوما للشياطين.
I agree with it.
What do you say?
If you could pull up the verse.
Ems, what did you say in English?
We have decorated the earthly heaven with lamps and made them.
I know.
This
I
is the
was
verse that is mentioning.
I was preventing him from going to there before he defined what lowest heaven is. Now he's going to change what he thinks the word lowest heaven means.
Yeah. So guys, obviously,
I was waiting for him to walk into the trap, and now he's not going to do it. But the point is here, according to the Quran, it says that the lowest heaven is adorned with stars and that they're used for missiles and whatnot. But that's obviously absurd.
And I made them as missile first. Well, like, bro, you're just jumping to a thing that you call absurd, which you cannot prove
Well,
that it's
I'm
not
trying to
absurd.
get you to tell me what is the lowest heaven.
Whatever it says there, I agree, but we're talking about miracles
I'm asking
which
you
prove God's existence. Look,
what is the lowest
I'm here-
heaven? Because you can't move forward with telling me what this passage means until you tell me what is the lowest heaven. So until you give me a definition, I'm just going to beat you over the head with this
Can I
passage.
change the translation? So, yeah, lowest heaven is a wrong translation. Could you highlight
I'm not shocked.
the fourth word in the Arabic? I don't know if the transliteration should, I think it should be better. So the fourth word in the Arabic.
It says the nearest.
Not the-
Fucking A.
No. That would also be wrong. Dunya just
No,
means the
why is it wrong?
earth.
Oh, bro, are you the Arabic master? Like, all of a sudden?
Yes, I am the
we
Arabic
have
master, yes.
beautified
Dunya
the
means the
nearest
world.
heaven with lamps.
The nearest heaven with lamps. Exactly. So what's the
So
point?
nearest
It's
to
the
the earth.
worldly heaven.
All right. So
Okay, do you believe that in the atmosphere there are stars?
do I believe that in the atmosphere there are stars?
In the piece of heaven that is closest to the earth, which is obviously
Yeah.
the sky with the atmosphere, do you think there are stars in it?
Justin, by the way, check Discord. I sent you some.
Oh shit. Yeah, 1 second.
It doesn't say stars. It says stars like lamps. It
I
doesn't
know.
say
Just,
stars.
just pay attention. What is in?
No. Look, you make your point.
What is in the lowest
listen.
part of the atmosphere?
You make your point, and then I'll address it. Don't like set me up with a question and then not make
You're
a
going
point.
to answer
That's
questions.
cowardly.
I know you're terrified of it. No, you're the one acting
Of course not.
cowardly. You're so afraid to answer a question because you feel like you're going to get in a trap. But newsflash,
Because it doesn't say
you're-
stars.
you're-
It says
you're
stars
already-
like.
you're already trapped.
I know it does say stars.
No. It doesn't. It doesn't literally say
It
stars.
does.
Ems, what do you? Ems, what do you
actually
mean?
does.
Need me to pull up?
Read the translation, or
I
is it
don't-
wrong also?
I actually know the translation is not wrong, but masabih, when it is referenced in the classical Arabic, it also means stars and planets.
Yeah, but it says, but it says in the translation, it says stars like. It doesn't say stars.
Yeah,
Does
maybe
it?
the stars like is an addition by the author. It's not part of the Arabic.
Yeah, no, but it's addition according to the context. It's not a random
sure,
addition.
The additions are random. They're entirely based upon the guy's interpretation.
No, because when you read the verses,
Okay,
maybe
could you just
before or after.
open tafsir? Could you just open tafsir and just let this guy be done with it?
Says, indeed, we have adorned the lowest heaven with stars like so on and so forth. Sorry, let me go further down. Glorification, so this is the header. Allah, the exalted, glorifies his noble self and informs that the dominion is in his hand, and blah, 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 blah. Hold on. I know there's one in here about stars. Indeed, we have adorned the nearest heaven with lamps. This refers to the stars which have been placed in the heavens, some moving and some stationary in Allah's statement. And it's not just in the heavens, it's in the one nearest to the earth.
No, because it says star-like. Yeah. This is about different.
No, it doesn't say like a star. It says a star like a lamp in the translation.
Yeah, but where does it say that this is about the nearest heaven?
We just read it for you. In the passage, it literally says the heaven nearest. The nearest heaven.
Yeah, but in the tafsir, it doesn't talk about this specifically.
Yeah, it does. We just read it to you.
It literally does.
Go down.
And also, I don't even think you do speak Arabic as even a non-native language.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Verily, we have adorned the near heaven with the stars for beauty and to guard against every rebellious devil. The tafsir agrees with what we're saying.
And read these stars were only created for three purposes.
I agree with it also. But it's not my point. You guys ran from my first argument.
Then please do show me where the stars are in our atmosphere.
Well, where does it say the word atmosphere?
The nearest heaven is the one just above our head in the atmosphere.
Where does it say just above our head?
That's what nearest means. Nearest.
Did you check Discord, Justin?
Yeah, let me see. The lowest heaven is everything that's visible in the sky, which includes the universe. Blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, what's the word nearest doing in the sentence?
So exactly. So if it's visible, then of course it's a star. You just debunk yourself.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking the guy that actually speaks Arabic.
You just debunk yourself, bro.
It doesn't say heavenly. I mean, it doesn't say nearest. The word, if you copy paste the word into translate, it's going to be the worldly.
Okay, so even the flyover. Moose, no one asked you. Just stop. I'm asking the guy that speaks Arabic. So
the flyover isn't always accurate.
Okay, so in the website, it shouldn't be translated as the nearest heaven. It should be translated as the earthly heaven.
Yes.
All right, let me look that one up in the dictionary. Hold on. If I can find this one in the dictionary. 1 second. I should be able to copy and paste this. Copy. I'm going to do Arabic to English and see what the dictionary pulls up. Interesting. I copied 2 words for some reason. I don't know why I did that. I only needed a 1.
And also
interesting. In 37.6, it does actually give you a different translation of the lowest or the nearest heaven. It translates it as the world. So we've got the sky and the world. Indeed, we have adorned.
The translations are horrible.
Yeah, we have adorned the earthly.
So it makes sense now.
With stars for decoration.
Exactly.
So now it makes
the sky we see.
The earthly sky.
because we see the stars. That's what it's talking about. That's why it's talking about the nearest heaven.
The star is not in the nearest heaven. It'd be in the most distant heaven.
No, but we can see it is visible from Earth, right? And whatever is visible from Earth is the nearest heaven.
No,
so it makes sense.
Certainly would not be
Yes,
the
it
case.
is.
No, the heavens are just above your
Bro,
head
what are you
according
talking
to the
about?
Quran.
According to the Quran, this is what it's saying. What are you talking? It's literally
The
what it
heavens
says.
is a flat space erected above a flat earth in the Quran.
Brother, when
I
it
don't know
says
if you
the
know
nearest
this.
heaven,
I know you're not going to like this, but the Quran, just like the Bible, believes that the earth is flat. In fact, it thinks that the heavens is held up on pillars.
why are you changing topics? I don't care about that.
I'm showing
Why are you
you
changing?
that the Quran.
You just changed the topic because you literally
I'm not
debunked
changing
yourself.
the topic. I'm showing you that my interpretation of the heavens agrees with what the Quran says and yours doesn't. But it says it is Allah who has raised the heavens without pillars. Where did he raise the heavens to?
Bro, you're asking me questions bro,
Where
you're
did he
jumping and
raise
jumping
the
and jumping and
heavens
jumping.
to?
You're jumping and jumping because you're
Where
wrong.
did he raise the heavens to?
You're jumping. Can you
Answer the
stop jumping and
question
actually
rather
stay
than
on
being
one
a
topic?
coward. I know you're scared
No, stay
right
on
now.
one topic. Stay on one
maybe
topic.
not as scared as some of the Christians, but you're definitely running with your tail between your legs right now. I'm just asking you a simple question, which is, what does it mean that Allah raised the heavens without pillars?
To be fair, this verse is ambiguous. It has two possible interpretations because the Arabic allows it for it to mean that he has raised it without pillars, as you see, or he has raised it without pillars that you see. So it could have pillars that you do not see, or it could not have pillars like you do see.
Exactly. So when
what do you mean exactly? That doesn't help you. This is
no, it does help me.
It's
because not at all. Why would pillars be associated with the heavens at all?
Yeah, no. I was talking about the previous point we made before you jumped like a rabbit to a new topic.
What do pillars have to do with the heavens?
So
why would pillars be mentioned in reference to the heavens?
So instead of jumping to something new,
why would pillars? We're on the same topic. I'm waiting for you to get brave enough to engage with it.
Listen,
why are the words pillars being used in the same phrase as the heavens?
I think he can make points more, and he's way more knowledgeable.
I'm not even making a point. I'm asking you a question.
I would, because is correcting you about your point.
Coward.
So I would rather talk with
He actually didn't correct me. He corrected me, but not helping you.
It doesn't matter if he helps you or not.
What does it mean that he erected the heavens or raised the heavens without pillars?
You tell me.
I'm asking you. You're the expert here.
No, but you're the big bad guy. You tell me.
Pray for divine revelation.
Pray for divine revelation.
He's so terrified to get caught in an answer that he won't answer a single question. What a coward!
I'm not a prophet.
There are literally, like, I'm watching. There are Christians in the YouTube queue that I see their video on. Even the Christians are laughing at you right now.
No problem. Who cares?
So the scholars agree that the heaven is literally raised up. It's literally held up, either with pillars or without.
So, what's your point?
My point is, the heavens is the sky above your head. It's a flat, spread out heavens over a flat, spread out earth, which is why in the Quran we also says we have we not smoothed out the earth like a bed?
Well, that's
flat, bro.
Well, then I would agree with it.
Oh, so you're a flat earther now?
If the Quran is a flat earther, if they believe in flat earth, I'm a flat earther, 100%. Yeah.
Well, at least he's
if
standing 10 toes down on there.
I said if.
I mean, it also says that the orbit of the.
Oh, here you go jumping again.
That the sun and the moon are wrong too. I'm not jumping to a new topic because I didn't like the old one. You actually
when you say the sun and the moon,
you actually just proved my point, which is that now you're a flat earther because the Quran says so. But also,
when you say
in the Quran it says it is Allah who raised the heavens without pillars, as can see, then establish himself on the throne. He has subjected the sun and the moon each orbiting for an appointed term. What are the sun and moon orbiting?
You don't know that they're orbiting?
I know the moon is. What's the sun orbiting?
Bro, you're literally ignorant.
Sure.
I'm
Are you
asking
going to
you.
say the Milky Way? Are you going to say the Milky Way? Because the Prophet disagrees with you.
What did you say, Em? You talk fast, what?
Are you going to say that the sun orbits the Milky Way? If so, the Prophet disagrees with you.
So if he Bro, anyway, you guys are jumping. I'm out, guys. You guys...
I would run too, yeah.
No.
Oh,
You guys don't stick to a topic. Guys, if you want, we can stick to one topic and we can discuss it broadly. Let's not go to 6 topics.
Muscle.
Yeah.
Muscle. By the way, he had a problem with figuring out what ovaries were in a previous life.
In the previous life? Yeah.
So,
go on.
Do you want to do that topic then?
Yeah, what's the prompt?
The prompt. Why does God not understand the human body? And we can stick to that.
Are you going to talk about the embryo, the embryo?
We can talk about any of them.
We can talk. Yeah. So, which verse do you want to refer back to?
86, 5 through 7.
86, M?
5 through 7.
9 to... 1 second.
5
through 7.
7.
FIVESEVEN.
Bravo. Okay, 5 to 7. Yeah, you can put it up. I am here to
let
be
people
educated.
consider
I
what
wanna
they
get
were
educated
created
on
from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage.
this. Yeah.
Do you think that's where sperm comes from?
No, it talks about where stemming from between the backbone and rib cage. It doesn't necessarily say where that it comes from. That it could talk.
Yeah, it does.
It could also
A spurting
really?
fluid
Could we have
stemming
him?
from between the backbone and the rib cage.
Could we have him read the Arabic, please?
Sure, yeah. Read the Arabic for us, bud.
Could you read it out loud?
Moose?
Well, guys, listen. Can you
Could you
guys
read it out
educate
loud?
me what it says and
We will.
where it's wrong?
But I just want to.
Look.
You said that
you
it
guys
doesn't.
are seeing it as like a discussion. You can educate me.
He's so scared to do anything. Just read it.
No, brother. Look. Sometimes when you don't know something,
Apparently,
I'm not arrogant where I'm
God
going to say it
does
says
not give
this or
him
says that.
courage.
You guys tell me what it is, and I'll do my research.
Do you understand Arabic, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Why did you pretend to when you first came up?
Look,
He asked you if you spoke Arabic. You said
I
yes.
don't understand the Arabic that the Prophet spoke, because that Arabic is different than the Arabic I know.
Then what Arabic do you understand?
What I mean?
Then what Arabic do you understand?
North African Arabic is different.
North African? Which part of North Africa?
Yeah, bro. Why are you asking that?
Because literally,
it's
these three sentences are the exact same.
No, it's
way
not.
You would say. Yes, this is literally modern standard Arabic.
I don't give literal, translation of the Quran. I don't do that. I don't know the Arabic the Prophet spoke.
The first word here, you can't read. The first word on the screen. It's literally the same in the vast majority of dialects today. The second word too, the third word too, the fourth word too, the fifth word too, the sixth word too. The entire passage is literally the exact same you would say today.
Okay, let me ask you something.
This is that Musa does not speak Arabic or read Arabic.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Let me ask you something. Since you're an atheist, yeah? Let me ask you something.
Wait, are you going to address this passage?
When it talks about the expansion in the Quran, what do you think about it?
Well, hold on.
Yes, it does talk about the...
why are you avoiding the passage on the screen?
It does talk about expansions. Listen, when I'm not educated on this specifically, I won't give a comment on it. But I'm talking... I thought we were going to talk about it. Listen, I came up here...
It says that semen comes from between the ribs and the backbone.
I came up here because you said
sounds
you're
like he's
and I wanted to prove
the
God's
Quran with
existence.
us.
I didn't know you were going to
running
go
away.
through
Definitely not going to do it by running away.
Are you educated on the expanding universe topic?
You can read the verse from the Quran
Are
where
you
it talks about
educated? Sure. Are you
expansion.
educated? Sure,
We
sure, sure.
can
Are you
talk about
educated on it?
expansion in the Quran. Go
Jamil,
ahead.
are you educated on it? You said you do not speak on anything you're not educated on. Are you educated on this?
All I know is that in the Big Bang Theory, they
I
believe
asked
in
you a simple
expansion,
question.
and in
I asked you a
the
simple,
Quran
Habibi.
it
I asked you a
mentions
simple question.
expansion.
Are you educated on the verse, not the science? Are you educated on the verse? And thank you for the gift to whoever it was. But also, are you educated on the verse?
Bro, can you take a deep breath? 'Cause it sounds like you're short, but
I am, because I have a chest condition that makes me not able to breathe.
okay.
So again,
So no problem.
Are you
I was trying to
educated on the
help you.
verse? It's okay.
So when I read the verse, it talks about the expansion. Now, if you think I'm wrong, you can prove me that I'm not.
Sure. Could you? 5147, Justin.
We built the universe with might, and we are certainly expanding it.
Sure. Could you scroll up?
I know I can't because I
Could you
typed in
see where it says
5147.
translations? Where it says translations.
No.
Do you want to go through them? It says translations, Dr. Mustafa, in the middle.
All right, hold on. There we go.
Just go through them or highlight all of them. I do not know if that's possible.
Why are you changing it?
Because I'm going to show you that the translations in English are dishonest. The Arabic doesn't say that.
All right, it says, we built the universe with might, and we are certainly expanding it. This one says, we are the expanders. This one says, indeed, we are its expander. We are able to extend the vastness of space way out there. Our power and made them vast. This one says, with our power, and we have the power to do so. Yeah, these are pretty wild. Who?
They're very different, aren't they?
Yeah, very, very, all of them very different.
So, the word musi'un is not a verb, but Mustafa Khattab decides to translate it as a verb. Could you tell me why? This is not a verb. This is a name, a noun.
So, if you claim it's not about the expansion,
it's not,
you have
because
to tell me what it's about.
Sure. It says, and according to all of the scholars, that this is God talking about how He has built in the past tense the heavens and how He has made it vast in the past tense, because He is the person who has made it vast. Lamusion is the name of an action doer, so he's the person who is described as the person who has done this action. It is not a verb; it has no tense.
So specifically,
and just
what does it talk about?
Specifically, again, as I said, it's talking about God having made the earth and the heavens vast and then the past tense. Go to Qur'anic and then go to.
So what did we?
Commentary 5147.
So when it says we expanded it, what does it mean?
It doesn't say
that. Expanded.
It doesn't say expanded.
So what does it say?
It says we are the expanders.
Yeah. So what does that refer to?
That God is the person who has the attribute of having expanded the universe.
So the universe did expand.
by Habibi, Lamusion, the word Lamusion in the Arabic also means to have made something vast, to have made it vast to carry or contain something. So He has made it vast enough to contain, which is what the scholars do say. If you go to Qur'anic and then 5147, the commentaries, you should find them.
Yeah. We have created or built the heaven with might, and it is who make the vast extent thereof as we will. That's a crazy English translation. And the heaven, we build it with might, and indeed we are powerful, or we are strong. He has become capable. Okay. Proof of Allah's oneness abound in the creation of heavens and earth. Allah reminds us of the creating of the higher and lower worlds.
Read that part.
Read the whole thing. Read the whole thing. Bro, what are you doing,
bro? Read the whole thing. We constructed the heaven, meaning we made it as a high roof, protecting from falling. Well, that's not a thing that happened. With hands, meaning with strength, according to Abdullah bin Abbas. Mujahid.
Verily, we are able to extend the vastness of space.
Verily, we are able to extend the vastness of space. Means we made it vast, and we brought its roof higher without pillars to support it.
Exactly. That's it.
What do you mean exactly, bro? Are you dumb?
That talks about expansion right there.
No, it doesn't.
Exactly says what I was saying earlier, which is that the heavens is just the sky above your head.
Extend the vastness of space means expansion, literally.
That is hanging just above your head.
No, it says we are able to extend the vastness of space. It's about expansion, bro.
We brought its roof higher without pillars.
The problem is that the translation by Mustafa is saying that this is a verb in the continuous present tense, in which it is an active action.
So what does it say here then, Ems?
It says that God is able to extend it, and He has made it vast in the past tense.
So extend it from what? So it has to be something first to be expanded, right?
It's not expanded. He's able to extend it.
So what does it say here, Ibn Kathir? What does it say?
He says that we have made it vast. And we have brought, so you see the between the brackets, which says verily we are able. This is the English translation inserted. The thing that is not between the brackets, or the paragraph not within the brackets, is what Ibn Kathir has said. And you can read what he said.
So you agree with what Ibn Kathir said is about expansion?
No, he doesn't mention expansion at all.
So when it says the expanding of...
This is not in Ibn Kathir's
why did he remove it?
I put it on the screen, because he don't want him to see that you're running.
So we are able to extend the vastness of space.
Brackets, Habibi. That is between brackets.
When it says we expand the vastness of space, what does it mean?
This is bracketed.
Yeah. So what does it mean?
It's in the text. It's a translation. It's inserted within the.
But we follow. So wait.
This is not.
Wait a second. So wait. Ems, wait. Please 1 second. So we have a verse. We are in difference about what it means, the verse. Now, me as a Muslim, I have Ems, he says it means this, and then we have Ibn Kathir, he says he means this. Do you think I'm going to follow you, Ems?
Ibn Kathir agrees with me, Habibi.
No, really?
I know you're just too stupid to understand.
No, don't insult me now. Look.
You're simply too stupid to understand.
Just because you're some Einstein nerd doesn't mean everyone is stupid. Listen.
This is basic words.
Can you go to Tafsir.app? Could you go to Tafsir.app?
The what?
Tafsir.app.
That second word is eluding me. I don't know what you're saying.
App. APP.
Bruv, this guy's some wizard, bruv. He thinks.
Oh, hold on,
bro. Ems, because you're some nerd wizard. Not everyone is like.
Hold on.
You,
hey, shut up for a second. Says M's live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable for some audience. All right, Ems, I gotta drop you. Come back, okay? Apparently, I don't know why you're laughing, dummy. He's gonna be right back and finish the cooking. And there he is. Oh, fuck. We got restricted for 10 minutes. Why? Visibility been restricted for 10 minutes. The live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes. Harassment and bullying. Apparently, we were too mean to Mushal.
Oh, you guys, TikTok, these guys are bullying me. Please restrict them.
So, what exactly were we looking for there, Ems, in the tafsir?
Yeah. So, could you the first website?
It's on the screen. App?
The first website.
The one in Arabic?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the first tiny box, write 51 in it, and then the second one 49.7.
This, I can't type in the first tiny box.
Yeah.
Left or right?
No, the first from the right to left.
Okay. Type what?
Yeah. You went somewhere else.
I just hit the first tiny box.
No, I mean like the one in which you're able to type in. You know how it's whitened out. So go back to the one next to it.
This.
No, the one next to it. So at the top, the gray ones. Could you reopen the website?
Me.
Can I send it to you? Let me just send it to you.
Yeah, just send it. I have no idea what you want me to do here.
Bro, like if you didn't have M's, like you would have.
If I didn't have M's, I would just run you through all the nonsense in the Quran that's clearly not true. Rather than letting
Can you stop muting me?
Rather than letting you do these like really dumb like gotcha proofs.
Yeah, but can you stop muting me? That's kind of weird. No, it's rude.
I wouldn't mute you if I didn't have to mute you.
I sent you the link and also I read your message. It's all up to you.
Right. All right, let me grab this.
Justin, I'm gonna head out because I have to go eat some dinner. But thanks for having me. And
Blitz is running.
We'll cook next week.
Muscle.
We'll cook on Sunday.
Blitz is definitely running.
Yep,
Sounds good, buddy.
I'm running muscle.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
Yeah. I think Dr. Blitz, Dr. Blitz is the type of guy to set an alarm for when to eat.
Why is he talking about people that aren't on stage anymore? All right, Ems, what are we looking for here?
Yeah. Did you open the link I sent you?
Yeah.
There you go. Could you zoom in?
Probably.
Oh,
Well,
you see the column on the other. There you go. Yeah. You see where it says muscle. You see where it says وَإِنَّ لَمُسْيِعُونَ.
I don't see any of that. I can't read it right.
To him, because he should at least be able to like read it out.
Oh, Musa can't read
The
Arabic.
second line, muscle. This is Ibn Kathir's Arabic tafsir. So what it says again, وَإِنَّ لَمُسْيِعُونَ, which is between the brackets, which is what is translated as we're able to extend it in the English translation. That is just some guy's translation that is inserted alongside Ibn Kathir's interpretation, in which he says, could you highlight the second line to the third, and then just translate it? No, from the small passages.
From here?
From the second line.
So this. And you want that translated?
Sure. Just because you wouldn't trust my translation.
This was said by Ibn Abbas, Mujahid.
Thank you. It literally says expanded. Thank you.
In the past tense, that is the point.
It's sides and raised without pillars. Exactly. Thank
it's in the past tense. It is a continuous process.
Listen, Ems, sometimes you're just wrong. Just accept you're wrong, brother.
I know you're just stupid.
It clearly says expanded.
He made the point 5 minutes ago. Are you missing it?
It's literally,
it's in the past
he says
tense,
in the translation.
No longer
he said
expanding.
In the translation,
if you
it
say
shouldn't
I expanded
expanded
something, that's different than saying I'm expanding it. The universe currently is expanding. This doesn't say that he is expanding it. He says it was expanded in the past tense, meaning no longer expanding.
Are you claiming that the universe right now is expanding?
Yeah. Wait, you don't know about this?
You stupid?
No, you don't know the universe is expanding right now?
Ems, do you hear that?
Holy shit.
Literally everybody agrees with that.
Wait. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. You don't know that the universe is expanding right now.
The Big Bang is an expansion, no? Is
I'm
the
asking
Big Bang
you,
an expansion or no?
Do you know if the universe is or isn't expanding?
So when it says
it's crazy that you won't answer the single question. I'm trying to ask you,
when
do you
it
think
says
the universe
expanded,
is currently
it talks
expanding?
about the past.
Do you
it
think
talks
the universe
about the past.
I'm aware. Do you know that the universe currently is expanding?
It's irrelevant.
All right, so this is what's going to happen. It's not irrelevant. And I'm going to make you answer this question before anything else happens. If you don't answer the question, I'll kick you. So the question is, do you believe currently that the universe is expanding?
Sure.
Sure what?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so you know the universe is currently expanding.
Yeah, sure. Since it talks about the past tense,
just a minute
ago,
you didn't agree with that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I'm saying right now, sure.
Well, now you're changing your mind.
But it talks about past tense, so it talks about Big Bang, obviously.
No, it doesn't talk about Big Bang. Big Bang's not over.
So why does it say expanded?
In the past.
Why doesn't it say about the current time? It says
doesn't
expanded,
say anything about the current time.
That is the problem.
It refers back to Big Bang.
No, it does not.
The Big Bang is still happening.
Look.
The Big Bang is still happening.
You literally translated Ibn Kathir in Arabic to English.
The Big Bang. Yeah.
So
the Big Bang is still happening.
I think this guy's pretty well done.
Yeah.
Every conversation that we've had so far has been way over his head, and he's been up here for an hour. So I think it's probably time to cut him.
1 hour? No.
Although I do have one final question before we move you out of here, and it's kind of an important question. Do you believe that 9-year-olds should be allowed to get married?
Yeah, so if you allow me to answer that. So
it's a yes or no.
9-year-olds are, so at this time, it's not something that's common, but at the time of the Prophet,
it's a yes or no, though.
Right now, no.
Okay, so it was okay when Muhammad married a 9-year-old. Well, actually, he married a 6-year-old, but it's not okay now?
This is not a yes or no. This is a deep conversation. We cannot just
I'm asking you right now today. Right now today.
I wouldn't marry a 9-year-old.
I didn't ask you if you would. I said, should it be allowed?
Should it be allowed to marry 9-year-old today? No.
And why not?
Is it a sin to marry 9-year-olds? Let me rephrase. Is it a sin?
What do you mean, is it a sin?
Is it a sin?
Halal or
it's
haram?
A very basic question.
Bob, what are you guys talking about? Be clear.
How do you be more clear than that?
It's so crazy how the minute you ask him a question, he doesn't know how any words work.
Bob, you guys literally asked me, would you marry? I said no.
Do you know what a sin is?
Okay.
Listen, obviously for...
Do you know what a sin is?
What? Yes, I know what a sin is.
What is a sin?
So if you allow me to speak,
what is a sin?
I'm not your
I don't
dog.
want you to speak. I want you to answer my question.
Do you treat your wife like this? Well,
I don't. I would definitely treat my wife.
Don't treat me like your wife.
I would definitely not treat my wife like this because I actually respect women, unlike most of the people I've met in the Muslim religion, which is why we're having this conversation right now. Also, I don't have a wife. Nevertheless, it doesn't actually fix the question. The question still stands. What is a sin? Because just a second ago, you didn't know what the word meant. So now we have to establish the meaning of the word before we can move forward.
Okay, awesome. So, of course, the atheist nerd guy doesn't have a wife, of course. Anyway.
I'm asking you the definition of the word.
Don't laugh.
Either you can give it to me or you can't.
Yeah, so back in the days...
buddy, I'm not asking for a story. I'm asking for a definition of sin.
Oh, a definition of sin?
Yeah.
Well, something that God doesn't allow is a sin.
Okay, and is marrying a 9-year-old a sin?
Okay, so let me speak. It's not a yes or no question.
I don't need an explanation or a diatribe. I need a yes or no. Right now, I'm not going to kick you. You're going to run like a coward. Right now, in 2026, if I'm living in a Muslim country, would it be a sin to marry a 9-year-old?
So, in today's day and age, you cannot marry a 9-year-old.
I didn't say if you can. I said, would it be a sin? If I lived in Iraq and Iraq said I could marry a 9-year-old, would it be a sin to marry a 9-year-old? You can do it, Habibi.
So yeah, I will answer the question. So yeah, thank you.
I believe in you.
Thank you for asking.
Yes or no?
So, in today's day and age, we do not marry 9-year-olds. Why?
Is it a sin?
Only 60 years ago in your country, they married 11 years old.
He won't say it. He won't say it.
Only 60 years.
What about ism's not going to help here? I'm asking you if it's a sin. Yes or no?
Only 60 years ago, they.
He can't stop himself. He has to
Stop muting me.
He has to do whataboutism. I'm not asking you about America 60 or 70 or 100 years ago. I'm asking you right now, not about the laws. I'm asking you about sins. Is it a sin to marry a 9-year-old? He'll never answer. I know he won't.
At this day and age, you cannot marry 9-year-old.
Is it a sin? I'm not asking you about laws. I'm asking you if it's a sin.
In today's day and age, we do not marry 9-year-olds.
Is it a sin?
Yes, you do.
You do. Iraq lowered the age. Is it a sin?
I know you're not the brightest.
Yes or no?
But
yes or
when
no?
I say something is not that.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. You will either answer my question or you'll stay on mute the entire time. It's up to you what you want to do with your time. It's not even late. It's only 8:30. I got all fucking night. I can do this all night. It's up to you how long you want to be on mute right now. So still waiting for a yes or no. Is it a sin?
So, in today's day and age, we do not marry 9-year-olds.
Is it a sin?
Yes, you do.
It's a sin if you marry a girl who hasn't reached her age.
You finally said it. Okay, so if a 9-year-old, hits puberty, then it's okay to marry her.
A woman has to be mentally, physically grown.
I didn't ask you any of that. I just asked you if they've hit puberty, is it okay to marry them?
You can marry a physically, mentally grown woman only, yeah.
And you think 9-year-olds are physically and mentally grown sometimes?
Not in today's day and age, no. Absolutely
not. But would it be a sin if what does it mean to be physically and mentally grown?
It is meaningless because the
it is meaningless too, because this is not actually in the Quran. The Quran doesn't say this. This is stuff that you have to make up.
Yes, it
but
does.
I'm still asking, what does it mean? Like, really? if I find a 9-year-old, how do we know if she's physically and mentally ready for marriage?
Well, I can get a scripture for you for that if you want, if you like.
I trust that whatever you're saying is from a scripture. I just want you to answer the question. How do I know?
Well, I don't care if you trust me. I will show you scripture.
I don't want the scripture. I want you to tell me, how can one know if a 9-year-old is ready for marriage?
Well, my opinion is according to scripture, so you must care what the scripture
just tell me, use your flapping lips to tell me how I could know.
I do scripture, not literature, my friend.
What you need to do is provide an answer. I don't care where you get the answer from. I don't care who told you the answer. I just want the answer. How can somebody know if a 9-year-old is ready to be married? What are the signs?
What about the Rebecca being 3?
I'm not a Christian. I don't give a fuck about Rebecca, and she wasn't 3.
So
again,
condemn every Christian right now.
This is the what about Christians don't believe Rebecca got married at 3.
Condemn. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They don't. No, they don't. You don't know anything about Christians.
You're scared.
Christians don't believe Rebecca was 3. The Bible doesn't say that she was 3. You're taking one Talmudic passage that talks about this, and that passage was wrong. She wasn't 3 when she got married. She was able.
You're literally scared to condemn Christians.
She was able to carry water jugs and feed camels and do herd work. She wasn't fucking 3 years old. So again, I don't care what's in the Bible. We're not talking about the Bible. If somebody came up here and was believing in the Bible and believed 3-year-olds were fine for marriage, I would treat them the same way. I'm not asking about the Bible. I'm asking about the Quran and your religion. So again, how can I tell if a woman is ready? How can I tell if a woman is ready to get married at age 9?
Can you stop muting me?
Not until you answer me.
Yeah, she has to be mentally, physically an adult. And
I'm asking, what does that look like? How can I tell? What are the signs that I have to look for to know if your 9-year-old sister is ready to get married?
I have scripture for not 9. I have how do you say scripture for that?
Give them to me. What's the signs? How can I know if this 9-year-old is physically and mentally ready?
And
also, keep in mind.
I think
keep in mind that the Quran does allow you to marry prepubescent women, which is fine. That you're just going to be lying on it.
You cannot consummate. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You cannot.
That's not in the Quran.
So you're telling me in the Quran it says you can consummate with what?
You can marry and divorce them, and it's implied that you've slept with them because the waiting period for divorcing a girl who hasn't reached puberty is still 3 months. And if you haven't touched a girl, if you haven't touched a girl, then there's no waiting period.
It talks about a woman who don't go who don't get their period because they could be pregnant.
Certainly does not.
It's
The
yes, it does.
The tafsir agrees with M's and I's. It's someone who hasn't reached puberty yet.
No. This is talking about a woman who are pregnant who can't be on their period, and it's about women who are over the age to reach their period.
But what about the third category? Because you have two ends there.
Pull up scripture. Don't talk out of your mouth, you know. That's
sure.
it.
I'm gonna talk from my ears.
But anyway, I came here. I thought
he's
I'm
running
talking to some
so hard from this topic.
God,
he's literally terrified of this topic. Imagine being sent by God and then literally running away from talking about your God.
Look at your topic. Look at the topic you have.
Pretty wild, actually.
It talks about your God is imaginary. It doesn't talk about let's go into depth about the Quran, right?
Oh, we're absolutely going to go in depth on the Quran because this is a good explanation for why your God is not believable, right? So because I think it's preposterous that there's a God out there that thinks that children should be wed. Want to read the tafsir? Because it agrees. As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. Of those who have not menstruated as well. As for those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery, so on and so forth. Do you know what the tafsir says about this passage?
Do you see the second tafsir, the second translation?
Yep.
It even adds the word "yet," as well as those who have not yet menstruated.
Mm-hmm.
This is a better translation.
So do you notice how Amos, when it came to the Quran, he said this is a wrong translation, but now he takes the English translation and he said it's absolutely correct. Look at this guy. Bro, you're biased, bro.
Skills,
you're obviously biased, G.
Again, if you have comprehension skills, I looked at the first translation and I said it is correct, but the second translation is more correct. Now could you go to the tafsir?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go to the tafsir. In fact, I might actually already know which one I'm looking for. Give me a second. I think I wrote it down on my cheat sheet.
The Qur'anic one.
Oh, the Qur'anic
Anyway,
one?
guys, it's been a good time.
I would run too on this topic. Yeah, child marriage is not a comfortable topic.
Never run. Why would I run from an atheist? Come on now. Don't be foolish.
Qur'anic says, and for such of your women as despair of menstruation because of old age, if ye doubt about their waiting period, the period of waiting shall be 3 months.
Old age, exactly.
Which,
it's
we're not there yet. Upon which another man asked, O messenger of Allah, what about the waiting period for those who do not have menstruation because they are too young? Along with those who have not because of young age, their waiting period is 3 months.
All right, let me ask you. So now, when
are you gonna address what we just read?
Yes. Yeah,
please do.
Right,
exactly.
So just shut up for a second and let me address it. So
exactly,
when the Prophet he married Aisha and he waited years to consummate. Why did he wait? Why did he wait? Why did he wait?
No one cares.
Why did he wait?
We're asking you about this tafsir right here.
You claim you
please comment on this tafsir.
Okay, but why did he wait? Bro?
Please comment on this tafsir.
Why did he wait?
No one cares. Comment on the
because he was
tafsir on the
exactly.
board.
You're running, bro.
Nope.
If it's allowed, why did he wait?
No one's asking about his behavior. We're asking about this tafsir.
We're asking about this tafsir.
Are you going to engage with it, or what a coward? He's so terrified of engaging with it. M is going to make you address it too. You're never going to run away from this.
Why did he wait, M?
No one's answering your question until you address what this tafsir says. I got like 4 hours left in this live stream. You could spend the next 4 hours not answering my question. It's going to be up to you. Again, address this tafsir.
So, why did he wait?
Address the tafsir.
Let answer.
Address the tafsir. Nope. I'm interrupting you.
If I were if I were to answer
I'm
it, it would
interrupting
make it
you.
worse.
Bro, you sound like some woman, bro. Calm down.
He sounds like a woman.
Buddy.
Have you heard you mocking him?
Yeah, right. You sound like Fran Drescher over there. Again, we're still waiting for you to address what this tafsir says.
So why did the Prophet wait years?
No one's asking about the Prophet. We're asking about this tafsir.
So you're not asking about the Prophet?
We're asking you about this
so who's this
tafsir.
about?
We're asking
So
about
what-
this tafsir.
Bro, we sound gay, you know.
Homophobia is not going to help you here. Address the passage on the board.
Bro, so why did he wait years? You tell me.
Avoid it if you're a coward.
So he literally doesn't have an
Avoid
answer.
it if you're a coward.
Yeah, no, we do have an answer. It's worse.
You don't have
than
an
what
answer.
you think it is.
We do. We're not going to go there until you address
You
what's
don't
on
have
the
an
board.
answer, bro. You
Answer
don't
for
have
the
an
board,
answer.
coward.
Oh,
Answer
you just challenged
for what's
me.
on the board, coward.
I feel so challenged now. He called me a coward. Some
Answer
atheist,
what's on the.
single
Everyone
guy.
sees you running right now. Everybody
Some
here
atheist
sees
guy
you
who's-
running away like a scared coward. We're just asking you, can you address the tafsir? Listen, you could say no. You could say, no, I can't address what the tafsir says. That's one option. But what's not going to happen
homosexual
is
atheist
me
guy
letting
called me
you
a coward,
change the
bro.
topic. Still waiting. Just answer the question. This
So
is
this
embarrassing.
talk-
Does your mom know
talking
you're embarrassing
about
your entire
marriage
family right
without
now?
I'm
Do they
addressing
know? Do they know that this is how you spend your time on the internet?
I'm addressing it.
All right, go ahead and address what we just read. O Messenger of
This is
Allah, what
talking
about
about
the waiting period of those who have not menstruated because they are
This is
too
marriage
young?
without consummation.
Why do they have a waiting period?
Yeah. Why did the Prophet wait?
Why do they have a waiting period?
Why did the Prophet wait years?
Why do they have a waiting period?
Why did the Prophet wait years?
We're not letting you change the subject. Why is there a waiting period for these women? Oh, there you go. And he ran. We knew that was going to be the inevitable result.
Yeah, he was boring.
He was boring as fuck. He lost like 500 or 600
Yeah,
followers.
every time he's like,
viewers.
exactly.
He has no idea where he's even at. He's completely concussed. All right.
The answer for anybody who was wondering, the reason he waited was because her mother was fattening her up so that she's not too small enough that her vagina and anus would become one.
Oh. Oof. Yeah, that is worse, actually. That's really bad. Oh, boy. Well, I guess he really showed us atheists. I guess we'll move on to our next guest. Hey, thanks. If you're out here and you've been waiting to get in, thanks for being patient. I know we kind of drug that one out a little bit, but I really wanted to get that last topic in before he ran. Design, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, I'm curious if anyone as a believer watched Lisa Simpson, arguably the most moral Simpson, become atheist and hold anything other than respect or inspiration. Very few role models growing up. I actually didn't know she became an atheist in the show. I'd have to give it a look, actually. That's interesting. Now I have to go back and rewatch. And Matt says, M's mentioned Time Ghost World War II series, highly recommended. In parallel, they had War Against Humanity covering World War II atrocities, invaluable. Good historians and content creators. I definitely have to look them up. Let me put it in my browser for later. It was Time Ghost World War II. Got it. Okay, I see them.
That
on
is the one with the weekly update in which they did the show for 5 years, just weekly updating what happened this week in World War II.
Well, I'm subscribed to him now, so I'll be able to go back and grab some episodes. And Foreman, hey, thanks for the $6.99 Canadian super chat. Says, I watch the horizontal channel because I have YouTube Premium and I can lock my phone and listen while I work. Love your work, Justin. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. Although I'm so confused about people who can't turn their phone off with the vertical stream. All the time I watch vertical YouTubes and turn my phone off and walk away. I don't know which phones aren't letting you do that, but I've literally never had that problem. I'm completely baffled as to who's being prevented from doing this and why. I was able to do that with the only phone I've tried it on was an iPhone. I haven't tried it on an Android or maybe an older Android model. I don't know. But Dr. Fudge says, yeah, Justin, why don't you condemn?
I think the problem is they only allow you to listen in the background without the app being open if you pay for a premium. I don't know if you've already.
Oh, maybe he's saying he didn't have premium. Yeah, I do have premium though, for sure. I think it's well worth it. Dr. Fudge says, yeah, Justin, why don't you condemn Christianity? I know, shucks, I never got around to condemning the Christians. Golly gee. You definitely don't do it basically every time you go live. Could you imagine getting on my live stream and asking me why I don't condemn Christians? Like, what an absolute maniac if he thinks I'm not condemning Christians on my live stream. Hey, and Mixtress, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, okay, so balloon pressure equals God. Got it. Seems legit. I worship balloons now. Praise Doug Balloon Firmament. I need a drink. Listen, we all need a drink after night. It's already getting crazy. We literally just started. The night is still young. And Dr. Fudge says sulfur hexafluoride can float boats on top of it in open fish tanks, and it's higher pressure than the air above the container. How's that work, huh? I actually don't know. Listen, when it comes to the science stuff, sometimes like you can really get kind of lost in the weeds with some of this chemistry. Unfortunately, I didn't really get to learn as much as I would have liked to in school. And Derek, hey, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says next time a flat earther is Googling definitions, ask him if he tried Googling if the earth was a globe. Oh, fuck. That's such a good point. Like if we're just Googling answers and then we have to accept the Googled answers, then how you get the flat earth from that is crazy. Hey, Joseph, thank you for the super chat. Says, do all flat earthers sound so dumb? Because they're dizzy from going around in circles over and over again? Maybe. The fun thing is, like, sometimes you get them and you can ask questions, but that guy you couldn't even ask him questions because he couldn't stay on topic and just wanted to go back to his script. Hazek says, how could the sunrise and sunset happen at the same time in the flat earth model? Just watch a live stream of both from opposite sides of the globe. Debunked. Fair point, but you know what? I know enough about flat earthers to know they're going to say it's fake. It's fake. Hoax, NASA lies. MR Brief says, I am the same age as you, Justin, but I am almost positive that pop culture is the one topic I would absolutely cook you in. Listen, Briefs, there's not a person here that won't cook me on pop culture. I will get literally annihilated if I was ever in a competition where I had to answer pop culture questions. Nah, I would get cooked into oblivion. John Griffin says, nothing beats blitz dog walking flat earthers. Have a great show, Justin. Well, thank you. I do enjoy it. In fact, I've had quite a few flurfers come up, but I always enjoy it if we get a flurfer and Blitz is around to cook. That's my favorite. Got 3 more super chats, and we're going to bring, our one guest that was going to come in isn't there anymore. So it looks like next in line is going to be Deja and Du. Mindhack says Nazis took their salute from the Romans, hence the Roman salute. I didn't know that. The Reich is famous for all the history they co-opted as well as the occult. I had no fucking idea. I didn't realize that they got that salute from the Romans. The Romans used to do that. That's pretty crazy. I'm going to have to do a deep dive on the Third Reich Roman connections now. Samantha, hey, thank you for the super chat, says, but about that day and hour no one knows. The argument is that knows instead means declared, i.e. Jesus knows the hour but won't tell them. I still don't understand the argument. It's not a good argument, though. Jesus clearly just says that no one knows the day nor their hour, not even the Son, which means nobody knows it, not even himself, only the Father. And good question says, I suggest limiting Gish gallopers for 10 minutes. We are not yet in hell to let them torture us. You know what? I don't disagree, actually. And especially like the bad faith question dodgers. I understand from an audience point of view, it can get really boring listening to a guest that endlessly dodges questions and won't let you actually engage honestly in dialogue. I get that. It's kind of boring, but I really wanted to keep that guy around long enough that we could cook him on the Aisha nonsense, and looks like we got a little bit of cooking still in there, about 15 or 20 minutes. So, all right, let's get our Next in line, Deja. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Justin. How you doing?
I can't complain. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. Yes, and I believe in Jesus Christ.
Cool. What do you think is the best
go ahead.
evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I also agree with the morality argument. I'm not very well versed in all the technical terms for the arguments. It just
That's
comes
okay.
down to personal faith for me, and that's what I actually believe. It's just it's a matter of faith for everyone.
Well, what if I have faith in Lord Marduk?
I understand where you're coming from. I'm a person that holds to the idea that faith is something that's applied everywhere, even in scientific reason or logic.
Right, but what I'm asking is, if I have faith in Lord Marduk rather than Jesus, am I wrong?
If it came down to, so I do believe that there is an objective truth, or like there is a realness to reality. In this sense, these are just questions that I've pondered throughout my entire life. So, we communicate and convey ideas and research and conduct experiments in search of that truth. But ultimately, like, faith is something that is applied in all of those aspects as well. It's it sounds like when you're asking that question, it's almost like an imaginary concept that you're involving in it.
But what I'm asking is, if I have faith in Marduk and you have faith in Jesus, who's right, and how do we know?
Right. That's a very good question. I don't have a valid or like a good explanation for you right now. I haven't been asked something like that before.
So that I think that's why faith isn't
Mhm.
really valuable. Like, you can have faith in just about anything, and faith isn't really a mechanism to get you towards what's true.
I think that there is, we talk about good faith, like doing things out of good faith, is a motivation to pursue truth. And so I find faith valuable there.
Well, acting in good faith, I think, is different than like believing in the unseen, right? So, like, what we're interested in here is, why would anyone believe in any of these particular God concepts? Now, you're a Christian. Why would somebody be compelled to believe in the Christian God? Like, why is that a compelling thing to believe in versus any other God concept?
To me, it's been the biggest inspiration of love. When Jesus said that no greater love has anyone than this, that he would lay down his life for his friends. When it talked about very rarely would someone die for a righteous person, for a good person they might. But while we were yet sinners, Jesus Christ died for us.
But I don't think he needed to. Why did he have to die for anyone? Seems like a weird ritual to engage in.
Yeah, definitely. And there are many mysteries about, I'm just gonna say it this way, the Christian God that I don't quite understand. Sacrifices, things like that, the need for atonement. These are all things that I grapple with as well, even being a Christian. And one thing that I did ponder, this is just a thought, my personal opinion, I'm not speaking as an authoritative on scripture, is that I had this thought that perhaps Jesus Christ didn't need to die for us, but we needed him.
For what?
In the sense that it's get your attention.
I don't think it's the type of attention I would favor. Like, if somebody gets himself killed for me on my behalf and they never actually had to, it seems like he's just silly.
Yeah, so I guess it was needed then. It's
Right.
If someone you loved or someone that you didn't love or someone that you didn't even know stepped in to push you out of the way of a bus or out of the way of death, and they died on your behalf.
So this is actually one of my favorite examples, by the way.
Mhm.
Imagine for a second that you're on like the side of the road, and this truck comes off the road barreling at you, and then like Jesus pushes you out of the way and Jesus is hit by the truck. You might be like, oh my gosh, what a savior. But then you turn back and you're like, oh, this motherfucker's a Trinity and he's actually driving the truck. that's where it kind of falls apart, is because Jesus basically is stepping in front of his own bullet. He could just not shoot the bullet.
Yeah. This gets into very interesting topics. I was talking to a friend of mine earlier today. We were just walking down the road playing Pokemon Go, and we're walking by a bar where there was a girl that I used to be interested in. And one night, after years of, a little bit of maybe flirtatious messages, things like that, or just expressing affection or interest in that kind of way, we ended up kissing. And within just a
Yeah.
few minutes, yeah,
Where'd it
within a
go?
few minutes though, she was making out with someone else.
Oh, fuck it.
And this was the first
Pussy.
night that I actually found out how she kind of viewed me too, because like I kind of asked her, and she was just like, "Oh, I think you're beautiful," and it's like I had long hair at that time. But seeing her kiss that other guy, I was just like, I'm good. I don't want anything to do with this girl anymore. And so I was talking
Imagine how
with my
betrayed
friend.
Judas must have been.
What? Go ahead.
I'm just fucking around. I'm listening.
All right, I hear you. So now we're sitting at this river, and I brought that up in conversation about God. It's that I believe that who he is holy, and so there is a certain part where it's like I want no part of that. And the concept from the Bible is that we have fallen short of God's glory because we've fallen into sin. You were asking that gentleman earlier what sin is. My understanding of it from the Bible is that it means to miss the mark, used as like an archery metaphor. I don't know if you got that same understanding in your time in theology school.
The Greek text could lead you to that point, but I guess
Right.
whether or not we're perfect, I think, is irrelevant. I guess I'm trying to figure out what we need Jesus for, because like my son is not perfect by any means, but certainly I'm not interested in lighting him on fire.
Right. It's, when you studied, I don't know, the extent of your school when you got your master's in divinity. The Hebrew word is also like onto the archery. I know the Greek term is very specific to archery, but the Hebrew uses that word hatah in an archery sense, talking about left-handed men with a sling stone. So it's used in a very similar sense. The way that I see that is that when Genesis says that we were made in the image and likeness of God, then we are kind of holding a standard in our being. And so when we fall short or miss the mark of that standard of upholding the image and likeness of God, we sin. So one way that we could sin against others is if I treat you less than the dignity that is worthy of you, being made in the image and likeness of God, I am sinning against you and sinning against God. And it's
Yeah.
it says that our sins have separated us from God. And I do believe that in a kind of spiritual sense, but also in a consciousness sense, that sin will harden the heart against God, so
Right,
that we
but
won't want to seek God or have relationship with God as well. So there's multiple layers of separation taking place. And that's what I believe Jesus died for, was to cleanse our consciousness, cleanse us from the guilt of sin, and reestablish us in right relationship with God.
yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out is why do sinners need lit on fire for eternity?
Because God is also a God of justice. I can't speak for God though. I'll just be honest there.
Well, how is it just to light somebody on fire for infinite number of years when every sin anyone's ever committed is temporal?
Right? If I lie to you, no big deal. Right? We don't even know each other physically. We're not in the same vicinity or anything like that. But if you lie to the federal government, you go to prison for years, even over a small lie.
So is God the federal government?
No, but it's the same kind of concept as far as consequences go, is who you
I don't think so.
commit the offenses against can bring about different consequences. It's like some things
So
people do.
to be clear,
Mhm.
it's not a crime to lie to the federal government. It's a crime to lie when you're doing
Fraudulent.
like
Fraud.
a hearing, like if you're in front of the court and they ask you,
Yeah.
you lie to them in court,
That
because
was
you're under
my
oath.
fail. Yeah, I was
Right.
talking about like committing fraud knowingly, something like that.
Right. Fraud, yeah,
Something that
definitely
is
is.
federally chargeable. Yeah.
Right. But none of it would be infinite torture in hellfire. Like no matter what your crime is. Like I don't even think
Right.
Hitler should get infinite hellfire.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel the same way. Like these are things that I wrestle with, that I pray about. I like in my nighttime, you know, things like that. Sometimes when I'm praying and meditating, I'm just like asking God about those things, pleading for mercy. I had this thought one time that if I ever get to heaven, the first thing I might ask is be like asking about hell, and just trying to gain understanding there. Um, I also have different opinions, like, or I'm open to the interpretive understanding that when it's called the second death in the book of Revelations, that it might not be an eternal thing, that some
Well,
of that language might be
sure.
Imagery. Yeah.
There's definitely some passages that would lead one to believe that it's not forever, it's temporary. That's one of the big things in the Bible, is it depends on which passage you go to. Some Bible passages say forever. Some say that death and Hades will be thrown into the lake of fire, Revelation 21. Either way, I don't think anyone should be lit on fire for any amount of time. I don't think that's ever a just punishment, especially because, think about this for a second. There are Nazis who are like actual Christians. Some of them maybe converted to Christianity before they died. Some of them maybe were Christians all their life, and they thought they were doing real good. And like, theoretically, they would be in heaven. But Anne Frank, the little Jewish girl, would die apart from having her sins forgiven by Jesus, and she'd be in hell right now. That certainly can't be justice.
Yeah, I know these are hard things to grapple with, and these are also human opinions, you know, that we're discussing. So that's why I think it also comes down to faith and also relationship. I talked with my friend also today about relationships. So I have friends that tell me my door is always open. That's only possible because of an established relationship with that person. I know that I could go to their house right now, knock on that door, and they would open up for me. And so I've often heard those sentiments that God is not going to force someone to spend an eternity with him that doesn't want to be with him, that doesn't want to know him. I've had a lot of different personal experiences too in those regards with meditations.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like God gives you what you want, but to me that's kind of silly, because first of all, if my child is being unruly, like say we got to go to a Christmas get together or something, meet the extended family, my child is being unruly, I'm like, I don't want to go, I'm going to force the fucker to go. You don't really get a choice in this, right? Doesn't matter if you wanted to go or not. Now, imagine for a second that I was like, fine then, I won't force you to go with me. Well, I'm still not going to light him on fire. Like there's the hell is this weird dichotomy that doesn't need to exist. There doesn't need to be only heaven and hell. There could be 1,000 other options, so that everybody gets punished according to what they've actually done in their life.
Right. But these are also things that for the time being, we really don't know. So it's like we can spend the next few hours too diving into all types of fantastical ideas about the afterlife, about other realms, other dimensions, but unless we have access to those things, we have no way of really
right. But I'm
anywhere
asking specifically about this gospel message. Like the gospel message, which isn't even in the Hebrew Bible, is that Jesus died for your sins to save you from this torment of hell. But like, none of that actually makes sense, because nobody really actually has to go to hell. Like God could just, wave a wand and forgive everybody. Like and to be fair, the people who should go to hell actually don't end up in hell. There are a lot of people that are horrible people, Jeffrey Dahmer, that according to the doctrine will end up in heaven. So there's really no justice in this, in Christian afterlife.
Oh, so this is a very interesting thing. I saw someone in one of your streams, to be completely honest with you too. My encounter with your YouTube page happened today. And so I'm so appreciative just to be on this platform with you that you're hosting and for making yourself available. Thank you so much for that, by the way.
Sure.
But I saw a gentleman bring up Romans chapter 1. I don't want to go to Romans chapter 1 though, although I guess it kind of carries off from that chapter. Paul made the argument that whether Jew or Gentile, Jew or Greek, whatever, that we have all fallen short of God's glory, right? He has
That's
his
Romans
divine
3, isn't
law.
it?
I believe so. What's right and wrong. So I read Romans multiple times in the last few months, and what I found was that, and it sounds unfair. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I struggle with these things. It is a wrestling match. My grandfather's name is Israel too. God wrestles with God. It's no coincidence here to me. It's kind of funny. But it said that God has written his law on our hearts. And so regardless of whether we grew up with Tanakh or the Bible, there is a moral law written on our hearts. And at some point in time, all of us, because we are human and prone to sin, have fallen short. And we've all had those conscious moments. And so God has set such a high holy standard that he actually did this on purpose so that we would all fall short. And it's toward an ultimate aim. By doing that, establishing everyone as a failure, then he can freely give grace to anyone who would receive. Therefore, anyone that goes to heaven is not there by their own merit. So imagine being in a boardroom, a discussion, a group of friends. There's always opportunities to put someone else down and say, I'm better than you, I'm smarter than you, I'm greater than you. In
So then
heaven,
why did
there's
hell
no.
exist?
I can't answer that. Well, going back to that spiritual history, these things in the spirit realm, that there was a rebellion amongst the angels. We have this character that we call the devil, Satan, the accuser, that rebelled against God, that the lake of fire was created for these angels because of their rebellion and because we aligned
Matthew 25
ourselves
says
with their
that, but certainly God knew when he
rebellion through
created
our
it, he
sin.
knew humans would go there, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Being
so
all knowing, he would have
God's
to.
like not caught off guard that humans are going to the lake of fire.
No.
Okay. So my question then is, why do we need it? Why is it a part of this theology at all? Why couldn't God just make it another world? Hey, if you don't want to chill with me, you can go chill in this other world by yourselves.
Right. These are all the why questions that I'm not the authority to answer because I'm not God.
Yeah.
These are things that I believe we can ask him. You know,
it also
I
seems
understand why
weird
you're asking them. Yeah.
because like God didn't have to kill Jesus for anything. He literally could just forgive you if you asked. He does it all the time in the Bible. People just pray for forgiveness and they get forgiveness. I don't see why killing Jesus was ever necessary for that.
I think that we are prone to forgetfulness. I've seen it in my own life and walk. Like when I read the Old Testament and I read the passages about, excuse me, I'm about to burp.
Let it out.
Maybe not.
That's right.
When I read the passages about like God freeing the Israelites from Egyptian slavery, and then they're in the desert and they're murmuring, like many years ago when I first became a Christian, I was reading that, shaking my head, going like, "Oh man, like how can y'all? Like, did you forget all the power and glory that you saw through the plagues and through the deliverance and things like that?" And then as time went on in my walk, I've recognized that I have that same tendency, that even after the personal experiences that I've had, answered prayers, just crazy things that I can't even explain, aside from the fact that like I prayed this happened, and wow, I also have done those same things straight away. There have been days when, you know, if I was backsliding or just struggling, with my own heart and conscience, I would pray and I would receive that sense of renewal, that praying for a steadfast spirit, the renewing of the
Yeah,
spirit,
but
all
I
of
don't know
those
what this has
things.
to do with what I'm talking about. Like that kind of stuff happens in all the religions. You'll get it in Mormonism, you'll get it in Islam, you'll get it
Yeah.
in Eastern religions. Like I don't think answered prayer or the feelings matters at all, right? I'm trying to figure out what even makes sense. Like nothing about
I was
this
speaking of
religion
it
even
like
makes
like an
sense.
anchor point, and it's not just an individual anchor point, it's a collective anchor point.
What is?
Because um the cross,
What about
Jesus
it?
Christ dying for us, it's an individual anchor point throughout your life, and it's a collective anchor point for the
But what does that
family of God.
mean when you say it's an anchor
Um
point? Because to me, it
so
sounds like nonsense. Like to say
yeah,
that the
so
cross isn't.
how does your daughter know that she's your daughter?
Well, I don't have a daughter, but if she did, I would
Oh,
show
I'm
it
sorry, your child. I'm
by
sorry.
showing up and being
Mhm.
present and actually answering when they call. So like one of the things you'll learn when you have kids, I don't know if you do, is the
I
first
don't.
6 months is like super, super critical because that's
Mhm.
the first instance of bond forming. And if you form good bonds in the first 6 months, it makes the rest of their life way easier. And so that's why you'll see even like babies in the NICU. A lot of times, some hospitals have programs set up for people to hold babies that are in the NICU because that bonding,
Mhm.
meaning if I cry out, I know someone's going to come for me, is so beneficial, right? But with God, we don't have any of that. Or with God, people cry out, God's not there. People are desperate. They're dying. They're hurting. Their children are dying with bone cancer. 3 million children a year die of starvation. And God's like, fucking, I'm too busy. I killed Jesus already. Isn't that enough? Like, it's just, we don't need Jesus's death. We need God to show up.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, we do live in a fallen world, and so awful things happen and people suffer greatly.
But God caused it.
We caused it,
No. God
technically.
caused it. After Adam and Eve sinned, God didn't have to create natural disasters. That was strictly a choice that he made.
Yeah. You brought up I saw another video where the book of Job was brought up.
Oh, Job's a
That
wild
was
one.
pretty, yeah, that was pretty interesting as well.
I mean, let's do
one of the things that got it. Go ahead.
Let's do
I
natural
was just gonna say one of
disasters
the
and
things
then
that
we'll do
God,
Job.
yeah, one of the things that God spoke about Job, or spoke to Job, was about the world, the universe is way more complicated, and there are so many things that he is involved in that we don't see. And that was one of the things that he was trying to get Job to understand. It's because Job was wrestling with, someone made the point in one of those videos saying that Job, the whole point of Job was basically that God says it's because I'm God and that's my word and that's final, something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing.
I mean, it's basically,
But I
yeah,
believe,
God's like, don't question me. You weren't here when I laid the
yeah.
foundations of the earth.
So I believe that the book of Job is actually it's mankind wrestling with the justice of God. So Job's main question is God just if I am righteous and yet suffering? And so it was man's limited perspective, along with his friends who were also doing the same wrestling match, saying that they're coming with their presuppositions, saying, well, Job, yes, you seem righteous, but you must have done something wrong. Otherwise, this would have happened, because this is how God's justice works. And this is how God's justice works. But at the end
Yeah,
of
but
the book, when
I feel
God
like this
answers
is
Job, he says, your friend spoke wrong of me. I'm sorry.
like it's getting off the point. We're not quite to Job yet. I'm trying to figure out why God created the natural disasters. I do love the story of Job, but I want to keep things succinct. Why is it that we have natural disasters?
By the way, I'm going to be dropping for bed. Thank you for having me.
Hey, rest well, buddy. Thanks for being here.
Pleasant.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, buddy. So, what's the deal with the natural disasters? Why?
I think it's part of a complicated world. It's also a beautiful world, full of changes and shifting and things like that. Times, seasons, just comes with the territory.
Right, but what I'm asking is, after the fall of Adam and Eve, God decided he was going to do natural disasters, right?
With the flood, with Noah, things like that.
Well, I mean, no, just the planet in general. The planet in general now has natural disasters, whereas prior to the fall, they didn't have natural disasters, right?
Right. That we have documented.
Well, I mean, if we're really going by documentation, then the fact is that we did have natural disasters prior to the creation, but we're going by the biblical narrative, right? So I'm trying to figure out why God decided that he would make natural disasters at all, ever. Why was that a choice?
You're asking great questions that I don't have the answers for. I came on here out of curiosity, to be honest. I didn't know how this conversation would go. I didn't come in with many expectations. I was just curious to see how our interaction would be. I was curious about like your background in divinity, and I saw that you were ex-pastor or used to be a pastor. So I was just also curious that maybe like I would learn a little bit more about you, why you stopped pastoring, why you went to Bible college, and what led you to becoming an atheist, or if you were atheist before you went to Bible college, things like that.
So
If
I
you
was a
wanted to cover
Christian
those things.
for about 20 years, and I went to Bible college and seminary because I was in ministry, and it was studying the Bible that led me away from Christianity. And there was a couple reasons, a couple pillars that played a part of this. One, textual criticism was a problem. It turns out that we really have no good reason to believe that the words of the Bible are anything close to original. We just kind of have to hope and pray that they are. We've got lots and lots of disagreeing manuscripts, sometimes significant, sometimes insignificant. Another thing is the Bible is full of scientific errors. Thinks that the earth is flat with a dome over top of it. It says that it's only 6,000 years old. There's all kinds of other scientific errors in the Bible. It also just is full of contradictions. It contradicts itself. I've got a list of about 100 of them for sure. And then on top of it, it makes all kinds of false predictions. Jesus predicted he'd come back within a lifetime of his disciples. The New Testament, Matthew and John specifically, say that Jesus fulfilled a bunch of prophecies. He actually didn't. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. And the ones that are listed in the Gospels typically aren't even prophecies. They're just random out of context quotations. And so once you kind of get to that point where like, oh, it turns out Jesus wasn't the Messiah, Christianity is pretty much over for you at that point.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that background.
Sure.
I'm curious about after you said the textual criticism remarks, you made a comment about the inconsistencies or the variations in scripture.
Yeah, in the manuscripts.
In the manuscripts, yeah. So are you speaking about like the textual variants, like the differences in misspellings of words, commas, misplaced, things like that?
Oh, there's no commas in Greek or Hebrew. I'm talking about like actual words, chapters, verses that are either added or subtracted from the manuscript. So, for example, the ending of Mark 16 is drastically different in the early manuscripts than the later manuscripts.
Right.
So that's one example.
Yeah, that's something I've definitely been aware of, just reading different Bible versions and study Bibles. Like they'll put those notes in there saying this source that they were using omits this part of the verse. That's just something that's never really bothered me.
Well, it certainly would raise the eyebrow. You got to ask the question, what was actually in the original text? And if you don't know, I think it's kind of problematic that God would inspire this text to be written and then not preserve it.
Right. Well, the interesting thing, or if we're speaking about New Testament, for instance, I consider the early church, and so they are under heavy persecution, expanding in a Roman Empire that is combating it with Caesar as God and their own gospel. And then Christianity is growing in different communities, mainly with people that are not highly elevated in these communities. Some of them some of them were just common people. And there's a lot of it's oral tradition messages that are being spread about through preaching. And then people are beginning to write these manuscripts. And so those without a printer or a typewriter are being handwritten, being delivered to other parts of regions, people are then having to take their
Right.
time to copy
We're
that
familiar with the
down under
process.
persecution.
What I'm
Yeah.
saying is,
So it's like,
if God inspired it to be written in the first place, could he not inspire the scribes to transmit it properly?
I think that God leaves a lot to us while operating in his divine providence. And so we might make a mistake and omit a verse. It doesn't mean that it's lost though. So these manuscripts might be
Well, how
omitting
could
a
you know?
verse, but these other ones have it.
Right. But
And then
how do you know that the manuscript that has it is what was in the original? Like the long ending of Mark clearly seems to have been added after the Gospel of John came out to bring it into alignment with the Gospel of John. Why would we think that the long ending of Mark was original and it was just kind of lost and then later re-added?
right. And I mean, even the book of Jeremiah was written more than once. And we don't know what the original held because it was destroyed. The ending for John could have been added to state a purpose. It's like, why is this gospel so different from the others? Okay, well, there could have been 1,000 books or more books than written that can fill libraries, than all the libraries in the world could hold. But these things I wrote to you so that you may believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and by believing you'll have life in his name. So it was like, it's a stated purpose. And we don't often get that in biblical texts, a stated purpose from an author. So it doesn't bother me that that was added later.
Well, it was added in Mark, not in John, and it bothers me that it was added later, because if the question is, was this originally part of Mark? It seems like the answer is obviously no, it wasn't.
Okay.
Right. So then why would we, if the gospel authors are okay, or somebody after them are okay with inventing new scripture, then it seems like there's no reason to trust the rest of the scripture is not being invented or interpolated.
Did you like study and learn or just consider, you know, what we consider to be inspired scripture? I'm sure you have, you know.
Yeah, I didn't go through Bible college and seminary and not figure out how the canonization process went.
I'm just curious about some of the questions that you ask. If I go to the doctor and I have them check on my abdomen to look at my spleen or my golly, I'm forgetting the organ that I was thinking of. It
Liver?
just slipped out of my head.
Gallbladder?
No, it's the appendix is what I was thinking of. Funny literary term. You know, if I ask them to check on that and they do their scans and things like that, I've been to the doctor in multiple occurrences where I have not gotten to see the actual things that they've done and looked at and told me that they looked at. But they give me their word and I just believe them or I don't believe them. And I either leave that hospital in good faith, acknowledging that he told me everything was okay, or I go and try to re-verify. And I think that's kind of an example of where we are here. It's that example is like trusting the doctor's word that he did the necessary work and examined the evidences.
But
So
we don't know who the doctor is.
The doctor in this metaphor would be that God and his providence is able to keep and sustain and protect his word.
But the
Despite
doctor
small
didn't.
variations, the main message does not change. So for instance, when I was a younger Christian,
again, we don't know who the doctor is. The doctor hasn't given us any reason to believe that the doctor wrote this. If a note shows up at your home that says, "Trust me, take this cyanide pill, I'm your doctor," I don't know my doctor wrote that. God didn't give you any evidence that he's behind any of this. You just have to believe that he is. Just like if you believe in the Quran, there's no evidence that God had anything to do with the Quran. You just have to believe that he was.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of how this conversation started. The first question that you asked me, I said it all comes down to faith.
The problem with faith is that it could lead you to anything. It could lead you to the Quran. It could lead you to the Bible. It could lead you to the Book of Mormon. the reality is it doesn't really seem to be a good method for determining what is true. And case in point, I can go into the Bible and find hundreds of places where it's lied. And if that's the case, if I can find in God's book all these lies, then I'm just not inclined to believe that it came from God. I don't think a God would write a book that was this full of problems.
I look at things, I know this conversation has been a struggle because we have to be selective with our words and come up with things on the spot as well, that we're drawing from our own reservoir of experiences and knowledge. But I look at often what things produce, like when we talked about acting out of good faith, in that acting out of good faith can help be a motivator in pursuit of truth. So is this true? Is the question that you're asking, or how would we know that it's true? And I'm saying that it comes down to faith, and this is a matter of personal choice. And I think that everyone also, as well as taking that personal aspect of choosing faith or not choosing faith for themselves, will also see the production, the fruit, what it produces from that. And so, just in a curious kind of way, I'm wondering, why you made this YouTube channel. Why do you ask these questions?
Because truth matters. It
Are you
mattered to
familiar
you.
with the? Yeah, definitely still does.
Okay, that's why I do this.
What do you offer in return for
Truth.
deconstruction of faith?
This is a pursuit of truth, man. That's it. I'm not offering anybody anything.
Trying to attack. Well, yeah. Everyone is kind of offering something, though. It's like you make a YouTube channel, a platform, or you go on to speak. I'm offering my words, my experiences, my opinions, my input. You know what I mean? So.
Nope. No, I mean, what I can tell you is that I think truth matters, and we live in a world where a lot of people are interested in believing things that aren't true, and I think society benefits from believing things that are true. So this is something that I can do as a service to society to get as many people believing as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. So this is definitely, I guess you would call it a service of truth. But again, listen, if God is real, the Bible could never be proof. The Bible says over and over again that God said things would happen that didn't happen. Jesus said he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples. He didn't come back within the lifetime of his disciples.
Are you familiar with victorious eschatology, partial preterism?
I'm very familiar with partial preterism. Yep.
Yeah. So in that concept, do you think that Jesus did come back during the disciples' lifetime, according to partial preterism?
No, because partial preterism is reinterpreting the passages that Jesus spoke about and saying these words don't mean what words mean. Now, everybody under the heavens is just people in Jerusalem. Like the judgment that is spoken about in Matthew 24 and 25, it could never be equated to 70 AD. They're not remotely the same, other than the fact that some people suffered.
I'm curious as why you think that, and that could be
I can just show you why.
That gets unpacked for a long time. Go ahead.
Yeah, because in Matthew 24, he doesn't say I'm coming to judge a city. He doesn't say I'm coming to judge the Jews. He says it's going to be for the entire world. In fact, he says the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and all the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. This is a global event. This is the judgment scene. And if you keep reading all the way to chapter 25, because this is all part of the same discourse, chapter 25 and 24 aren't different settings. It's part of the same discourse. He tells you what's going to happen when that occurs. The Son of Man comes in his glory with all the angels with him. He will sit on the throne of his glory. Then all the nations will be gathered before him. This is not something that happened just in Jerusalem in 70 AD.
So when I became a Christian, I was born again in a Pentecostal church. and they were dispensationalists in the term of Revelations being a future eschatology. And it wasn't until almost a decade later that I even learned, almost 2 decades later, that I even learned what victorious eschatology or partial preterism was. I never even heard those terms or concepts before. So when I looked into it, it was like being flipped upside down on my head. And I'm one of those people that I will carry on with an open mind. I'm very open-minded still. So that's why it's okay for me to not have all the answers, because I'm still open and searching, but I still also believe what I believe according to how I came into it. Um, so in my opinion, I don't know if the book of Revelation is a completely future event, or if it's something that was fulfilled in the past, like partial preterism suggests, or if that could be a multi-layered idea, as well as Matthew 24. So I'm familiar with the idea that in the ancient world, when people talked about the world, they were talking about the known world. And so, depending on who your audience is, as well, is you're going to speak to people in ways that they would understand. So, when he's talking about the nations of the earth and he's speaking to disciples who are living in a Roman occupied empire, where Rome is basically the leader of the known world, and
He
there are
didn't say
many
known
different.
world. He didn't even say inhabited world. He could have said Roman Empire. Like that's something they could have said. He said all the tribes of the earth, right? That means all the tribes outside of Rome that they were aware of. Like they knew of tribes outside of Rome. They knew of tribes outside of Jerusalem, but also 70 AD didn't affect the Romans. It affected the Jews. So the preterist worldview is that Jesus' second coming was in 70 AD, which just doesn't align with Scripture.
Why doesn't it align with Scripture, in your
Because
opinion? Because
Scripture
it's the
says
partial preterist view. Like, I don't have all of this just readily in my head to just bring up like that, but it is something that I dived into, tackled, tried to scrutinize. It's not something I just readily accepted when I started reading it. Now it's something I've adopted partially into my view with an open mind, and that I don't try to make determinations about eschatology as an authoritative figure. I just consider these things and move forward, and continue to dive into them.
Matthew 24 says that the people are going to be collected from one end of heaven to the other, right? I mean, this is the entire earth, right? So if that's the case, that's not just the Jewish people. It says he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call that will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other. This is a pretty common refrain, just referring to the entire world, everything under heaven, right? Now, in order to get to a preterist or a partial preterist worldview, you've got to start playing the game of words don't have meanings anymore.
I think, have you encountered many times in Scripture where there is a exaggerated language used as well?
There are
Like
occasions, but this certainly doesn't seem to be one of them. Like you can tell when exaggerated language is being used, because typically it's being used in a preposterous way, like a camel going through the eye of a needle. Yeah, we know camels can't go through eyes of needles. Typically,
yeah,
it's
but
describing...
that eye of the needle is also a phrase it's not the needle eye that we have today, that people often think about.
There's no gate called the eye of the needle. That's a fictitious thing. That's not remotely the case. And that saying was around before Jesus. You can find it in other texts. It even shows up in Arabic texts about...
I'll look back into that. Thank you.
Yeah. There's no gate in Jerusalem called the eye of the needle. But nevertheless, my point is, you can tell when hyperbole is being employed because it's something that's usually impossible and preposterous. Like Jesus saying that someone can have a plank in their eye. We know nobody has a plank in their eye, right? But when Jesus says, I'm going to collect everybody on the earth, well, there's no reason to treat that as hyperbole.
How do you hear and interpret that though?
Interpret
Do
what?
you think of that in a physical way of being actually collected? Like when he talked about
What he said.
the parable of the nets,
Yeah, it
that
says.
the angels would come and collect people like fish and sort the good fish from the bad fish, the wheat from the tares.
He says bar for bar what he's going to do. He's going to send his angels. They're going to go. He's sending them. And what are they going to do? They're going to gather the elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other. So he's sending his angels to go collect people. Why would he be sending his angels to go collect people? Well, it's pretty obvious because he's collecting them for judgment. That's why we see in 31, Son of Man comes in his glory, so on and so forth. All the nations will be gathered before him. The goal is to gather all the people for judgment.
So you're taking it in a very literal interpretation.
No, I'm saying these words mean what they mean. Unless you're given a reason to believe that the words don't mean what they mean what they mean.
I have reason to remain open-minded that these words might be speaking in physical ways, but be meaning something spiritual.
When Jesus comes back, what's he going to do?
So when Jesus comes back, he is going to establish the new heavens and the new earth.
Where?
And judge the nations. Here.
Wait, no, just in Jerusalem, or is the whole earth going to get renewed?
The earth will be filled with the knowledge of the glory of God. I believe.
Well, that seems like a hyperbolic statement. Maybe it's just Israel.
So
yeah, like once you start minimizing words to save your dogma, like I can do the same thing. I can say, listen, this theology you believe in, you believe one day Jesus is going to come back and set up a kingdom on earth, but actually it's not the entire earth, it's just Israel. Like it's not a good hermeneutic to use, because the minute it gets used back at you, it crumbles the rest of your theology.
It's also, you're also coming from some assumptions. So like, I believe that, I don't know what you learned in school and what you've learned through your experience in pastoring and ministry and what your views are or your hermeneutics are. And so, and then we come into a discussion. And so we might have assumptions about what each of us sees and interprets, or what other Christians also see and interpret. So when Jesus spoke to Nicodemus and he said, if I speak to you, you're a teacher of Israel and you don't understand these things. If I speak to you about earthly things and you don't understand, how then will you believe if I speak to you of heavenly things? And so he's talking about being born again, and Nicodemus is hearing the literal interpretation of a womb. Like, how can I enter back into my mother? But Jesus is actually talking about something spiritual that you can't see. And so how do we know when he is and when he isn't? And for many centuries and many different Christian schools of thought, we have done all of these presupposing hermeneutics.
Did Jesus die literally or metaphorically?
Really acknowledged all of that. I believe he died literally. We have history on that.
No, I think it's a metaphor. I think he died metaphorically for our sins.
I see what you're doing. You're taking my hermeneutic and you're flipping it back like you said you would.
Yeah. We know, you only need basic English skills to know when Jesus is employing a metaphor, when Jesus is employing a hyperbole. Everyone knows how these works. And everyone can see right now that you're trying to turn something into a hyperbole that's just clearly not a hyperbole.
But when something is done spiritually, it doesn't make it
all the nations of the earth. So there's no reason to believe that that's not about all nations.
Yeah. Metaphor sounds like it's not real, like it's a like as or example, but spiritual is real. And so that's what I'm saying. I was like, he might be referring to, how do we know that he's not talking about something spiritual, but spiritual is a reality that we don't fully understand right now.
Why would you think this is spiritual?
I'm not saying it's metaphor.
What does spiritual even mean?
I believe that
Do you pay
that
taxes spiritually, or do you pay them literally?
I pay taxes literally, but I believe that taxes as a concept and part of our infrastructure is part of a spiritual reality.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, what does it mean to do something spiritually?
Spirit, to me, has a lot of things that are very hard to understand and talk about with our plain language.
Right, but what I'm asking is, what does it mean to do something spiritually? Because to me, it sounds like a cop out. When someone says that something's being done spiritually,
I
it just
understand where
means
you're
that they're
coming from.
doing something vaguely familiar to what the text says.
Spirit means nothing to you.
What I'm saying is, doing something spiritually is a meaningless term. When somebody says that something was done spiritually, what they mean is, I don't like what the literal text says, so I'm going to call it spiritual.
Okay, I think that spiritual is like something, it's not seen. Okay, it's like when Jesus talked about the wind. That's why he used natural things to talk about it. He said the wind blows wherever it pleases. You can't tell where it comes from or where it goes. So it is with things of the spirit. So um there can be things that happen inside of us that we don't see that are
So
affecting us. Like
doing
maybe it could
something
be
spiritually
something
is doing
akin
something
to,
invisible.
it's not physically visible. It's something akin to Carl Jung talking about the unconscious.
Yeah, see,
You see
the
what I
problem with
mean?
that is Jesus says that it is visible. In Matthew 24, he explicitly tells you that it's visible. It says, then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. So it can't be spiritual and visible. Obviously, something that's actually happening.
How do you know on that day it's not an unveiling? Because the book of Revelation literally means unveiling. So how do
Well,
we know
we're in
that our eyes
Matthew.
aren't veiled right now?
We're in Matthew.
I get it, but it doesn't change the idea that we could be living in a veiled
It's irrelevant.
reality. Yeah.
Everybody on earth is going to see it.
Because it says that the heavens will be torn open in Revelation. So
And
right now we could be living
and
in
we're
a
still in
veiled
Matthew.
reality.
Matthew says that everybody on earth will see
Yeah.
it.
But Matthew took place while Jesus was on earth during the time that the old covenant was still in effect.
No, he was dead after he died.
In Matthew
I don't know if you know
24,
that.
he was alive.
In Matthew 24, he's talking about after he comes back. He's already dead.
Right.
So he's coming back after he
And
dies,
resurrected.
and he says
Yeah.
that all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they, meaning all the tribes of the earth, will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. Why would I say that this is a spiritual event if you can't see spiritual events?
Do you connect Matthew 24 to Revelation? I'm speaking from the partial preterist, victorious eschatology.
You certainly could. I don't think it's necessary for what we're doing. I'm still trying to get you to address what's being said here. Is anyone going to see anything?
Yes.
Okay, who's going to see it?
The tribes of the earth, as it says. But I want to readdress.
So when this chapter comes true, all the tribes of the earth are going to see with their actual eyeballs Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, and did that happen?
Not yet.
Okay, do you know when he says this is going to happen?
Yes.
And when
he
is
says,
that?
No man knows the day nor the hour, not even him or the angels, but the Father who is.
He says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place, and they're all gone. They're all dead.
Okay. Have you read? I know I probably just fell back on my own words and humiliated myself. It's okay. Have you read about like the writings of Josephus?
Yes, I'm familiar with Josephus.
Are you familiar with like the comment where he said that there was a great sign in heaven?
I'm very familiar with what he says about the destruction of Jerusalem, but I'm still waiting for you to tie that in with the passage we're reading, because the passage we're reading doesn't say that people in Jerusalem are going to be devastated. It says that all the tribes of the earth will mourn.
I think that he's speaking in two ways there. Like it's not just you know what I mean? a single meaning. I think there's layers to it, and that
Why?
it's encompassing both
Why would
ideas.
I find layers here?
That he's saying something that will shortly take place, but then it's not just the one event. He's also prophesying and speaking about a future event.
He didn't say anything about two events.
It's a simultaneous compounding.
What does that
It's
even
a
mean?
wrapping. It's layered. There's onions. Like you pull off one, there's more layers.
He said
there's multiple things
he's talking
being
about one
addressed
event
at once.
No, he's not. He's talking about his second coming. He says the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. That's Daniel chapter 7. That's the coming of the Son of Man. He repeats it again in 26. He tells Caiaphas the high priest that here on forward you'll see the Son of Man, in the coming on the clouds of heaven with power and glory. Jesus coming on the clouds of heaven is the second coming. That's what he says is going to happen here. And when he does that, he says that he's going to collect all the elect from the four winds of the heaven, and he's going to bring them together for judgment. There's no way to get from this passage to 70 AD without just saying words no longer have any meanings. They just mean whatever I want them to.
Okay. I still slightly
like if
disagree.
you read this in any book, you would never come to the conclusion you've came to. You never would read this in the Quran and come to the conclusion that this is about 70 AD. You're literally only doing it for this book because rather than admitting that this is a failed prediction, you're like, no, it can't be a failed prediction. What words can I change in this passage so that it doesn't mean what it actually says?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I understand.
And Jesus does this on multiple occasions. Matthew 10:23, Matthew 16:27-28. He says he's coming back within the lifetimes of the disciples, and he tells you what he's going to do when he comes back. And it's not punish the Jews in Jerusalem and then leave.
There is a lot to unpack and speak about. It's just in the midst of this conversation, my mind is kind of going blank on the things that I studied and criticized. As I was going through the concept of partial preterism and victorious eschatology and putting it to the test, like I said, I'm not fully decided on one or the other. To me, I'm holding space and possibly even a blending of, say, for instance, that Matthew 24, Book of Revelation, did get fulfilled in 70 AD while simultaneously holding space for a future event. Well, because I started questioning the ideas about the false prophet, the Antichrist, the mark of the beast, the language that's written in the Book of Revelation, and seeing it in different forms. So for instance, when Jesus was, I'm slipping on words, like coming against the religious leaders of his time. When I first became a Christian, I didn't really understand that. I thought it was like pretty harsh. As time went on, I started to learn. It's like, okay, these men had taken the law of God and interpreted it in their own way and created traditions from those interpretations, the Talmud. And now they put their traditions on a higher pedestal than the law of God itself. And so when Jesus was talking to them, he's like, woe unto you, scribes, Pharisees, you tithe mint and dill and this and that, but you neglect the greater things of the law, like justice and mercy. And he's coming against them because they're literally, for the sake of their own traditions, holding people back from having communion with God under the old covenant system of the law. And so when I see in the book of Revelations, what happened in 70 AD was the destruction of the Jewish temple. We haven't had a physical temple since then.
I fail to see what this has to do with Matthew 24, though.
It's Matthew 24 discourse took place I mean, I think in the context, almost immediately after the cursing of the fig tree in his last visit to Jerusalem before the crucifixion. And so, again, like when I was a baby Christian, first reading the Gospels, when I read cursing of the fig tree, I was terrified because I thought he was talking about looking at a Christian and not finding fruit. I thought if Jesus didn't find fruit on me, I'd be cursed. But then as time went on, I came to understand the context of when that took place. The cursing of the fig tree in front of his disciples was an outward sign against Jerusalem
But buddy, we're on
during that
Matthew
time period.
24, the Olivet
Yeah.
Discourse, where Jesus
Mm-hmm.
says, Matthew 24 and 25, he's coming back. All the tribes of the earth are going to see it. He's going to collect everybody from under the heaven, and he's going to judge all nations. If that didn't happen in 70 AD, then 70 AD can't be the fulfillment of this passage.
So, and that's where it comes back to how we interpret it. And so I know that,
Honestly, I would interpret it
yeah,
honestly. When he says all the nations, he means all the nations. When he says every person under the heaven, he means every person under the heaven. When he says all the tribes of the earth, he means all the tribes. I'm saying when Jesus makes this prediction, he just means what he says. I would need a really good reason, and I haven't heard one. I need a really good reason to believe this one prediction, Jesus didn't mean what he said.
yeah, I'm failing to get what's in here out to here to you. When I talked about the spiritual thing and how we're interpreting it, like I said, I believe that you're taking the words very literally.
Why would I not?
As I get it, but that's why I went back to the Nicodemus talk.
No. What about this
Because
passage? Where's the grammatical indicator that, or the context clues that would tell you that this isn't literal? You can't just
right,
take
okay,
any
so
passage you want and say, well, since it didn't happen, it's no longer literal. Give me the actual like rules of grammar being employed here.
When Jesus spoke to the Pharisees and they said, "What sign will you give us?" And he said, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it again." And the Bible literally stated after that for us that he was speaking of his body, but the Pharisees thought he was speaking about the physical temple, and they took great offense at that.
Is Matthew writing
Right?
to the Pharisees?
No, he's writing to us,
There we
the
go.
believers.
So the question is, when Jesus
Right.
says this in the book of Matthew, why would I read this and believe that it doesn't just mean what it says?
So, okay, but Matthew gave us the footnote in the gospel account, but he didn't give that to the Pharisees when he spoke to them.
Yeah, but
They
in
said, "What sign will you
Jesus's
give us?"
example, it doesn't, it's not literal because, again, it's preposterous. Jesus is a single human being. He can't rebuild the temple on his own. He's certainly not going to do it in 3 days. Everyone who heard Jesus say that would know that he's not talking about something literal. He must be talking about something else. Again, we know when hyperbole is being employed because it almost always includes some kind of impossibility, at least to the hearer. Now, it might be impossible to the hearer, but it turns out 1,000 years later, the hearer 1,000 years later is like, actually, that's not all that impossible. Like humans flying sounded like hyperbole at one point, but now we know it actually humans can fly. You just got to put them in a plane. So the reality is, when Jesus is using hyperbole, we know when he is. I'm asking you in Matthew 25 and 24, what parts of these passages would lead us to believe that he's being hyperbolic when he says he's judging all of the world?
It's not necessarily being hyperbolic. I'm going back to the interpretation aspect, and I'm not trying to do this as an authority and saying, "Oh, this is what it really means. This is what it really means." I'm having this discussion in the sense of open-mindedness and leaving space for people to consider more. That's all I'm doing. I didn't come on here to convince you to become a Christian. It seems like pretty straightforward from the moment that I came across your channel and page that you are where you are. And so if you're doing what you're doing on here, your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. I'm not here to try to actually prove you wrong. I'm just here to present some ideas
Right,
for
but
open-mindedness. So
I'm getting frustrated because you won't answer my questions.
yeah,
Right. So
I
it's an
just
easy
wanted to get that
question,
disclaimer.
and I think anyone in the queue could have answered me. I'm just asking, what are the clues in this passage that would lead one to believe that it doesn't just mean what it says?
I think that it means what it says, but the meaning can be different than what we think about it.
I'm sure
That's
it
what I'm trying to
can.
say.
What are the
Right.
clues from the passage that it doesn't mean what it says at face value, that namely Jesus is coming to judge the entire world?
I'm not just looking at the passage by itself. I'm looking at the passage in the context of the gospel, in the context of the Bible. You see what
I
I'm
am
saying?
too.
When I
We
practice
both are.
hermeneutics, I don't just grab one passage
And
and
neither
then
do I. I've read the entire Bible. I know it very well. That's why I know that my interpretation matches what Jesus says elsewhere in the Bible. So again, I'm going to ask you about this specific passage. What in this specific passage would lead one to believe that Jesus didn't mean the entire world?
You're asking a leading question.
Nope.
Because
I'm asking you to present evidence for your case. So
What in
you're
this
saying is that
specific,
when
I
Jesus
don't
says
think it
he's going to
would.
judge the entire world, you're saying no, it doesn't mean the entire world. When I say he's going to collect
That's
the
not what I
elect
said.
from
That's
under
not what I
all of
said.
heaven, it doesn't mean all of the elect. So what I'm asking you
That's not what
for
I
is
said either.
what are the clues that you're using to get to that conclusion? Because it's not the conclusion I got to.
So I'm not, what those two things that you said that I said, I didn't say that. When you said it doesn't mean what that says, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that we may not understand how those words mean what they mean because of the veiled reality.
But you don't know what
This is
they
what I'm
mean.
trying
I
to
don't
say.
care about how. I want to know what
Yeah.
they mean. What do they mean, and how do you determine that from the text?
It would be something, it's like me saying there are more than one.
All right, I want to put
This
the
comes
verse
down
up,
to,
and we're just going to step.
yeah,
We're going to
it just
step
comes
through
down to
it.
having an open mind,
We're going to
man.
step
It's
through
like,
it
I'm trying
word
to
for
find the words
word.
to explain it to you.
All right, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. What does that mean?
What's a sign?
You tell me.
This is where I'm trying to get across. So
You tell me.
sign can mean multiple things, right? A
Tell me what it
sign could be
means.
like a stop sign on
Hey,
the
I'm
side
waiting
of a
on
road,
you.
right? So everyone thinks different things with signs.
I'm asking what you think. What does it mean?
The word sign?
Yep.
Signs can be something that point to something. Signs can be something that is an evidence of something. Sign could be something that makes known, like manifest. You see what I'm saying?
Well, in this instance, it's going to be a miracle.
Right.
It's a miracle. It's a sign. That's the Greek word you're going to be looking for is the same. So he's saying the miracle or the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. What does that phrase mean?
So this word heaven, used throughout the Bible, is used in multiple ways. It's used as the firmament, right?
Almost
Where the birds
exclusively
fly
is
through.
used to refer to the sky above your head. There's not a single
Right.
passage in the Bible that doesn't use it with that context.
You said there's not a single passage where it doesn't use it with that context?
Not a single one. The sky is always just the atmosphere above your head. There's no outer space in the Bible.
So when God says that, when it says that God's throne is in heaven, do you see that as a literal, like you think God's throne is in the sky above your head, or do you think he's talking about a spiritual reality?
It says that. It says that his habitat is in the heavens on the firmament, Psalm 150. Another psalm says he walks on top of the firmament. There's no reason to believe that this is an outer space mystical kingdom far away. Everybody in the ancient world believed that the gods were just up in the sky above your head. That's why the planetary bodies and everything they thought was part of the firmament. That's what the Bible teaches. So when it says that the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, that's why there's clouds. Because there's clouds in the sky.
This is where we're differing. And I understand why you say those things and why you believe those things about the ancient world. But this is where we're disconnecting, is because
on the
when I
sky?
read those things, yeah, so like you took it very literally. You said that because the Bible says that God's throne sits above the firmament and that he literally walks on the firmament, you took it as a very literal word for word description. I
Yeah.
hear you now.
Yeah, it means exactly what
Yeah.
it says, which is what all scholars prior to the modern age thought. It's what all the Jewish rabbis thought. In fact, we've got lots of commentary from the Jewish rabbis describing how it is nefesh.
What's the Hebrew word for soul?
It's nefesh. And
what
also
does it
it's
mean?
irrelevant because
Literally.
there's two interpretations of nefesh. It's either life or force, and neither one of them are relevant. You could even translate it as soul. It doesn't matter. We're talking about heaven now.
What's the actual word nefesh though? Like, what is the Hebrew word for
I just told
soul?
you, nefesh is the Hebrew word, and it refers to either the life force or the soul. There's lots of times in the Bible it'll say life for nefesh rather than soul.
Is it not throat? Is it also not throat?
There's a different word for throat. It can be used idiomatically. I'm not even aware of when it would be used for the word throat. Also, again, don't care. Just because a word has a
point, though.
Nope, that's not the point.
No,
just because a word has a semantic range doesn't it mean that it uses all those things at the same time. Just like if I said, "Is your refrigerator running?" That doesn't mean that the refrigerator has legs and runs. You can use a word idiomatically.
When the Bible says that out of the heart flows all the issues of life. Is it talking about your physical heart that beats right here with the blood moving?
Because they thought that your heart was where you thought. They think that your heart is the thing that thinks for you. That's why it says that the heart is deceitful among all things. All ancient peoples believe that the thoughts were in the heart, not in the head, not until we got to the Greeks.
See, this is where we differ again. This is the point I'm getting to, is that you're assuming with presuppositions that all ancient people believe that thought happens here.
No, I read it. It's in their text. You can read it too. Like if you did even 5 minutes of comparative study, you can find even an Egyptian medical text.
I've done comparative religion. I've looked into almost every religion.
You certainly haven't. You would know that in the medical text of the ancient world, they believed that your thoughts were from your heart. That's one of the reasons why they believe that the heart beats faster when you're scared, because that's where your thoughts are.
Okay, so
they don't know
the word for spirit.
This thing.
Another example, because I brought up two already. What's the word for spirit?
The first one wasn't a good one. The second one certainly isn't going to be a good one either. So ruach, typically the spirit, is wind or breath, and again, this is still a diversion. Because the Bible says that God's sanctuary is in the sky. It says he looks down from his habitation. Psalm 2, he sits in the heavens. He sits there. He's in the heavens. The heavens is where the birds are.
These are the 4 things I'm going to bring up one more time.
Are any of them going to be the heavens?
It was those 3 words, and going back to what Jesus said to
crazy that you're not going to address the heavens.
I mean, we could talk about the heavens too, but the point
that's what you brought up, not me. You wanted to switch to the heavens, so now we're talking about God's throne being in the heavens, which is what everybody believed in the ancient world, and now you don't want to talk about it. I'm just trying to figure out what you were actually wanting to talk about.
I'm about to get to my final point right here, and then I can wish you a great night and thank you for being here. Unless you have anything else you want to ask me. The word for throat is the word that's used for soul. The word for wind is the word that's used for spirit.
I don't think that's true.
The word for heart is the word that's used for the intellect and will and mind and emotions. Nefesh?
No, the other word for throat.
I'm pretty sure it was nefesh. I mean, we can look it up again.
No, it's garon.
So when we go to, what was it? Psalm, my soul thirsts for you. Is the word not my throat thirsts for you as well?
Psalm 23.
But we translate it as soul.
I can certainly look it up if you want. Psalm of David, blah, 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 shall not want, please, My soul. It says my soul.
Mm-hmm.
What about it? My soul he restores. Where's the part with the throat?
23 what?
I'm in 23:3.
23. That's nefesh.
Nafshi just means my soul he restores. Where's the throat?
It's something I'm just gonna have to come back to. It
It
was
sounds
like the
like
last
this.
time that I had studied this, I found that it's the same word used for throat in other occurrences,
It
or that
sounds
the
like
word
you've
means throat,
been
but
reading
it's
the
used
King
for
James
soul.
Bible too much.
Which Bible version do you read?
Just about anything but the New
I
King
saw
James
the
or the King
NRSV.
James. NRSV is probably the best of them right now. I mean, the
Okay.
NABRE is really good too.
Okay. I'll look into it again. You know, basically the point that I was getting at is that I believe that some words that are used for physical things like wind to spirit, heart to mind, intellect, seat of emotions, I see it as we use words even in our modern day like that. Like we could say something, but we mean something else. And so what I was trying to say is when he says that all the tribes of the earth will see him as a sign in the heavens, that yes, he could be talking about a physical sign in the sky above your head, but he could be talking about a spiritual sign as well.
We're
Like
talking
there are
about
more
the
than one
judgment
way to
of
see
all the
somebody.
inhabitants of the earth. That's what we're talking about. I'm not,
Right,
I'm not asking
right.
you about the sign. Whatever the sign is, it says all people are going to see it, and that he's going to collect
Hmm.
the elect from the four winds from every end of heaven.
Hmm. I just see, I leave an open mind to different ways that that could still be being fulfilled today.
It's
I
not.
understand that you take a
It's not
very
going to get
literal
fulfilled
approach
today if
on
you
these
think it's
words.
fulfilled in 70 AD.
That specific one, no.
That's
That
the
specific
problem.
line, yeah.
He says this prophecy is going to happen before that generation passes away.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you right now, but
Fair enough. Okay. Hey, thanks for stopping
I
by, man.
appreciate you, Justin. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Really pulling teeth with that one. My goodness. Okay, let me grab a couple of super chats. We've got our next guest in here. Hey, Matthew, thank you for the $20 super chat and apparently for the debunk. Matthew says, Nazi salute has no evidence in Roman history. That's interesting. People are giving me some mixed information here. So apparently Nazi salute isn't originally Roman. It says it's 18th century artistic invention. French painter Jacques Louis David in 1784, Oath of Horati, later adopted by fascists. Well, that's information. I did think it'd be kind of weird that they would adopt like a Roman Catholic thing, even though, I mean, the HRE technically leadership was German, but it seems like they would be reluctant to adopt a Catholic thing. They weren't very Catholic, if I remember correctly. I don't think the Third Reich were fond of Catholics, right? I didn't think that was the case. Oh well. Nevertheless, thank you so much for the update. It's good to know that the Third Reich did not, in fact, steal from the Romans. And rock hard for Doug. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend Big W. Hope you're doing well. And Straight says, I have something for the guy that needed insulin help. I don't see your email on Linktree, and I don't know who you are on Discord. Hordes for Life. Well, Stray, that was shoot. Give me a second. Who needed it? Who needed it? Who needed it? I know who needed it. It was shit. Morpheus. Mr. Morpheus needed that. Mr. Morpheus, I don't think is on TikTok. But if you go back to that fundraiser, I do believe, I don't know if his contact information was listed or not. Shit. Send me an email, Stray. If you send me an email, I'll make sure we get hooked up with Mr. Morpheus. We'll take care of it. Cheddarson, hey, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. It says cows are from space. I forgot about the space cows. That's why aliens always abduct the livestock. The cows are just returning to their home planet. Indeed. Maybe that's why they had such a large fascination with crop circles. Extraterrestrials are really into farming and husbandry, apparently. Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat. Says, so Allah used a cow launcher like the ones in Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Wow, finally something useful from that awful, disgusting book. The cow launcher is good, by the way. I did love that they were using, what do they call the big launching things in war? There's a name for it. Trebuchet, is that what they call them? I did love that they were like using trebuchets to launch nonsensical things like cows. That's a great part of Monty Python. And Abel Medina, thank you for the super chat, says iron is in the core of the earth and the core of the stars, which would be down. So checkmate, Habibi. Oh no. It's crazy how he was trying to use the iron apologetic wrong. We've heard the iron apologetic is typically about the asteroids made of iron, and they're like, how could they know? It's crazy that he went a different way with that. And Reverend Renee again says, these PDF files are so arrogant and proud of their heinous belief. Can we all pool our money together to kick this industrial strength chud? Indeed. Listen, there's a reason why we always come back to Aisha when we talk to the Muslims. It's because it really exposes the toxic nature of the religion. And Dr. Fudge says, Musil was good for one thing, ignoring while I cleaned my room. I don't blame you. I know a lot of people checked out during that conversation. I apologize. We kept him on for so long, but I wanted to see if he was bringing anything new and interesting. Mr. Brief says, you can lock your phone on the vertical with YouTube Premium. That's what I do. But you can't return to your home screen, feed, or other sections on YouTube, or it'll stop. With Premium? No, I can. I do it all the time. I just swipe away, go back to my home screen, and keep fucking around. I do it all the time on my phone, guys. The vertical and the horizontal behave identically for me on my phone. I don't know about y'all's. And Doubting Scotty says, if you use YouTube through a browser via desktop site on your phone, you can listen to it in the background without Premium. True. I used to do this, by the way. This was my trick before I did Premium. So it worked for me. I don't know if it's going to work for everybody, but this is definitely something that worked for me quite a bit. And I think there's an app that does it for you now. Like you can get an app that just works like a YouTube browser almost. Pineapple says, the fascist salute didn't come from Rome. It came from a single Renaissance era painting. So we got more information on this. There is zero evidence Romans did it with any regularity. Thank you. I appreciate the update. Because I thought I was learning some new shit. Apparently I'm not. And Rose Settles, thank you for the super chat, says, made by Jim Bob is a coward. Fuck. Jim Bob's getting called out from the comments. No, I don't know what to tell you. Jim Bob does watch a lot of atheist streams. It's weird. I don't watch any apologist streams. I don't feel like they're worth it any of your times. Don't waste any of your time. Don't waste any of your time watching apologist live streams. They're a waste. You're not going to learn anything useful there. And Mike says, nice enough, but more brainwashed than the Manchurian Candidate. Yeah, that last guess was nice. He certainly was, but you can see that the coping was pretty thick with that one. And last super chat for now from Siphus Ignitus. O prophet of Doug, I beg thee, please make the title of the next live, Jesus didn't return in 70 AD, prove me wrong. Also, plus teach me how to Dougie. Actually, I don't know how to do the Dougie dance, believe it or not, but It was a popular slogan for a while. You know what? Like, I've been talking to some people in the deconstruction / atheist community about doing a preterism live stream. So hang tight. We might actually have that going. Many of you might know there are some people in the community, namely Myth Vision, Derek from Myth Vision, who is like super ex-preterist. Like when he was a Christian, he was a preterist. So he's very passionate about the preterist topic. So we might do a debate sometime against some preterists. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm a really big fan of the preterist topic, just because every time you hear it, you're going to hear some new bullshit. Like to be fair, no preterist I've ever talked to is ever the same. It's just, it is what it is. Anyways, let's get our next guest in here. Looks like we're going to grab Isaac and then I guess Kermit. How you doing, Isaac?
Hey, Justin. How you doing? I'm good.
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Isaac, are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
I don't. I just wanted to ask you your opinion on Isaiah 53.
I think it's about the righteous remnant of Israel, and there's about 9 different occurrences prior to chapter 53 where God says that Israel's the servant. So I really don't have a good reason to think that the servant is anybody but Israel.
Yeah, I just heard from like a lot of people that that's messianic prophecy.
Yeah.
It's
Messiah's
like,
not even mentioned. There's only there's like 2 categories of people that are ever called the servant in the Hebrew Bible. One is Israel, and 2 are the prophets. The prophets are repeatedly called God's servants. Outside of that, not so much.
and then the other thing that Matthew 16, 27, 28, a lot of people I've heard they equate that to the transfiguration in
Of
chapter
course.
17.
hmm But that can't
What
work
do you have
because
to
in
say about
Matthew
that?
16, he doesn't come from heaven. In Matthew 16, he's clearly talking about coming from heaven, like in the second coming. And it's also true that we don't know that any of his disciples died in the 6 days between saying that and the transfiguration. It says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for what has been done. That's the second coming, when he comes with the angels to judge, identical to what he says in Matthew 25:31. Then he says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Coming in his kingdom is not what happened during the transfiguration. Coming in his kingdom is what happens in his second coming, which is why we find similarly later in Matthew 24, he says that he's going to come in his kingdom, which means it certainly isn't the transfiguration if he still is yet to come in his kingdom. In fact, he says, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn and will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven, which is what it means to come in his kingdom, which he reiterates in Matthew 25 and 26. In Matthew 26, if you go all the way down to like, there we go. Jesus said to him, I tell you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. This idea that he's coming with the angels in the kingdom on the powers of heaven, all the clouds of heaven. This is all second coming imagery. It all comes from Daniel chapter 7.
Yeah.
The transfiguration would be a nonsensical fulfillment of this.
Yeah, that's the thing they ignore. And like in the transfiguration, I don't see where he repays people for what they've done.
Oh, he didn't. No, of course not. Yeah. And nobody died. Nobody dies in the 6 days between him saying that and the transfiguration.
Yeah, and I didn't know that was only 6 days. You know, I don't know what to say to these people when they just blatantly ignore what it says.
Well, they haven't read it. That's the problem. They've read somebody else's excuse, and then they haven't read the actual passage. You go to Mark 17 or Matthew 17. It says 6 days later, Jesus took with him Peter and James and his brother John, went up on a high mountain. 6 days, that's it.
All right, I appreciate it. I don't want to take up too much time. Thanks for bringing me up.
Sure thing. Cheers, man. Oh, that was easy. Okay. Liberty Gibbets, thank you for the super chat. Says, what the fuck is happening with Alex O'Connor? Heard him say on a podcast the other day that the fine-tuning argument was a stalemate amongst other apologetic adjacent problem. I don't know what that means. But I don't know. I don't get it. I don't and maybe it's because my understanding of the fine-tuning argument isn't as good. Who knows? I don't think the fine-tuning argument works fucking at all. I think it's one of the dumbest arguments for God ever. If God could do anything, create life out of anything, then we literally have no idea if anything's fine-tuned. God could make fucking the world entirely out of just Legos and still create life because God has that power. So to say that we're finely tuned for life is like a meaningless statement because God could literally make life out of anything. He can animate anything he wants to. And BVP says it comes down to having an open mind means words don't mean words every time. Listen, I have an open mind, but I'm not going to lie to myself. Words still mean words. And last super chat from Rose says a sign could mean stop sign on a road. That's impressive. I know. Imagine seeing the word sign here and thinking that it means like a physical like stop sign or indicator of information. You know what I mean? Like what the lies you have to tell yourself to keep going. All right. I'm going to grab Kermit and then Samantha and we'll keep on rolling. Welcome in, Kermit.
Hello, Mr. Deconstruction. Can you hear me okay?
I was really hoping you'd use the Kermit voice for this. I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just making sure because, you know, sometimes people can't hear me. I'm going to be honest with you. I had a lot more confidence before Deja came on. And if you can't believe in hell now, after sitting through that, then you're a lost cause, buddy. Okay, but God is real. And would you like me to prove it to you?
Well, I have some concerns because are you a Christian?
Well, define Christian and concern.
Do you believe that Jesus is the Christ?
Well, I believe in God.
Do you believe in the God that's described in the Bible?
I mean, yes, he can be true, yeah.
I mean, it's either yes or no. You believe in that version of God or you don't.
Sure, yeah, I do.
You sound very, maybe not convinced. Thank you, Bertram.
Well, I'll be honest with you. After the Muslim and Deja, I don't know if God is real anymore.
That might be the case. So we'll just pretend like you're a general theist right now. Hey, thanks, Godless Engineer. What would be the best argument for your God existing?
Okay, well, I have to start it out like this first, okay? And the best way to explain it is that my cousin Jordan Peterson has a lot of talking points, and I also like to use those talking points as well. But it turns out he's in a coma because he has a lot of like black mold. He had a lot of black mold in his house. So I actually was positing the other day that I have an argument for my God under the clean room proof. Have you ever heard of it?
No, go on.
Okay, so the clean room proof. All right, here we go. It's pretty easy. I need you to, well, maybe not you since you're on cam, but a lot of people have dirty rooms. And if they don't actually clean their rooms, that essentially turns into a primordial soup of just creation. Okay, so now what we don't want, since we're not God.
No, we're not going to do that. That may be a fun troll, but not today, y'all. All right, let's get Samantha in here from TikTok. How you doing, Samantha?
What's the deal?
I didn't hear anything you just said. I heard mumbles.
I said, what's the deal?
Still don't know what you said. You had to
What's
enunciate.
The deal?
Use your.
What's the deal?
The whole mouth. I think the deal right now is we're debating God's existence. Which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian, P.
Did you just call me P?
Yeah, player.
Whatever. So what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
What you say? Call me baby girl?
I said, why would somebody believe that the Christian God is real?
I don't know. I just want to know why he doesn't exist.
Because he entails logical contradictions, and I don't think that logical contradictions can exist. So, for example, the Trinity is logically incoherent because it breaks the law of identity. You want to hear how?
Okay. Just so I get your claim, you're saying the Trinity, Christian God doesn't exist because the Trinity is incoherent?
Do you believe in the Trinity?
Yeah.
Do you believe that the Trinity is logically coherent?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe in the law of identity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can something be 100% of something without having all of its qualities?
Yeah.
Oh, define it. Show me something that is 100%
Yeah,
of
so
something
so
else that lacks some of its
yeah,
qualities.
I'm saying in a sense, it would be absolutely logically possible to have hypostatic properties, distinct hypostatic properties, but absolutely the same essential properties.
Define hypostatic property.
Yeah, a hypostatic property, right, is just going to be a attribute of relation that one subject has to another. That's how I'm defining hypostatic properties.
And name one hypostatic property.
Paternity.
Paternity, that certainly can't be the case because God's not the father of Jesus. He didn't sire Jesus. So, want to try another one?
Yeah, when we say paternity, we don't mean that Jesus was created or anything.
Oh, so he's
we just mean
adopted.
that. Yeah, paternity doesn't necessarily.
In
Okay,
what
can I
way
finish?
is
Paternity.
the father a father?
He's generating the son.
So the son is contingent on the father?
Is the son that's a weird way to phrase English.
What do you think? What do you think generating means?
Generate, to come forth.
So the father is literally generating the son, which means the son is dependent on the father.
Father is dependent on the son. It's a three-way streak.
If you're generating something, the thing that you're generating is dependent on you. That's how the word generate works.
Well, no, because look.
Basic words,
the son,
like basic word definitions, are always going to be a problem for the Phil Bros.
Yeah, it's not. So the son is simply just the father's self-image. Okay, the father is the image, right, and the spirit is the.
We're trying to pin you down on the word generate. What do you think generate means?
To come forth.
To cause, yeah, it causes it, right? Can
No,
God
not
have
to
a cause?
Nobody's saying cause. No, hell
actually,
no.
that is that's the definition. I can just give you the definition.
That's not how I'm using it. That's not how I'm using
Oxford.
it.
Well, if the word generate isn't the word you're looking for, I guess you'll have to pick a different word. But the Oxford Dictionary says generate, a verb, cause something, especially an emotion or a situation, to arise or to come about. So Jesus has a cause?
No, I don't define generate as a cause.
Well, then you're gonna have to find a different word.
No, I'm not. I don't have to. I don't have to.
I apologize. I'm using what the dictionary says. If you have a different dictionary, that's your problem, not my problem.
Well, do you know? You must not know how etymology works.
Samantha, didn't I talk to you on? Hold on. Didn't I talk to you? Like, was it 2 weeks ago? On maybe last week? I forget now. On
absolutely destroyed you in Blitz.
Didn't you call in? Yeah. Didn't you call in under Emily and then again call in under Samantha and get crushed both times?
No, what are you talking about?
You got absolutely dog walked on both occasions, and you thought you were going to come here and do better?
Nobody dog dogs me. Your live pause, so you
get absolutely dog walked, which is why now, even on my live stream, like I don't even do philosophy, but even here, you're now having to equivocate on basic definitions. Like generate doesn't mean generate. It's definitely him, dirty rotten dog. You're right.
Wait, hold on. Are words objective? I want a yes or no. Are words objective?
No one gives a fuck. Go talk to someone who cares. I don't let people redefine the dictionary for me. All right, let's get somebody. Hopefully we got like a real adult in here that can have a conversation without demanding that I change my dictionary for them. Welcome in, Bear.
How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I don't know how you're still saying though.
Yeah, I mean, I do what I can. Some days I'm more sane than others, but I'm feeling okay right now. What should we call you? What do you want to be called?
Oh, just Bear is fine. That's
okay.
Yeah, Bear is fine.
Bear, are you a believer?
Yep, I'm a believer in Jesus, and I am 18.
Bear, oh, look at that, already ready. Okay. What do you think is the best argument for the Christian God existing? Also, there's a little bit of an echo in your phone. Is it on speakerphone?
Let me fix it.
Just turn the volume down ever so slightly and it should fix it.
One moment. Let's Let's see.
Still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm fixing it real quick. Sorry about that. I apologize.
I don't hear an echo right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
well, let me know, I guess.
So, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I mean, I heard the bit about Matthew 24, and I'd definitely go over that with you if you'd like. I mean, my position on that, I'm not going to be able to give you what you're looking for personally in that regard. And it's not a cop-out. It's just that everyone's on their own. They're seeking the truth, and you're already doing that part, as best you can. So other than that, everyone's on their own journey. And I know it sounds like a cop-out and all that, but there's nothing I'm going to say. Even if I had whatever knowledge or facts, I can give you my testimony and stuff, but that's about it. You already know the gospel, obviously. And other than that, it's going to be, you're seeking the truth. So you're doing the right thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I don't think testimonies are meaningful, at least not in this space.
Right.
So, it sounds like you don't have an argument for God. You just wanted to go over Matthew 24.
I mean, I have arguments, but it'd be pointless. It wouldn't help. It wouldn't benefit you or anybody. But I think I could maybe. I know you've heard a lot, but I can give you my opinion on Matthew 24 because you're talking about it, and I could anything else you want to ask. But I mean, I'm not going to be able to give you what you're looking for as far as proving God is real and all that. That's going to be your own journey, which you're on. You're on right now, which is great.
Are you a preterist?
Anyone who seeks the truth is doing what they should be doing. I used to be, exactly where you are almost.
I'm sure. Are you a preterist?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that Matthew 24 was fulfilled somehow in 70 AD?
No. Well, and I remember what it says, so you don't even have to pull it up. The way I read it was that as Jesus was coming out of the buildings, wherever he was, some of the disciples approached him by one of the temples, and he made a comment about how the temple's gonna be destroyed, no stone left standing, and all that. And then it says they went to a different place completely and talked about the rest of the prophecy of him coming back. So how I read it, the temple being destroyed in 70 AD wasn't part of that prophecy.
That's not in Matthew 24. No, I agree. It's not about 70 AD either. So when Jesus says that all the events are going to take place before this generation passes away, what does that mean?
And that one again, I know you've had a rough time tonight, but people changing definitions. But how I read that was, in a definition sense, would be he's saying before their work is done in Israel. And if you look at Israel now, do they all believe in Jesus? No, not even close.
Wait. He didn't say anything remotely close to that.
He said he's going to come back to them before their mission's complete. Basically, I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, that was Matthew 10:23. He says that when he sends his disciples out, he says that he's going to come back before they've finished going throughout all the towns of Israel. But in Matthew 24, he says that this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place, which means all the stuff that he just listed, which includes this judgment right here.
Yep. And there's no way to. I won't try and rationalize it. I mean, all I'll say is I had, I was an atheist for a long, long time, and it was other Christians that kept me as an atheist, by and large.
Christians don't have anything to do with me being an atheist. I'm an atheist because the Bible is just not true.
Well, right. And well, I'm just telling you that because I did the same thing you did, and I didn't come. I studied this stuff even as an atheist, and I know words have to mean things, and allegory has to have its place and all that. But the problem is when you start looking at the original Hebrew that the Bible was written in. It's been translated.
New Testament was in Greek.
I'm sorry, what?
New Testament was in Greek, though.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. But the Old Testament, I think, was translated over 1,400 times. The New Testament's been like 500 or 600 times to how many languages? I mean,
But
from
English,
one dialect.
From English is just once. Like our English translation was from Greek to English. There wasn't anything
Correct.
in between there.
So but between languages, even of dialects within languages, you're gonna lose meaning. But not only that, I mean, honestly, I believe in Jesus, 100%, but I don't put 100% faith in the Bible, because even in versions that I have myself over the years, I've caught the powers that be, whoever, changing things in many places. So that's another thing too, is like the fact that the Bible has
trust it.
Right. I mean, and as a Christian, I wouldn't say I believe I hope that his message is still intact. It appears in my heart that it is, but that's divine intervention right there, because I have, even in the Bibles I have multiple examples of them changing dates. And I'm talking by thousands of years, and changing simple yet important things like, when Jesus is talking about healings, one version will say just pray, another version will say fast and pray. Little things like that, but they could have a big impact. And I catch stuff like that all the time, but good.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. The textual criticism is a bit of a problem, but it sounds like you're not really here to disagree with me too much, and that's fine. But this is kind of a debate space, so we'll have to.
Yeah, that's fine. And I just wanted to go over. Was that Matthew 10? Did I get it wrong? I think it was.
Initially, you quoted Matthew 10:23, but you were mentioning Matthew 24. But that's fine.
Yeah, and that one is irreconcilable if we go straight out definition, without getting into a big theology, meaningless, back and forth. Yeah. So, but the other one though, as far as you were talking about the 70 AD, so that's what I meant. I wanted to talk to you about was that I don't see that the temple being destroyed in Jerusalem as being tied to the stuff that Jesus said after it.
No, we agree on that. Actually, you and I are on the same page there. I don't think they're connected.
Yeah.
So, but hey, thanks for coming up, Aaron.
I mean, other than that, I mean, if you have any, I'm sorry I couldn't give you any answers that you're looking for, but it
happens. All right.
That's all I got for you. Good luck. Good luck on your journey, man. You're on the right path,
right.
and
Cheers,
and
man.
you'll help people on the way too. You won't even realize it.
I hope so.
All right. Have a good night.
Cheers. Nice guy. I mean, that's a fair position. Like, there's nothing wrong with not having answers. When you start making stuff up and you don't have answers, it's a problem. Also, Godless Engineer, my friend, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat and for the money gun. It says Pascal's wager versus fine tuning, which is better. Oh, fuck. To be fair, okay, if I'm going to pick one, I'm going to pick fine tuning over Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager might be the worst thing you could ever say to a human being to convince them of your religion. It just can't work. This is a fair point. And Flibberty Giblets, again, with the additional super chat, says, oh, wait, did you send that twice, my friend? Or no, I clicked on the wrong one. There we go. Michael says, wait, I thought the Nazi salute comes out of the Bellamy salute from the Pledge of Allegiance. Can you find pics of American children doing it? What? We're getting some really conflicting information today about where the Nazi salute comes from. I'm going to chat GPT it. Hold on. Where does the Nazi salute come from? And the answer is Donald Trump. Oh, no, it's fucking around. That's not that. I mean, that's the answer now, but let's see where it actually comes from. The gesture was inspired by a romanticized idea of ancient Rome. 19th century European artists and filmmakers believed Roman saluted leaders with an outstretched arm. Paintings and early silent film spread this image and became associated with classical heroism, nationalism, and authoritarian symbolism. Okay, so it's a little bit of everybody was right. A little bit of everybody was right. If ChatGPT is to be trusted, it wasn't a Roman salute. They just thought it was a Roman salute. That doesn't answer every question, though. It says there's no solid evidence that Romans actually used the salute historically. It's mostly a myth created by modern art. So it definitely seems like one of those nuanced topics that the answer is more difficult than we might want to admit. Let's get Maven in here.
Hello.
Welcome, Maven.
Hi. I'm
How
not
you
going to
doing?
pontificate too much, and I know you like to squint at people when they're wrong, so I'm watching your face.
Well, or if they say something really ridiculous, which happens quite a bit. But also, I'm glad to see that you're not the Maven that I talked to on November 24th, because that Maven was a real piece of work. You're obviously not the same one. So I'm going to put a note in my spreadsheet for Maven
okay.
with not a capital M. The other Maven had a capital M. You're not. I want to put a note here to say not
okay.
not the other.
Oh gosh,
Maven.
Almost didn't make the cut.
No, it's okay. Your PFP was different, so I assumed it might be different. But are you at least 18?
So your prompt? Yes, I'm 47. I live in Alaska.
Okay. And do you believe in Jesus or God or anything like that?
No. I do believe in God. I don't believe in Jesus.
Gotcha. You're a generic theist.
Okay. We'll go with that.
Like, you just believe in a generic God. It's not like the God of a particular holy book?
I don't know about generic. I believe that there's a higher power. So your prompt said, your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. So here's where I find difficulty with most religions, because I think all gods are imaginary. All of them.
Including yours?
Every single one from... Yeah, it's from my imagination. It comes from faith.
Oh, we agree.
You're believing in something. Yeah, you're believing. Yeah, maybe I'm not the person you want to debate, because I believe in a higher power. I believe in things like research, science. That's what I believe in.
Fuck, me too.
Yeah, look it up, learn. I'm the type of person that needs not necessarily physical evidence, but scientific evidence. And that's where I'm at.
Well, I hate to tell you, Maven, and this might be news for you. You're an atheist. It's okay.
Perhaps, but I've had miracles in my life happen, but I felt like it was more, I don't know, karmic, or you put good stuff out there, good stuff comes back. But I don't know if I believe in that hoodoo voodoo either. It's just, you do good stuff, it's going to come back. Life is life. It's organic.
I would take hoodoo voodoo over a prophet marrying a 6-year-old. That's for sure. That religion's vile. I'll go hoodoo voodoo all day.
And that's what I'm saying, is I feel like in many religions, whether it be Muslim, Protestant, it doesn't matter. I feel like they're all imaginary, because they can't factually prove any of their stuff. They can't. There's no, like, I talked about Anunnaki and Zecharia Sitchin, which I don't know if you're familiar with Zecharia Sitchin.
I'm familiar with Zecharia Sitchin.
So there's radio, and I'm not saying I subscribe to what he's saying.
Please tell me you don't.
I'm just saying.
You'll break my heart if you tell me.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't. I'm saying that there's probably, what I will say comedically is there's more truth to what he has to say based on radiocarbon data and things like that. The science is where I'm going to align myself with, is science. And
I agree.
I think a lot of people are going to believe in faith because they don't want to believe, if they have a crappy life, they don't want to think, or if they're a bad person doing bad stuff, everyone wants to believe, okay, if I forgive myself to this deity, I'm going to go to this magical place in this magical land and all will be forgiven. No, do good stuff when nobody's looking. Like, you get one life. That's it.
Yeah.
You get one life. Don't be a POS.
I get it. Yeah. So listen, it sounds like we probably agree. So I think that's kind of the end of our conversation, but it was good to meet you, and thanks for coming up. And we agree, these gods of these holy books are all fictional.
Debatable
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't more debatable, but when I saw your God is imaginary, prove me wrong, I was like, I can't, because they're all imaginary from every single religion, because none of them can prove, they can't. And they use it through through books and things. Books were written by man. Whatever book you're reading from, and you can have an eidetic memory where you remember everything in that, and you can have etymology on your side and everything else, and you can quote things by rote, but that doesn't mean what you're saying is true.
Sure. Yeah, we're in agreement here for sure.
All right. Well, I'm sorry I wasn't more debatable.
That's okay.
I just
don't worry about it.
There you go.
We're happy for you to live in reality.
Thank you. Me too. I like it here.
Absolutely. Have a great one. Thanks for watching. Oh, she was nice. Not opposition. For a second, I thought she might be opposition of the woo-woo variety, but it turns out that I don't think that seems to be the case. Okay. Collapse, I think, may be telling me that he was Kermit. Collapse says, to be fair, Justin, you did say I could call in and do a Jordan Peterson bit. LOL, I didn't get the proof cooking. Haha. Collapse, I didn't realize you meant calling in as Kermit. If you told me you're going to call in as Kermit doing Jordan Peterson, I would have known it was you, but I didn't know it was you. You didn't, you know, I didn't have any of the clues, you know what I mean? I mean, it was fun. It was fun. We needed some opposition, you know? Thanks for letting me know who you were, though. And Cognitive Distance, thank you for the super chat, says, thanks for what you do. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, sir. Or ma'am, I actually don't know. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so used to my audience being male. I've like 75% of my audience skews male. It's crazy. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. The atheist community skews heavily towards men for some reason, but it is what it is. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Welcome in. Is it Nicesia? Hello?
Yes, good night.
Good night. Who are you talking to?
My name is Marlon.
Marlon, there you go. Marlon, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
47.
Well, didn't need that much information. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. Which one?
Okay. I one of them I grew up when me been taught of. People tell me.
What?
Watch me now. The God that I believe, the God that you ask me, that I believe in, it's what I hear. But me have a different question for you. For you, what you call it. You want your mic?
What's the name of your God?
Watch me again. The God that you ask me what is my God. People give me the name. So it's just a name. So I'm going to ask you one question.
What's the name of your God? I still didn't hear an answer.
The answer, we couldn't. All right. The Bible said, if you want, I'm going to the Bible.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah. What is that?
Are you a Christian?
Well, me not go by that name, but me can just say yes.
So yeah, you're a Christian. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, right. God come from Mount Timon and Mount Paran. You ever come across that scripture in
Yes, I'm aware of the passage.
I will tell you where. Habakkuk 3, I think, verse 2. But anyway, why I say to you in terms of name, you say your God is what? Imaginary, prove me wrong, no so? That's the question you ask, no so?
No one even heard your question nor understood it.
No, the question that you ask, your God imaginary, prove me wrong.
Do you have an argument for your God being real?
Right. That catch me. Now, wide variety of people been taught of this name.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Okay, moving on. We got Jesus is King 777. Welcome back, Jesus is King.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You are at least 18. We've talked before, right?
Yeah, I'm in between and far between that. No, I'm
Fair
just
enough.
kidding. I'm old enough. I'm old enough.
Okay.
How you been doing? You been doing good?
Yeah, I've been doing all right. How about you?
I've been blessed, man. Just being a dad and working, you know.
Sure, yeah, I get that. So we know that you're at least 18 because you're the same person that I talked to back on January 21st. So sounds like you came back for another round. What's on your mind?
I just want to ask you a question. So your prompt, you know, people have been saying your prompt is your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. I just got a question. Is that is that a truth claim or is that just a subjective claim?
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge. But it's not a truth claim, right? It can't be.
I mean, it could be. I'd still be able to prove the truth claim. If you wanted to pin me down on, that's your burden of proof. Yeah, I could easily just give you the evidence for why Christianity is not true.
Well, no, I mean, there's no necessarily from the atheistic point. There's no truth. It's just there's just is what it is, and that's what I've kind of.
I have no idea what that means. In the atheist worldview, truth typically is something that is a description. Like, so if I said that I'm holding a clip in my hand, that proposition is described as being true if we can validate that I am in fact holding a clip. But truth isn't like something that exists independent of anything else. It's just a description of something that is accurate.
Yeah, but it would exist though as something. It wouldn't be like.
No.
So you don't believe? So I say I believe in like objective truth. I believe there's objective truth, and then there's obviously lies or whatever.
Something being objectively true though has nothing to do with whether that truth has some sort of metaphysical ontology in the universe independent of like human perception.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. I know what you're saying on that. I don't know. I just find it. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm in here, to be honest with you. I got to go to bed. I seen that you were live, and I was like, I'm gonna get in there and just talk to this guy because he's fun to talk to.
I get it.
No, I believe that there is objective truth. I believe that there's things that we can observe that it's like, you know, like you said, if you're holding a clip, obviously you're not lying. Obviously that's a truth claim. You're making a truth claim. But if you're to say that there's no God, though, you're making. In
I didn't say that there's no God.
Well, are you atheist or agnostic?
I said your God is imaginary.
My God's imaginary. I don't believe that's true. I don't believe Jesus is imaginary. I believe Jesus is a real individual. I mean, historically, you can prove that he was real.
Where's he right now?
The divine part of him. Obviously Christians base that off of faith. That's why we accept him as faith. I can't prove to you that he's divine. I don't. The only thing that I could say is that, I mean, if you look at the historical evidence, you stack that up against whatever else you want to stack it up against, and it's like, all right,
historical evidence of what?
I mean, just the historical evidence of who Jesus is in general. I mean, there's just
the evidence I have is that he's a liar and a fraud.
Well, I mean, you say that, but is that true or is that not true?
Is my statement accurate? Yeah, my statement's accurate. Want to see why?
What's that? Let me see why.
Yeah, because he said things that were lies, and he was a fraud because he wasn't actually the Messiah. So, I mean, we can go to a really easy one. I bet we didn't talk about this last time you were up. Go to John chapter.
I think the last time we ended it, we were going to talk about evil. You said we'll pick it back up or something.
Oh, the problem of evil?
Yeah, the problem.
I could see that. So there's a fun passage in the book of John where Jesus is basically caught lying. So it says, going to the festival, blah, 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 blah. Jesus said to them, what's that?
Is it John 7? I can't see.
It's going to be John 7.
Yeah, after this, Jesus went about.
We can start in verse 7 or 8. But it says, the world cannot hate you, but it hates me because I testify against it that its works are evil. Go to the festival yourselves. I am not going to this festival, for my time is not yet come. So I mean, we would read this and rightly believe that Jesus is saying that he's not going to the festival, right?
I mean, one would assume, yeah.
Right. But the very next verse says, but after his brothers had gone to the festival, he also went, not publicly as it were, but in secret. So he actually lies to his disciples / brothers to go to the party in secret.
Go scroll back down, please. Not publicly, but as it were secret. The Jews were looking for him. Where is he? There was. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a lie. I mean, if you look at I wouldn't say it's a lie because
Did he say something that was true or something that's not true?
He said, "My time has not yet come, but time is always here. Cannot hate you, but it hates me because I testify against it." But after this, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it. I can't hardly see him.
I can zoom in.
No, you're good. I'm reading it. I'm reading it. Scrolling down, please.
Mm-hmm.
In the crowd, yet no one speak on for fear of the Jews. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say. I don't know if it's lying. I mean, it's.
Well, what's a lie? What's it mean to lie?
Well, he said he wasn't going. He said, "I'm not going to the festival for my time yet fully come." After saying this, he remained in Galilee. How long did he remain in Galilee for? I mean, do we know how long he remained there? Or how long?
He left for the festival immediately after his brothers.
After saying this, he remained in Galilee.
And then it says after his brothers had gone to the festival. So sometime probably within the same day.
I mean,
it's very clear that he lied to them so he can go secretly. That's why it says, as it were in secret. His goal was to go to the festival unseen secretly, which is why he had to lie to his brothers. It's not a difficult passage.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say. Once again, I think it's a time frame thing. He could have told his disciples one thing, and then time could have passed, and then he went. And we don't know when his brothers went.
Literally, there's no time passing here. They say, we're going to the festival. Jesus says, hey, don't worry, go to the festival. I'm not going. My time hasn't come. And then after they go, Jesus went secretly. This is not a difficult passage. You don't have to do any hemming and hawing on this.
I mean, I see where you're coming from, but once again, I think you can look at it as in, there's a time frame. I mean, I believe there would be a time frame. Obviously,
How long?
Could have been a day. Could have been 2 days. He couldn't have been going to that during moment.
Did Jesus know if he was going to the festival?
One day he could have not went to the festival, and the next day he could have went to the festival.
Did Jesus know that he was going to the festival?
Well, I mean, yeah, Jesus is. I mean, according to a Christian, Jesus is God. So of course, obviously, he probably knew he was.
Okay, so he knew he was going to the festival, but he told his disciples that he wasn't going to the festival. Why?
It's the same principle as parables. I mean, he tells parables, and some people don't understand.
This is not a parable.
No, I never said it was a parable. It's clearly not a parable.
And also, this clearly happened at the beginning of the festival, because down in verse 14. We learn that other stuff is happening later, and later is still only in the middle of the festival. It's about the middle of the festival. Jesus went up to the temple and began to teach. So he went at the beginning of the festival, same as his brothers.
Well, I think, like I said, there could have been. I mean, you got a good point. I'm not going to sit here and say that you ain't got a good point. But once again, I don't believe it was a. I don't believe you can simply hang that on the fact that, Jesus was a terrible liar or some type of,
He either told the truth or he didn't.
The truth being, like, what do you mean the truth? I mean, what's your definition of truth?
I already told you something that's in accordance with reality.
I got you. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think that's really. I don't think that's a really good. I believe there's a way around. I'm not a way around it, but I believe it's just clearly. He told the disciples in a time frame. He's like, I'm not going, and then later on, he went in secret.
It didn't say later on.
Well, it would have had to be later on. It wouldn't have been immediately after he told them, and then
that's what it said.
Immediately after.
It said after his brothers went, which is clear at the beginning of the festival, because other stuff happens later during the middle of the festival.
Who did he tell he wasn't going to the festival?
It says his brothers. So it's either his brothers or his disciples. You had to pick which one you think it is.
I don't know. That's a good point. All right, you got me on that one. I'll concede on that one. All right, what else? Give me another one. We'll talk about it more.
All right. Here's another one. I'm going to grab. There's two of them in particular that I really like. But give me 1 second. Because there's one, I believe, in John 3 that I wanted to go over first. Is it 3:18? I got to remember. 3:13 maybe. There you go. 3:13, not 18.
You got any kids?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not irrelevant to the conversation, but I just wondering. You know, I got 3 kids.
Yeah, kids.
Pretty crazy thing being a dad, ain't it?
It's fucking awesome. I don't know. It's not for everybody. I know not everybody wants kids, but fucking being a parent.
I love it. I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, I could. Yeah.
If you don't love it, I got concerns. You know.
No. Yeah.
So let's do John 3. Says in verse 13, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. True or false?
Wait. Verse 13, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. And just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whoever believes in him may have eternal life. All right. That's a famous verse. I've heard that before. I've read that before. All right. What are you gonna get me with?
Well, I'm gonna get you with 2 Kings, because in 2 Kings, Elijah ascended into heaven. In chapter 2, if I recall, verse 11, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It says, as they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended into a whirlwind into heaven, or ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
All right, I know where you're going with this. Do you know the scripture kind of gives us a description of different levels of heaven? Have you heard of that before?
I'm aware of the levels of heaven, but it turns out that this must be the same heaven that Jesus is talking about. Because if it's not talking about the same heaven that Jesus is talking about, he should have been specific, and we would see, like, do you think that this is talking about a heaven where God's not?
Well, I think there's levels to it. I think up in the most high part of heaven, that's obviously where the Most High dwells.
In the sky. So Hashemayim in Hebrew just refers to the sky.
No,
heaven in the Bible just refers to the clouds above your head in the firmament.
What is it called in Hebrew? The Shemahim, I believe it is. The Shemahim.
Hashemayim is the heavens.
Well, you all right, buddy? I get it. You study. No, it's. I know what you're talking about. It's obviously the sky. I mean, technically, if you jump off of a tree, you're in the heavens for at least 5 milliseconds before you hit the ground. But, yeah, no, I don't believe that they're the same heavens. I believe that's very. I don't believe they're the same heavens at all. I believe. Obviously,
show me one passage in the Bible that would lead us to believe that the heavens is like in outer space somewhere, not just the.
I don't believe it's in outer
space above your head.
No, I don't believe it's in. Well, heavens is. I believe the dwelling place of God is more of a spiritual place. I don't believe it's like an actual physical. I mean, it could be physical, but it could be also.
The Bible says it's just at the top of the firmament.
Well, it could be at the top of the firmament.
In
But I
fact,
don't believe
Psalm
Ezekiel,
150 and Job 22
Elijah. I don't
says
believe Elijah.
says the same. So let's go to Psalm 150 and Job 22. Says, thick clouds enwrap him so that he does not see, and he walks on the dome of heaven. That's the firmament.
That's
And
the
then
firmament.
Psalm 150 says, praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty firmament. God just lives at the top of the firmament. That's why we find people can go meet with him up on the mountains, like Exodus 24, or you can go to the top of the firmament and find God in Ezekiel chapter 1 and chapter 10.
Well, I don't believe. Go back to where was you at? John 3, I believe you said John 3.
Yeah.
What was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go back. If you don't care to, please.
So yeah, which heaven did Elijah go to?
I mean, he could have went. I don't know how many levels there are, but I'm sure there's. I don't believe that anyone has went and actually seen the Father in his full glory. I don't believe that.
That can't be the case because Enoch did. But also,
Enoch did.
My question is still, which heaven did Elijah go to?
Probably the second one.
Which is
first
where?
One. In between. Well, the second one's in between the first one and the third one.
But where are any of these? Where's the first heaven?
I don't know, man. I mean, once again, we can't really, I guess, see them. I mean, you can't. I mean, he could have been took up about 5 miles up in the air and just chilled there with whoever he was chilling with.
Do you think he's there right now?
Do I think he's there right now?
How long was he there?
Elijah? Or
yeah.
I mean, the scripture doesn't really say how long he was there, does it? Does it give it like a time? How long he was there?
Unless he was there for, I don't know, like 800 years. Seems like he went to heaven where the Father is.
Why was he there for 800 years? Where did you come up with that?
Elijah lived in like the 9th century BCE.
Okay, what does that mean though? Like, what do you mean?
Elijah went into heaven, and he did so hundreds of years before Jesus lived. Do you think he stayed in that same level of heaven until Jesus came? Like, what do you think happened to him?
No. I don't believe Elijah just stayed there. I believe he came back. Probably came back to Earth.
He came back to Earth? Then what the fuck was he doing in the Transfiguration when he appeared with Moses on the mountain?
What did Scripture say happened after he ascended up into heaven?
That's it. He just ascended into heaven. That's it. That's all that happened.
So Elijah and Enoch, only two that got.
He didn't. That's why he's supposed to be present at the second coming. Is because he went up to heaven. Second coming, he comes.
I guess you're just chilling on the second level of heaven, dude. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Everybody in this time period believed that heaven just meant the sky above your head. There was no celestial body or this celestial kingdom that was like visible, you couldn't see. Like, I mean, they did believe that the spirits were made of a different finer material that weren't visible, but no, heaven just meant the sky above your head, man. That's why it says that the birds fly across the face of the heaven.
Yeah, I believe, like I said, I believe there's Ephesians. Is it Ephesians 6 that says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and rulers, and I think the rest of it is like wickedness and evildoers in high places, I believe. So like in high places, meaning, the heavens, I guess you can say. And then I'm not necessarily the heavens, but I mean, technically a really, really tall building could be the heavens because it's up, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like there's spiritual things and then there's material things. And I believe when Jesus is saying no man has seen or no man has ascended up, I believe he's saying like no actual man has ascended up to the position where the Father's at and where he rested.
But you didn't say that.
Well, no, but you'd have to have discernment to just kind of see that. Like I said,
oh no, you don't need discernment. You just need to use like English, or in this case Greek words. Like heaven just means heaven, and God's being in like the last heaven just means the firmament. If God is in the final heaven is the end of the firmament. That's where people run into him. Ezekiel chapter 1 and 10, Ezekiel goes to the edge of the firmament and sees God.
Oh yeah, then God's just chilling up there, and I guess
Right.
Elijah and Enoch's, I mean, Jesus is theoretically, I mean, from my point of view, he's God in the flesh. So I think he's referring. I mean, once again, it's just he's just referring to no man, no actual man has been and actually
No human.
seen. No man has seen the full glory of the Father. I just don't believe that.
He could have said that. He could have said, "No man has seen the glory of the Father." What he said is that no man has ascended into heaven, which is just not true.
Jesus said, "If you have seen me, you've seen the Father."
Oh no! Now we got a big problem.
How do we got a problem? That's what Jesus said.
I know, but you just opened up the rabbit hole on an even bigger problem, because Jesus also said, "No man has seen God."
Yeah, no man has seen. Yeah, no man has seen God, not in his full glory. No, I don't.
Well, he didn't say full glory. He says, "No man has seen God."
I don't think he has to say no man has seen God in his full glory. I think you can just take it as it is.
No, I don't think so. I think there's stuff you have to add to the text. Also, didn't Colossians say that the fullness of God dwelt in Jesus, and that Jesus is the visible image of the invisible God? So if Jesus is the visible image of the invisible God, then the only glory of God you'll ever see is Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, according to the sacrifice, yeah, that would make sense.
If that's the case, if Jesus is the glory of God, then it sounds to me like you can see the glory of God and live.
Yeah, you can definitely see the glory of God now and live. I mean, in the Old Testament, though, I don't believe you could do that. I don't believe that any of them could.
So nobody saw Jesus in the Old Testament? You don't believe that Jesus was the angel of the Lord?
He could have been. It doesn't.
So
really
Hagar didn't see God?
I mean, he probably did, yeah, but not.
Well, Hagar's a she.
Well, my fault. Yeah, probably did, but not in the fullness of who Jesus Christ. Jesus said that.
What is the fullness of Jesus that you need? Because my understanding is that every human being that saw Jesus saw God in his fullness, if Jesus is the visible image, the exact imprint of the invisible God.
What is can you repeat your question again? Repeat the first part. I remember the last part. Repeat.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, if Jesus, the guy with hands and arms and whatnot, if that is the fullness of God, which it seems to be indicated in the Bible, that means everyone who ever saw Jesus did see the fullness of God.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, those during the time period, like the disciples and those who were around that believed in him. But I think more of like clearly he was just a man. Scripture tells us that. I mean, he was not just a man, but he was in the likeness of a man. But he was he was the Father in the flesh. But it's once again, it's spiritual than material. You have your flesh, and you have what you see on the flesh and what you see in the world. But then there's spiritual things out there that you can feel or see, or or there's also evil. We can go to that. I mean, I know you've heard about the files that's going around. You have to agree that those are, I mean, objectively evil. They can't be like, if you are friends or.
I don't think evil exists. I think evil is just what we call things that are really bad. But also, if you think the Epstein files are a problem, buddy, wait until you see what God said you can do in Numbers 31.
Yeah, go ahead and go. Because I know everybody has a big hiccup about God going and destroying the people that were doing the same thing they were doing.
That's not what happens in Numbers 31, buddy.
What happens in Numbers 31?
God allows them to take little virgin girls as war booty.
Let me see it.
Yeah, I will grab it for you. So they were supposed to completely annihilate the Midianites for what happened at Peor, and they didn't. God said, "Go kill them," and they didn't kill them all. So Moses is mad. It says, Moses, Eleazar, the priest, and all the leaders of the congregation went to meet them outside the camp. Moses became angry with the officers of the army, so on and so forth. Verse 15, Moses said, "Have you allowed all the women to live? These women here, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord in the affair of Peor. so that the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, that's children, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls, children girls, who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. And then later, they get distributed to the warriors. If you go down further in the chapter, God says, hey, take the plunder and divide it up. The plunder remaining from the spoils that the troops have taken totaled 675,000 sheep, 72,000 oxen, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 persons in all, women who had not known a man by sleeping with them. And then God divvies it up. The half share of the portion of these that had gone out to war was the number, so on and so forth. The Lord's tribute, blah, 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 the donkeys, the persons.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I think in the context of Numbers and even in Exodus, Deuteronomy, and all the first 5 of the Tanakh, I think a lot of it is just, war. Not only, I'm not going to say war language because a lot of people say that, but there is a lot of textual war language, things that is old. And during that time period, taking the young women or taking even the women or whatever have you, it's known, if you look at other Middle Eastern ancient slavery or any type of you've heard of Wes Huff, right? You know who that guy is.
I certainly know about Wes Huff, yeah.
I mean, he's not a dumb guy. He's clearly done his research and studying.
Yeah, I disagree on that one.
I know. Yeah, I know you do. You disagree with also with William Lane Craig and stuff like that. You don't really think that there are any.
I don't know what I would disagree with William Lane Craig on. We agree on most stuff. The question is what's his excuse? His excuse for Numbers 31, I assume, is what you're about to say.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to say is that during that time period, in that area, it was far worse everywhere else.
So
and God's people, even nowadays, if you look at Christianity,
yeah, but so what? I don't care what the other people were doing. I'm concerned with what God's doing.
Well, he's clearly making a people for him and giving guidelines and rules for how things should be done.
Yeah.
Say young girls. Do
you think it was good when God said you can take these little virgin girls and keep them as war brides?
I mean, I'm not going to say it's good, but they're clearly, obviously, taking them out of an environment that's worse. I mean,
no, I disagree. An environment that's worse is crazy. Environment that's worse. They killed their entire family and then began raping them.
No, it doesn't say they raped them.
That's what happens when you become a bride.
Okay, but it doesn't.
Women that are captured in war and turned into war brides don't have consent, which means the second somebody goes into them, that's rape.
Does it say that they went into them?
Yeah, they were divided among the warriors, and I can describe to you from Judges 31 exactly what's happening. In fact, it says, is God speaking? Divide the plunder into 2 parts between the warriors who went out to battle and all the congregation. So God said, give the little virgin children girls to the warriors. What do you think warriors are going to be doing with these little virgin girls?
How old were the little virgin girls? Does it say?
It just says they were children.
Can you highlight that for me?
Yeah, we just read it. We're
not paying attention? I am paying attention.
Yeah.
Where it says.
So now therefore kill every one among the little ones and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with them, but all the young girls, and this is going to be children girls. The word taf is used in Hebrew, which means child.
I've heard taf. I've heard that before.
Yeah. These are children, little virgin children girls. And we know what they're doing with these little virgin girls. This is not a guess. We're not just guessing. Judges 21 describes exactly what they're doing. It says, the Israelites sworn at Mizpah, none of us shall give his daughter in marriage to Benjamin. Now the people came to Bethel and sat there before the evening. They're like, oh my God, what are we going to do about Benjamin? We can't give any of our daughters in marriage. And they come up with a solution. It says, what shall we do for wives of those who are left, since we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them any of our daughters? It says, is there anyone from the tribes of Israel who did not come up to the Lord at Mizpah? They're like, oh, there is a tribe. We're going to go murder the tribe and kidnap the women for brides. This is what you shall do. Every male and every woman who is lain with a male you shall devote to destruction. And they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had never slept with a man, and brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. They did this because they wanted them as brides. They went and murdered all the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead so that they can kidnap the girls and give them as brides to Benjamin.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens.
Do you believe this is true?
I don't think like any of this nonsense is true, but that's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, the Bible endorses kidnapping little girls in war and making them war brides. I don't believe that's any better than the Epstein files. That should be our new topic, chat. God is in the Epstein files. Fuck, I'm writing that one down.
That's crazy work, man. That's crazy. No, I guess my answer to that would be that it's not the language used is clearly God was. I mean, back in those times, he was proving that he was the Almighty. I mean, you had to go to war. Clearly, the Israelites won not all the wars, but most of them to still be around until this day. You know, Israel as a nation, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, it a lot of it is kind of weird. You know, I agree that it is, but it's just how times were. It's the same as everything else is nowadays. So
does God change?
Does God change if he chooses to?
So why is it that God's morals change? Aren't morals objective?
Yeah, divine objective. Yeah, not.
Well, that's not what objective means. Objective doesn't mean they're objective to some. Objective just means they're objective. They're stance independent. They don't change.
Well, I mean, they're objective to him. Have you heard of?
But that's not what. But that's not what objective means. If they're objective, it doesn't mean they apply a particular way. Objective means that they exist independent of a mind.
But if he is the creator, then once again, it's all in his. I mean, I'm going to use this term, but it's all in his mind. I mean, right? We're all a part of his. Those who accept him as a part of his mind. Those who, but it's not. Whatever he deems to be logical, or whatever he deems his will, that's what it is. There's no other opportunity. There's nothing else outside of that. So,
but that has nothing to do with objectiveness. Objectiveness is not whether or not it applies to you.
Well, what I'm saying is God's objective. He is objective. There's nothing. One God, and that's who I believe in.
I mean, that's a claim, but we're talking about morals. I'm asking, are God's morals objective? And the obvious answer is they're not, because they change.
No, they're not objective. His morals ain't objective. If he wants to change them,
exactly. They're subjective.
But that doesn't make him subjective.
I didn't say that made him subjective. I don't know why you're arguing that.
I know, but I know where it's leading.
It's not where it's leading. I'm not saying that God's subjective.
All right, what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that if God's morals change, that means you don't really have an objective moral law, which means I don't really know why we should be compelled to think that God's morals are better than what my subjective moral framework is. My subjective moral framework is that there should have never been a time where we were kidnapping little virgin girls and making war brides, but God's subjective moral says there is. I'm trying to figure out why I should think that his are better than mine.
He gave a very clear thing when he said Moses allowed because of the hardness of your hearts. I think that's what you can refer to. I mean, that's what you can go back to, is that God was clearly. I mean, this is old stuff during that time period. Obviously, we don't know the full history about it. We're still even putting puzzles and parts together now. So to read it in that type of context, I think you can't fully.
But this isn't a law. And also, you're trying to apply the passage from Matthew 19 to everything God ever did. And you're saying, because Jesus says in Matthew 19 that Moses gave you the law of divorce because of the hardness of your hearts. But you can't just say that every law God ever gave is in that category, because The only law that we could ever put into that category is the one on divorce, only because Jesus said so, and also because of the contradiction in the Hebrew Bible. Jesus, or whoever was pretending to be Jesus in that 19th chapter of Matthew, were smart enough to know that Malachi actually has a contradiction with divorce. And Jesus is like, no. Based on Malachi, God wasn't pro-divorce. And so that's it. That's not saying every law that God ever gave is needed to be done away with because it was just a temporary because of the hardness of their hearts. That's preposterous because Jesus says to follow the law.
Yeah, he said, if you love me, you'll keep my commandments. I mean, yeah, I think that's...
Well, Matthew 5:17, he said to follow the law. He said, he didn't say it's a salvation issue. He doesn't say you're going to go to hell if you don't follow the law, but he clearly said in verse 19, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus thinks that doing the law of Moses would make you great in the kingdom of heaven.
Well, some laws apply to certain people. Once again, I don't think not every single 613 law applied to, certain time periods, certain groups.
Well,
I believe if you love him, you'll keep his. I believe if you love him, you pray. The Spirit will bring you to the laws that obviously you keep. Obviously, you shouldn't murder. Obviously, you shouldn't covet or.
Why? Why those? Why those specifically?
I'm just throwing those out there.
But why those? Why those laws specifically? Why are you picking and choosing which ones you think we should still follow?
Well, I mean, if you look at, well, I don't know. Why should we have any laws? I mean,
I think we should have laws. I'm just trying to figure out why she would follow laws from a guy who thinks it's okay to kidnap little girls.
I don't think God doesn't command to. I mean, you don't know what situation those little girls were in beforehand, and we don't either. Neither do I.
So this was a rescue. God had to rescue them. Why did he have all the little boys murdered then?
Well, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I guess it's like a gene thing. I mean, right? Keep Israel pure.
Yeah, the purity. Yeah, because you think they're going to be boinking the little boys?
I'm not.
What's purity have to do with this? Are little children boys unclean?
No, I'm not saying clean. I'm talking about like a blood thing. Like
what's blood got to do with this? They're not mating with the little boys.
I'm not saying they made it. I'm saying like when a lion comes in, he kills all the other cubs of the other lion. If he wins,
that's fucking horrific.
Yeah, I know it's terrible, but I'm not.
It is terrible. Why would you do that?
If God commanded them to do so, clearly there was a lot of stuff going on back in the day. A lot of pagan worship, a lot of blood was mixed with.
What? So what if they're worshiping pagan gods?
Well, clearly God's a jealous God. I mean, obviously. I mean, what do you mean? So what?
Is God's fifis hurt that they worship another god? Maybe they're like, this motherfucker thinks that kidnapping little virgin girls is good. We're gonna worship somebody else.
Yeah, but then they'd go and they'd kill their same little girl to Baal or Baal.
Oh, we don't know that. We don't know what the Midianites were up to. We don't have any data on this people group.
No, I know we don't have much data, but I mean, if you consider what the other tribes around that area were doing during the time, they had to be doing something similar to that, right? I mean,
so the solution to I don't like what these tribes are doing is murder all of them and rape their daughters.
Oh wait, you said what? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
The solution to, hey, these tribes are doing things I don't like is to murder all of them and rape the daughters.
It doesn't say rape. You can't just.
That's what happens. Yeah, that's definitionally true. When you kidnap somebody in war and make them a war bride, and you have sex with them, that is definitionally speaking rape. I think the chat knows this. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that non-consensual sex is rape.
I mean, yeah, that's common sense, dude. It's
okay.
It doesn't.
So then they were raped. Glad we can find some agreement on that.
It doesn't say that they non-consensually raped them, or it doesn't say any of that. It just says that they took them as war brides. I mean, they could have been. We don't know exactly how long they kept them until they did have sex.
That's some wishful thinking. We're gonna keep them around for a couple years until we feel like they're ready. Never mind the fact that God already said, "Give them to the warriors." You give a little virgin girl to a 21-year-old warrior. What do you think he's going to do with her?
I don't know, man.
Come on, be honest. Be honest with yourself.
If he's a follower of Christ, I would assume he wouldn't do nothing with her. I mean,
well, they don't know anything about no Jesus.
Well, if he's a follower of Yahweh, I guess he would have enough decency not to. I mean, there was laws specifically designed to protect, slaves and certain people. I mean,
there were no laws against protecting little girls from getting boinked.
Well,
he could have said that. Yeah, he could have said, "Listen, don't boink little children," but he never said that.
Well, maybe they just knew it was wrong, dude. I mean,
maybe they didn't.
Well, maybe they'll go to hell. I don't know.
I mean, even in in Muhammad's time, people were still doing it. People in the Middle East and elsewhere have been marrying little girls for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of the norm back.
I know. That's why when we find it in the Bible, like they talk about it like it's normal, like this is what everyone's doing, because a lot of people did do that. The problem is, God should be above normal. God should be better than normal.
Well, I mean, God operates. He's also. I mean, I'm not going to say God's limited, but He is limited to our free will. He can't just intervene and stop us from doing stuff. He could.
Well, are you crazy? He does all the time in the Bible. When Abimelech takes Sarah, he appears to Abimelech in a dream and he says, "I stopped you from doing something to her."
Yeah, do you think that's good that God did that?
Yeah, it's great. I'd rather Sarah not get raped.
All right. Well, I mean,
wait, do you think he should have raped her?
No, I'm saying it's great that God obviously.
Oh, good. So God should intervene sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, but not. I mean, not clear. He's not going to intervene all the time. Only when.
Well, he could. What's stopping him?
I mean, I guess he can intervene with his people, right? He chooses.
No, what's stopping him from intervening all the time?
Free will. We choose to let him or not.
We already determined free will doesn't mean anything to God. He just steps in when he wants to.
No, free will does mean stuff to God, obviously.
No, I don't think so.
I think so.
Did Abimelech's free will matter to God?
Abimelech could have probably still did it, or whatever his name is. He probably
didn't. God said, I prevented you from doing it.
Yeah, he got scared of God. I mean, wouldn't you if you had a dream of some almighty powerful being telling you not to do it? You probably wouldn't do it, but you could if you wanted to. It wouldn't stop you.
But what I'm saying is, Abimelech was prevented from touching a woman.
Yeah, prevented, but he wasn't fully stopped. He could have definitely kept doing it.
He was stopped. He says, "I prevented you."
Yeah, God prevented him, but once again,
if God intervened on his free will, he explicitly says, then God said to them in a dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me." So God could literally just prevent people from sinning against him. He could do that.
Yeah, he could. But once again, he gave him a dream. I've had dreams of different things like I've had crazy dreams, but clearly the dude listened, but he wouldn't have had to. He could have woke up and then went and done it.
No, God prevented it.
Clearly God prevented it. I think we both agree
that means you can't defeat God. Like Abimelech's not going to defeat God's will when God says, "I prevented you from doing anything with her, like sinning against me."
But let me ask you this: could have what? How do you pronounce his name? What are you saying?
Abimelech.
Abimelech. Let me ask you this: could he have woke up and took that dream and was like, that's whatever," and just went and done it?
The dream didn't prevent her, and no, he couldn't have. God prevented it. Same thing like with the wombs of the women in his household. It says that God closed up the wombs of the women in his household.
Yeah, I would assume that that's a miraculous healing. Yeah, God can heal.
It's not a healing; it's a closing. He closed up the womb so that they couldn't conceive. How is that not a violation of free will? Closing up people's wombs.
Wombs? Are you saying wombs?
Wombs. Where the baby is conceived.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, right.
That's pretty crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I need to look into that.
Listen, God intervenes on people's free will all the time. It's like a super common thing.
He can. I'm not saying he can't. He can for sure. If he wants to intervene and stop something from happening, he can. Once again, he's all powerful, almighty, whatever. The point, I think the main point is that if God chooses something to be good during that time period, then it's good. Or if he chooses it to be bad, it's bad. Which obviously nowadays, we have Christ through.
Wait, when did he say this was bad? He never said that this was bad.
I never said he said it was bad. I'm just saying God.
So then it's still good.
No, he determines what's good and bad.
Well, show me where he said that this was bad, because he never said this was bad. He said he can do it. He commanded it even, but he never said it was bad.
Well, we're saying it's bad.
I'm saying I think it's bad, but I don't have your God's morals. Where in your book from God can I find that this is actually bad?
Love your neighbor as yourself.
So what?
Boom.
That's already in Leviticus. He already had that. Leviticus 19:18 says that, which means loving your neighbor as yourself still means you can kidnap little virgin girls, and it still means you can own slaves.
I don't think that's what that means, man.
Yeah.
I just don't.
We'll just try this again. So Leviticus 19:18. I'll put it up on the board for you. Now, Leviticus was given in the same time period as what we're literally just talking about. It says, you shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people. Notice it says people, not neighbor. But you shall love your neighbor as yourself. So the Hebrew word re'ah just means you're near a kin or someone is close to you. Now, this same passage, just a couple chapters later, God says that you can own slaves. So what that means is that this passage clearly isn't talking about foreigners. It's clearly talking about your actual brethren, which is why you can go just a couple chapters later and see God saying, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you're going to acquire male and female slaves. So treating loving your neighbor as yourself is obviously not incongruent with owning slaves of foreigners or kidnapping foreigners in war.
Once again, I think that, even the slaves, they had rules, they had laws that were protected. A lot of people would sell themselves into slavery to pay off debts or whatever.
Because they had no choice.
I think
God didn't have to let them do slavery. He could have said, pay them.
Either they had a choice, they didn't have a choice. Once again, this is all old stuff, dude. I'm not going to sit here and
Yeah, but my point is, the Bible never told you that you cannot kidnap little virgin girls in war. Not once. The same section of text that says love your neighbor as yourself also says you could kidnap women in war. Deuteronomy 21 says, when you kidnap these women in war, if you see a hottie among them, you can just go take that hottie for yourself, which is what God says you should do in Numbers 31. It says, when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a hottie toddy who you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, so on and so forth. God endorses the kidnapping of women in war, but he never unendorsed it.
I don't believe that. I believe that's war language. I don't believe that's God saying I don't believe God wrote that down. I'll be honest with you. I really don't. I believe that's just.
It says that this is from God.
When you go out, where does it say the Lord commanded and the Lord your God?
Deuteronomy 6. This is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinances that the Lord your God has charged me to teach you to observe in the land that you are about to cross in and occupy. And then he spends a whole day giving all these commands.
Yeah, hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is God, the Lord alone. You should love the Lord your God with all your heart. Yeah, I think he's just giving clear statements. He's laying out the framework of how his people should act and treat. Once again, it's all old, dude.
I agree. That's why he says when you go out to war against your enemies and God hands them over to you and take them captive. Suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman. So he says you can go and capture the beautiful women in war if you want to marry them.
Taking them and giving them, a better life, probably.
A better life by kidnapping them? You think kidnapping and raping women is a better life than just leaving the fuck alone?
Kidnapping and raping.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's what happened is they're getting raped.
I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't.
God absolutely is in the Epstein files. This is wild.
Yeah,
What
it's crazy.
do you call it when somebody's kidnapped? Do they have consent?
Kidnapped.
Mhm.
Can you say it in a sentence?
Yeah. My little sister was kidnapped.
I'm just playing. I don't know, man. I'm gonna get off here. You're always fun to talk to.
Fair enough. Thanks for coming by, man.
All right, take it easy.
All right, cheers. I think it might be our second, third, fuck, maybe even fourth time we've chatted. It's been a minute, but he is fun. I think we got down to some really fun stuff on that particular passage. But I'm glad that we talked about that because now I already made the logo. I already made the prompt. I already made a prompt while we were talking that says God's in the Epstein files. We're fucking running that next. We're gonna do that shit Monday. That's gonna happen real fucking fast. That's an amazing. I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. Because I was just talking to Matt Delhoney last Wednesday about it. We actually looked up God in the Epstein files. We were joking about it. It never occurred to me that I should do God is in the Epstein files and show God's treatment of women. I mean, just fucking can't fucking wait. Monday's gonna be a fucking blast. I might do it before Monday rolls around. What is today? Maybe Sunday night I'll do it instead. We'll see. All right, listen, friends. It's like almost midnight. I've got some super chats I have to get through. I'm gonna read super chats for maybe the next half hour, and I'm gonna try to get in bed before 2 a.m. this Friday night. It was kind of a slow Friday night, I think, because we had a Muslim caller up early and we kept him on for a long time. And but anyways, hey, thanks for everyone who is here. It was quite a live stream. I think we had a lot of fun. Gargold, hey, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, grew up in the 70s. We had lawn darts and clackers. Listen, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, clackers meant something different. I didn't know what clackers meant for you. And even today, if you talk about someone's clackers, you better be fucking careful. Also, if you're in the Eastern time zone, in 10 minutes, it's going to be Valentine's Day, right? Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super that says, this is fluid dynamics, gases, fluids. God damn it. I know. That first Flurf caller was rough, man. It was rough. Hey, Eric says, a pile of sand is an uncontained system with pressure. Oh, that's true. I mean, if we're just looking for stuff that produces pressure, I mean, you can take a pile of anything and just put it on top of something, and it's going to produce pressure. Probably. I mean, I'm sure he'd say, well, that's because we're inside of a vessel. You know what I mean? Mr. Demo says he meant M's sounds like Charlie Tuna. Wait, who the hell's Charlie Tuna? Hold on. Charlie Tuna, who's that? Oh, Charlie the Tuna. Oh, the tuna fish guy. No fucking way he does. Oh, I gotta hear Charlie the Tuna. Hold on.
Hit it, puppy. Charlie, what's that? A monogram. What's a monogram? Good taste type initials. Go ahead. Charlie!
No.
How's that? Good taste.
That's not what M sounds like. Come on. He sounds better than that. M sounds amazing. Hey, Sean, thanks for the super chat. Says, oh, also, give Blitz your dodge counter. Oh, I didn't think to bring out the dodge counter for that Muslim guest. We should have, actually. That's on me. That's on me. Samantha Cunningham says, no, not no. Oh. You know, I wanted to do a t-shirt or like a coffee mug that, you guys know there's like that famous phrase. Hold on, I'll write it down for you. Let's see. Is it no God, no peace, and then the follow-up is KN, no God, no peace. In fact, let me put it up. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I've got a my notepad should be right here. You guys have probably seen this t-shirt / bumper sticker / whatever, right? I really wanted to fuck with this and do a coffee mug, and I haven't done it yet, that says no God. Well, let's do lowercase g, obviously. No God, no peace, and then no God, no peace. I thought we really fuck with it by switching around like that. I've not seen anyone do it and put it on merchandise yet, but I feel like it needs to happen. I think it'd be funny. I think for those of us who spent a long time in the church, I think they would recognize it and find that to be comical. I could be wrong. Maybe they won't find it funny. I think it's funny. Let me know. Let me vote. Maybe we'll do a vote on it later. Hey, Gargoyle, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Musil, explain child brides to me like I'm a 9-year-old. He tried to avoid it as much as we let him. We pinned him down eventually on it though, and I think it was worth it. I think it was worth it to pin him down on Aisha. Hey, River Tracker says Revelation 1:18. I'm not sure I know what that is in reference to, but we can look it up real quick. That should be one of the coming soon passages, right? I was dead, and see, I'm alive forever and ever, and I have the keys of death and Hades. No idea what that means, River Track Runner. Jesus is a liar and a fraud, and he's dead now. Space Lord says hyperbole is the best thing ever. I do love. You see what he fucking did there? Anyone catch it? Anyone get what he just fucking anyone? Space Lord, that was Chef's kiss. Good hyperbole. Mira Banana, hey, good to see you tonight, says, if someone started yapping about preterism on Victorian eschatology, I'd kiss another dude just to get away from him too. Listen, it's funny when they throw around like specific terms. It tickles me. Like they'll get really into learning like a very particular phrase or like niche subject. And then they think like, oh, I know this niche word. If I say it, I'll sound smart. And it never really works out for them, but they try. Berillian says, so is the fig tree spiritual or literal now? Temples, spiritual or literal? Walking on water, spiritual or literal? Feeding 5,000, spiritual or literal? Exactly the case. When you get to the point where like, well, this stuff that clearly seems to be literal obviously is spiritual because I don't like what it means. Well, I can play that game too. There's nothing in the Bible that I can't just look at it and say, oh, it sounds fucking spiritual to me. It sounds like he spiritually walked on water. Mostly Gizzards, good to see you. It says, Deja needs to get familiar with Derek from Myth Vision, but also hear out Apologia's minimal witnesses hypothesis just for more perspectives. Totally agree. I do love Apologia's minimal witnesses hypothesis. I'm starting to come around a little bit and think that the Jesus situation was a mixture of imposter combined with like the grief visions. I think combining them both makes a really strong argument. Hey, and Science Lover, thank you for the super chat, friend, says the Deja is polite, unlike many, when asked difficult questions, but his reading of scripture is truly revelatory. 2 + 2 = unicorn. And that is the fucking case. He was definitely in cope mode, and that's fine. He was being nice at least. What are you going to do? You're going to have a little bit of coping from time to time. Liberty Giblets says pablum means or equals or is dashed bland or insipid intellectual affair. Really? Let me look up this word. I might have to put this in my vocabulary. Pablum. Interesting. So we would say that this is like an unintellectual conversation, or it's a noun actually. Pablum is an unintellectual fare or entertainment. I could see that. So somebody spouting off some nonsense could count as is it pablum or pabluma? Oh, there's two spellings. One is pabulum and the other is pablum. It might depend on what time period you're in. But apparently it comes from Latin. So that's interesting. Originally, I think it looks like it referred to food. Huh. But now maybe it's broadened. Dr. Fudge says, I was going to make Jay Peterson joke, but he just did the thing. I know, he did come in with the Jordan Peterson joke a bit already, which is fine. Also, with the follow-up from Collapse says, Kermit Peterson shall prove God next time. Now that I know that it's you, Collapse, come on back sometime. Also, if you could do it towards the end of a live stream, I would greatly appreciate it, because a lot of people are going to check out if you and I just have a BS conversation for a half hour. So please save that for the end of the live stream. Also, Jessica says, Millhouse. Oh, I love Millhouse. Say the line, caller Caller, I used to be an atheist. I know. Guys, if you're a believer and you're watching this, please know that coming into my live stream and saying I used to be an atheist is meaningless to me. It doesn't mean anything. It will never help your argument. I'm really just concerned with the arguments. You having been an atheist, to me, probably sounds or probably is what I would think of an atheist, a young teenager or young 20-something-year-old who just hasn't spent a lot of time thinking about it. And so they haven't really made up their mind, so they're an atheist. You know, it's kind of a default position. I don't find that many of these I used to be an atheist people really spent a lot of time on it and really knew what they were talking about or did any real study. It was more like a default position. Just like, you know, when I was a young person, my default position, if you would ask me, I said, yeah, I believe in Jesus. Like, I wasn't living the life. I wasn't studying. I wasn't really committed until my late teens. But if you had asked me, I would have said, yeah, I'm a Christian. Like, who the fuck isn't a Christian, right? So to me, like, them saying I used to be an atheist is like me before I was a Christian saying I used to be, you know, I was a Christian. iReactor, hey, W for 666, Hell Nero says, I used to be where you are is so fucking condescending. Petrified for Sharon. Petrified for Sharon's fucking good because she's petrified, for those who don't know. But also, you're right. When someone says, I used to be where you are, you're basically demeaning their position. I used to be lowly and uninformed. I forgot to... Faraday fur in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, Faraday, honey. Straight for it right in the throat. Basically what this says is the thing that it's communicating is, hey, I used to be lowly and uninformed like you know, and then I met God, right? Saying I used to be where you are is suggesting that where you're at is unenlightened, and then you need to come to where I'm at to get the enlightenment. But also, like, if I was gonna throw some bullshit shade at the beginning of the conversation, I would say the same thing. I used to be where you are, and now I'm enlightened. I don't usually pull that shit out until like the end of a conversation, and I usually try to say it honestly. Like when I know there's a person who's honestly struggling, and I'm not saying that I'm better than you. I'm just saying, hey, listen, there was once a time where I was in your shoes, and here's kind of how things played out. Space Lord says, that's no so Maven. Well, it's not... Wait. Is this a play on That's So Raven? Is that what's happening? This is a play on words of... I know one pop culture reference because I think that was still a thing in the 90s. Hold on. That's So Raven. Is that the show I'm thinking of? Yeah, That's So Raven. Yeah, 2003. Yeah. But I know some pop culture references from like fucking when boomers were still a thing. I'm old, y'all. My pop culture references are old. Once I hit my late teens, early 20s, I was gone. Pop culture was in the rear view mirror. Hey, atheist Mentagola. That's a mouthful. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says Elon Musk coined or fabricated the modern form of from the bottom of my heart salute. Oh, fuck. I still can't believe he did that. Like, it still shocks me that he did that. Either he's an idiot. No, he's just a fucking idiot. Yeah. Other credits from Mussolini, the first fascist documentary, he wanted a symbol for his idolized new Roman warrior. Hitler adopted it. Yeah, it sounds like we need to go down the rabbit hole, apparently, on the history of the Nazi salute. That's what it sounds like. This is going to be like the Holy Roman Empire rabbit hole where we're going to have to dig in and figure out what the fuck's happening here. And also, Faraday, please don't eat that tree, honey. Hey, don't eat the Christmas tree. Apparently I gotta put some of my Christmas decorations up because Faraday's getting on my shelf and eating my old Christmas tree now. These cats, these fucking demon cats, are going to destroy everything in my house. But they're so fucking cute. Oxymoron says, by this generation, Jesus meant the generation who will see the end times intensifying, and you'd be fucking wrong. Which is why you didn't come up here and say that, because That's a nonsensical, useless statement. We know that the generation that's alive to see the end times are fucking alive to see it. That's not something you have to say. That's a useless throwaway line if that's what he meant. Obviously, he meant the same thing he said in Matthew 16, same thing he said in Matthew 10. It was a time marker for the current generation being the last generation, which is why Paul and all of Jesus' followers believed that they were in that last generation. A little bit of honesty would go far here. Atheist again coming in says, NY new comeback when a Christian, wait, no, oxymoron said that, not atheist. Okay. Atheist Mentagola says, my new comeback when Christians ask, why do you hate Jesus? Me, he murdered that innocent fig tree. Thank you for what you do. Rock hard for Doug. Gay for Justin and gay for Forrest. W that for sure. That's fair. Listen, Jesus' violence against fig trees will not fucking stand. I love fucking figs. In fact, I just finished a pack of figs. Anyone go to like Costco and get the bags of dried figs, or go to like the Mediterranean store and get the bags of dried figs? The ones at Costco are my favorite. The dried figs sometimes have a little bit of moisture on the outside. I think they shake them through a little bit of sweetener or sugar, so the outside of it has just a pinch of sweetness on it. And they're fucking amazing. I could down a whole bag of. The problem is they're so high in sugar and calories, you really shouldn't down a whole bag of them. But like, if I can just suck and snack on figs all day. Dates too are really good. Y'all ever just eat up dates? If you can get them without the pits, man, it's fucking like candy. Delicious stuff. It's a shame nowadays we got all this manufactured candy. There's some actually pretty decent like candy food out there that is probably a little bit better than like straight up just downing Sour Patch Kids. But to be fair, Sour Patch Kids are fucking good. Also, Atheist, thank you for the DZ Debate gifted membership. I really appreciate that, friend. And Josh, hey, good to see you. Did Josh Barba, you change your PFP? Or maybe this is a different Josh Barba. Hey, thanks for the super chat. It says hillbilly apologists are not dependent of a mind. You know what's funny is most of the hillbilly apologists aren't that bright, but I've talked to Jesus' King 777 a couple times, and first of all, he's always surprised me. I think he's smarter than most of the hillbilly apologists. Also, he's typically nice. It's kind of fun. I mean, you can hear the coping, but I mean, all Christians do that. Like all the apologists get up here and do the cope. That's nothing new, you know? I'm starting to like him. He's coming around on me. And Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, amazing. Did you change your name? I like it though. Says, so cows came from Earth from outer space. That's the case, indeed. Which, I mean, it does make sense. Steak is fucking out of this world. I mean, it's good. It's really good. I'm not eating it anymore because I'm not eating the meats anymore. But that must mean Earthworm Jim was a Muslim. Oh, maybe. That's another cultural reference I get because I'm old. Earthworm Jim was a lot of fucking fun. I loved playing Earthworm Jim when I was a kid. That Mortal Kombat was fun. I love Mortal Kombat, Earthworm Jim. I'm trying to think. I played the fuck out of Sonic, the first two, because I'm that old. Like I was there when Sonic came out. Those were a lot of fun. Yeah, Earthworm Jim was pretty good though. I played a lot of Madden NFL. That was my jam. You guys know I was a meathead, so obviously I want to play the sports games. Adam says the Bible is the original Epstein file. Yes, that's 100% right, Adam. And next live stream, whether it's Sunday or Monday, I'm going to run that topic. I'm going to do God is in the Epstein files. I can't fucking wait. What an amazing time to be alive. I mean, it's horrible that what fucking happened, but holy shit. It's going to be a good topic. Collapse. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says I wrote in backstage. It was comedic bit. I think there might be a spelling error here. Because two previous callers boring in chat posted a bit with Chris and Rian, the damn show, the Daily Atheist Morning Show. We had a good time. The Daily Atheist Morning Show, by the way, for those who don't follow, you should. My buddy Chris runs it. It's a really fun show. I've been watching it for a while. A really funny group, and Ryan is still co-hosting. Ryan Cultastic, she's fucking hilarious, awesome, intelligent. Highly recommend my friends at the Daily Atheist Morning Show. Definitely get on board if you're not. And it collapsed with another super chat that says, Jesus ain't real because Fig Newtons exist. Actually, Fig Newtons are actually pretty good, to be fair. I doubt they're good for you, but they're pretty fucking tasty. I could eat a whole sleeve of figs. Even the original fig flavor, they got different flavors now in the Fig Newtons. You don't have to do the original fig, but pretty good. Listen, who's live right now that we can go raid, y'all? Oh, I ended a little bit earlier than I thought. It's only 12:08, which is fine. I'll actually get some sleep tonight, it sounds like. But let me see who's live. Erica Erica is live right now, along with Forrest. And who else is live? Oh, wrong button. Oh fuck! I just turned on a notification for a live stream that I'm on, March 8th. I didn't even know that was on the calendar. I mean, it was on the calendar, but actually, our friend Skeptic Sam looks like is running their very first live stream on YouTube. We've not seen Skeptic Sam doing anything yet on the YouTube, so he doesn't know that we're going to be sending one over to his place. That's what's going to fucking happen. He's got a brand new channel, y'all. Let's welcome and if you're on TikTok, everyone go over to Mezzo's live stream on TikTok. Tell him Justin sent you. If you're on YouTube, we're going to send you over to Skeptic Sam. He's only got 29 subscribers, literally just started his channel. It's brand new. Like, we literally just spanked the baby as it was born to get it to breathe. Like, that's how new this channel is. I don't know anyone in the community yet that's been following. So, friends, let's go over to Skeptic Sam's channel and give him a huge welcome into the community. It's Skeptic Sam, but it's with a C, SCEPTIC, Sam, and that should be the handle too, right? The handle is Skeptic Sam, same spelling. I'll go over there and join you in a minute. I don't even know what he's up to. All I know is Skeptic Sam is he's a friend in the community. Wait, is he not live anymore? No, he's not live anymore. Why did it show he was live on my screen? Well, fuck it. Go follow Skeptic Sam anyways. He's a friend of our community. He helps out a lot. He started a new channel. Go and follow him. I don't know why it said it was live. Maybe my browser didn't fully load yet. Sorry about that. Well, who the fuck's live then? I guess that means we're gonna have to send y'all over to the line to go hang with Forrest and Erica. After you get done following Sam's channel, Forrest and Erica are still live. It's late. I don't know how long they're going to be live for. They might be trying to shut things down, but I don't care. Keep them up all night, y'all. There's 1,500 people watching on the line. Just run over there and tell them Justin and Doug sent you. And I'll pop over and say hi myself. And thank you so much for being here, friends. I really appreciate all the likes and the shares and the supports and mods. Thank you for all the work that you do. I really do appreciate it. And say hi to Volta. Hey, buddy. Good to see you. You come to join us finally, huh? You didn't want to just break the entire set. You wanted to come and join me. Appreciate that, buddy. All right, friends. We'll see you again soon. Thank you so much for being here. And I think I'm live somewhere this weekend on Sunday. I'm live on AXP or The Line or somewhere. I don't remember which one. I'm going to be live somewhere. And then next weekend, I'll be live for sure on The Line. But anyways, I'll be live Monday at least. Monday, we're absolutely going to be running. Actually, Sunday, I might not be live. I might just do a Q&A Sunday. But Monday, for sure, we're going to do God is in the Epstein Files. Has to happen. All right, friends. Thank you so much for being here. See you again soon.